Systems Engineering in Business Data Processing. NetChapen. Magnetic Ink Character Recognition. American Bankers Association, Technical Subcommittee on Mechanization of Check Handling. Glossary of terms in the field of computers and automation. Cumulative. Association for Computing Machinery, 11th National Meeting, Los Angeles, August 27 to 29, 1956, Program, Titles of Papers and Abstracts, Part 1. The Pure Word of Saint Enforus. Jackson W. Granholm. Now, any business, large or small, can put electronic computers to work to cut costs and increase efficiency. CDC is proud to announce Canada's first data processing center established by private enterprise. Located at the company's head office in Ottawa, this center is available to serve government and industry in any part of Canada. Use our service. If you are planning to obtain your own computing facilities, you can have CDC test your procedures and solve specimen problems using this center. If you have your own computing facilities, you can transfer your peak loads or overloads to CDC. If you cannot justify having your own computing facilities, you can make use of those at this center. If you are confronted with an unusually difficult research problem, you may find you have neither the necessary staff nor sufficient facilities. In such a situation, the CDC Computing Center will be found invaluable. If you have continually recurring computing or data processing problems, you can arrange to lease communication facilities linking your office directly with the C.D.C Center. Highly qualified and experienced applied mathematicians and engineers, backed by the latest computer facilities, both digital and analog, are at your service for problem formulation and analysis, programming, computation, data reduction, application of data processing equipment to business procedures, practical instruction in computer operation and programming. 5604 R3. Computers and cybernetics robots. Automation. Automatic control. 01. Number 10 October, 1956. Established September, 1951. Article 8. Systems Engineering in Business Data Processing NetChapen 6. Magnetic Ink Character Recognition. The Technical 10. Subcommittee on Mechanization of Check Handling of the American Bankers Association. Reference information. Glossary of terms in the field of computers and automation, cumulative. Association for Computing Machinery, 11th National Meeting, Los Angeles, August 27 to 29, 1956. Program, Titles of Papers, and 4 Abstracts, Part 1. Fiction. The Pure Word of Saint Enforus. Forum. Jackson W. Granholm. Agreement between International Business Machines. H.T. Rowe and Sperry Rand. The Editor's Notes. Index of Notices. Advertising Index. Editor, Edgar.Lund C. Berkeley Assistant Edi Tours, Neil D. MacDonald, F. L. Walker. Contributing Editors, Andrew D. Booth, John M. Brienne, John W. Carr, 3, Alston S. Householder. Advisory Committee, Samuel B. Williams, Herbert F. Mitchell, Jr., Justin Oppenheim. Publisher, Berkeley Enterprises Incorporated. Main Office, 815 Washington Street, Newtonville 60, Mass. Decatur 2 to 5453 or 2 to 3928. Editorial Office, 36 West 11th Street, New York 11, NY. Gramercy 7 to 1157 or Algonquin 5 to 7177. Advertising Representatives. San Francisco W.A. Babcock, 605 Market Street, San Francisco 5, California. Yukon 2 to 3954. 17. 40. 37. 4. 4. 4. 58. Los Angeles, Wentworth F. Green, 43 CUSO. Western Ave, Los Angeles 5, California, Dunkirk 7 to 8135. Elsewhere, the publisher. Computers and Automation is published monthly. Copyright, 1956, by Berkeley Enterprises Incorporated. Subscription rates, in the United States, 1 year $5.50, 2 years $10.50, in Canada, 1 year $6, 2 years $11.50. Elsewhere, 1 year $6, 2 years $12.50. Bulk subscription rates, see August issue advertising rates, SE page 56. Tiered as second-class matter at _P_O_S_S_T_O_F_F_F_E_N_E _W_O_R_K_N_R_Y_dot. 3. The Editor's Notes. Glossary, 4th edition. 1. His issue contains a new cumulative gloss. Sorry of 1 ERMS in the field of computers and automation. The last cumulative glossary was published in the December 1955 issue of Computers and Automation. That glossary is now out of stock, since that issue is exhausted. The new edition contains additions or revisions of 90 terms, so that the total number of terms now in the glossary is about 485. We gratefully acknowledge the suggestions for terms and definitions that have reached us from numerous sources, particularly a glossary in a Survey of Domestic Electronic Computing YS Terns, by Martin H. Week, pages 247 to 272, and Aber. Dean Ballistic Research Laboratories Report, available from the U.S. Department of Commerce, Office of Technical Services SPB 111996. Caterpillars and Rabbits. Some people like to maintain that all scientific ideas should be solemn, formal, discussed with long faces, with no use of personal pronouns, like one or we, and with churchly respect for great concepts. We do not think so. We enjoyed working out the following 2 definitions in the gloss. Sorry. Negative feedback: the returning of a fraction of the output of a machine, system, or process to the input, from which the fraction is subtracted. If increase of input is associated with decrease of output, this results in self-correction or control. For example, if an increase of caterpillars is associated with an increase of parasites destroying them, then the caterpillar parasite populations display negative feedback. Positive feedback: the returning of a fraction of the output of a machine, system, or process to the input, to which the fraction is added, if increase of input is associated with increase of output. This results in a runaway or out of control process. For example, if an increase of rabbits results in a further increase of rabbits, the Population of rabbits displays a runaway or out of control process. 4. Forum. Agreement between International Bootines 8 machines and Perl HT-Row. International Business Machines Corp. New York 22, NY. Culminating more than a year's negotiations. International Business Machines Corporation and Sperry-Rand Corporation, in August, entered into a non-exclusive licensing agreement to exchange license to manufacture punched card accounting machines and electronic data processing machines under their respective patents and patent applications in existence as of October 1, 1956. Based on IBM's greater production of these machines, will pay to Sperry-Rand a fixed annual royalty of $1,250,000 for 8 years as a credit against production royalties, after which time further royalty payments will be due. The two companies also agreed upon a procedure for settling patent interferences now pending in the United States Patent Office. They also arranged to exchange technical information with respect to punched card accounting and electronic data processing machines announced or released to production prior to October 1956. Simultaneously with the execution of the above agreements, Sperry-Rand withdrew its anti-trust complaint, filed December 27, 1955, and withdrew its counterclaim, charging patent infringement, filed June 6, 1956. End. ****LNDEX of notice. For information on Advertising Index, advertising rates and specifications, back copies, bulk subscription rates, Manel, scripts, Reader's Inquiry Form, Special Issues. See page 58, 56, 49. See August issue. See September issue. 58. See Sept. Issue. Address changes. If your address changes, please send us both your new and your old address, torn off from the wrapper if possible, and allow 3 weeks for the change. Lifetime reference worksy $1.50 to $5.50. Years of compilation and research are available to you through the miracle of low-cost books. Many organizations spend thousands of dollars needlessly and hours of duplicate research for information that could be found at the flip of a finger. R2, L. Theory of Groups Quantum Mechanics. H. Whale. Group theory fully developed. Pauli. Burns-Hull. I. Irigli. Etc. Bib 1 IO Taffy over 2 UO items. Symbol glossary. 440 pp. Paperbound $1.95. 1 greater than 144. Foundations of Potential Theory, O. Decal. Og. L/look and Latterdall not L, CWHCRC, Rigoro I. Laplace T ions, force fields, etc. Bibliography. \RAEC Bo $F98. S248 The Biology of the Laboratory Mouse. Edited by G. D. Snell, Pre. Paired ILY The staff of the R.N. Jackson Memorial Laboratory. T is the standard treaty on the laboratory and Laos. Co/ERS. Ceolcli Ontology. Genetics. Pathology. \LTH. In L/Ocrin secretion, Tulur. Trar planting, etc. Special strains. Reading, reconling, etc. Tile T _ \xd _ rd. Lafine CEWOLLK. Gathering together material that Lou might spend months finding. Bibliography of 11:2:2 Itals. RLD Slowfied 17:2 Figures. In. Duding 128 photos. 506 pages 6% x 0%. Cloth Fund $6. 2, L1. Hydrodynamics, H. Lam. Standard Reef. Ins. Fundamental The Orknells. Quatlo LLI. Background. \vave. HCO ILTV. Etc. Share I, UO Blultug. Footnote. Lin H. G. Urio. Index. 6th ed. 73 pages 0x/I. Paperbound $2.95. 1 greater than 174. Mathematical Theory of Elasticity, AEH. Love. TH, or Applicatlaw, Problenels. Talutlani, Hasselk. Trail. TRCT. Ella, TLCLTY. Etc. Over 300 Blubhograflk. Notes. Index. 76 Lgur. 601 pp. OL\X, P/4. Paperbound $2.95. .00, Biology of the Amphibia. G. Noble. Definitive. I.ext, Ontology, Philology. Etc. S. Othulg Connell Patable. C. Pope, Chi. Lu. Sat Il. Index. 1074 Bibliographic. Referen. 74 Illustrations. 600 pp. Cloth. $4.95. Point 1. Partial differential equations of math. Physics, H. Bateman. P. Le by Dienelt Analytical Express. ION, mu, T 111 hand. Of alt interested, Bull NL. Il. SOC. Over 17 impl. 64, pages 6x/I. Cloth. $4.95. 103. Hydrodynamics, H. Dryden, F. MERN H. Edelman. Stalundal IH. CDRCH Council coverage of classical. H. Drodnam Elk. 2EH111 LLICL. 6 COSLTY. Etc. 2:1 figures. LLLBHO pound. Over 2 UOO ITNLO. Index. 634 pp. Papered. $2.50. S11 SA5 Mtodic expansions, A. Only modern. Comma, Elic LNJNGLL, H, Lepule D for Oths of Aval Hierch. Blue Blograpi. 11 IPP. Paperbound $1.35. Ion. Dictionary of Conformal Reaper 5 Annotation 5. H. Kober. BNLL. N. Admiralty. 447 DLD RAN LI for Laplace I. TLL1:1 LTHIL1, Jacowical, Christoffel, etc. Ind comma dash. 2.T4 pages high. X/11/4. Clothbound $3.95. Dash colon, 4L intro. To relaxation methods, F. S. Shaw. f.ultllcchdijc, iuh. lrrln lult. t quatlons, igcn \alu, etc. Index. \11 item blubhog. 72 tables irregular bound. ddlw. Dot, j8 labrodnel, 4 uupp. Luth. $5.50. SILIL. Mechanic 5 of gyroscope, R. G. Roscopal horizon, free, DMNMED, etc. 7. Figures. 20s pp. DML. Rotation. Exercises. Index underscore. IOPCRT. $1.60. S229. Dynamics of ASY5 TEM of rigid body 5, EJ. Routh. :/IOC unique material. L/loving axes, oscillation, etc. Index. 64 lgurs. 4/18 pp. Paper. $1.95. S22. Hydrodynamic 5, study of logic, fact, 5 Imiltude. G. Burkhoff. Theory, C, PCRLLLCNT. Paradoxchi, L11 Odelling. Georope theory, etc. 78 at Il Blublig. Index. 20 figure. 1/19 pp. Paper bound $1.85. S19. Foundations of Nuclear Physics, R. Bayer. Gilder. L. JFACLNL1 Lay, Ongelnal Languages, Anderson, Coral. Fernl, Yukawa, etc. Bibliography over 4,000 books. ALTL. C1ES. 7 Hrs. 288 pages 01x/3. Paper. $1.75. S267. Space-time matter, H. Whale. Standard tree. Tice. Zatuhi. General relativity. All n-lath needed. CLA, local pace TLNH. 1. Jade Lagranel, Bibliography. 3.T8 pp. Paper bound $1.75. 5311 Evolution of Igneous Rocks, Anne Bowen. Apple. Plan of Physical O, Seal 1 CE2 Fractional Crystal Hzation etc. 2 Na Lubludog. Na C2, Blubhog. Of Howen. 82 figure. 312 pp. L. Apple bound $1.85. Th. Intro. To Theory of Fourier 5 series and in. Integrals, H. Carr's law. Infield ENEI convergence, Pen. Authiagar C.Lil 1. CTC. H. For examples. Ibhog 1.Ifi over 2, 0. Items. W. Legule. J81 pp. Pallard. $1.95. 1:1, L. Tables of functions with formulae and curves, Ionka. FM'd. \Valdes enlo-t comprehensive. 1 Vol Lenglio, HTEU 76p not 111 other English editions. iog-.lrtthnllc. Fcto tldl. Col lore, theta, len nra, Lascelles, IHE. 311.tljpjuzcll of Othkris. Bibliography. IPB-DIT. -1, 1:1. Higher Math. For Student 5 of Chemistry and Physics, J. Meller. Practical, FANL 11AR111 ICNL. DLFRN. TL.LL. ILYA, comma dot. I.LL, DRHLTLONLKLB, etc. 800 Ploblel 11S. 18. Table. Janda X. 18, JFLG years. 6B2 pp. Popplebound $2. 112. FA5E rule and IT5 application, A Findley _ TanJ.ilj. Acher. 1 2, 3, 4, 111 ULT APC Olmponent S, 10L, comma. TL Tangular coordinates. 505 Bibliographic footnote. :I, LGU. E. U, LPP. Paperbound $2. 13I. Ordinary differential equations, E_ins. : /low T canal pen, lis, R, dot, al, C0L11 plex. Transformation groups. Houndolu dash etc. High HCST praise, bull. AML /lath. Bach. Bibliography. Index. 18 Gers. 566 pp. Papered. $2.45. SSL. The Principle of Relativity, Einstein, Lorentz. M. Inkauskal, Whale. 11 papers found general, special the Uri. Notes by Anelm Lerfeld. INDL Spensable, Nature. 7. DLDGLNLs. 224 pp. Paperbound $1.65. S20, L. Partial diff. Equations of math. Physics. A. Webster. Elasticity, Canal-Priestlin, potential, vibration. Etc. Fowler, Cauchy, etc. U7 Quiz. Index. 447 pp. Poppled. $1.98. T295, How to Calculate Quickly by H. Slicker. _TNET and True Method for Helping Lou in the Basic. Janthmetic of Daily Life, Addition. Subtraction, Multi. Decathlon, Division, Fractions, etc. Designed to awaken Lauer number seme, or the ability to see relationships. Illel /sen numbers as /whole quantities. Kata collection of TRLLKS. But a serious course of over 9,000 problems and solutions. Teek he, specital tekel Ks not taught m. Shu, left to RTHT multiplication, etc. Inreliable 4. 1111 TL.L, ILSC and /R : phi, LDTHI, IESE and JRC. 1 Li 11 MER Math. I6 Lip. 5XN. Paperbound $1. Aids for the non-specialist. Puzzles, mathematical amusements. 3. Vector tensor analysis, G. Introduc. TOLY. Start simple D Neltlon, and Enla Iten Vecto L, TTN. FLT, etc. Applecat LUILI. All fundamental FOIN Lulas Denlin. Traded. 1/1, problem I, LGH yours. 201 pi. Laperd. $1.75. 12n. Intro. To differential equations of physics, L. Hopf. For NOIL-. PECLD.L1, OT. CDU ADI, Energy. Thkoren. Cylindrical, sphenical coordinates, etc. In, Lex. TM Gurks. 160 pp. Paperbound $1.25. : 7. Non-Euclidean geometry, Arbanola. Historical. Enlathkanlatlkal, Tandrest. Contains texts of Bal al, Loba. Shevke L. 180 Dlaglanels. Index. 431 pp. Papered. $1.95. -IH. Geometry of 4 dimensions, H. Manning. Simple. Clear Kovkrich. Hyperferk, Hypervulum, etc. Glow. Airy. 7H Gurks 3, 7 pi. Papered. $1.9s. S.64. Intro. To Symbolic Logic, S. Langer. BT. Iltro. Learnbol : Krogt, Hu, L. Vieltehed log ICS. IICW enlarged CDLTLOLL. .jf, 8 pp. Papered. $1.75. T. Evolution of Scientific Thought from New. Ton to Einstein, A. Diabro. LT Inc. Pen IL /E edition. -PL, LAL, TLLLI.A1 Rolkatli FOI law /L11N. Eton. Idle 111.111N. Planck, etc. 21 diagram. Index. 48 PL. Papered. $2. T. I4. Rise of the New Physics, A. Diabro. Ciilkal and Tnodern PHVIC, C.1U. DLLTV. Jailkthid, Holtol. : /Lawell. /Kutten, LLNtine, Bo. Etc. /Krij for Intel T and T lay. 1.111. PC Cloud J11 DTHCHLPTCR, 4SI, CLDHTI. Who.T pages 2. /OLLU, T. The ET, paperbound $3.90. SIO. Lectures on Cauchy's problem, J. Hadamard. IHCU, EB work of Hlanelden, Kirchhoff, Volterra, and the Author T. Henri. Irch on the Hyperhall CCAE in linear. Partial Delfertunt lal E4 U8 low Li. 32 HGLES. 31 /IPP. Paperbound $1.75. All books 5 3/8 x 8 unless otherwise indicated. S2. Concise High 5 Theory of Mathematics, D5 Truk. Idea. HCHNTQUE, Greek to Enladerns. 6011 Lustration T. Blubhoglafi. Index. 2nd ed. 31s pp. Papered. $1.75. 289. Monographs on Topics of Modern Math. J.W.A. Young, Editor. Foundation, of Geometry, Pure. Non-Euclidean Geometry. Functions, Calcula, Nunelberthe. Ori. Eluatlans, etc. and papers for Readero, /Hoha /Antigon. Beyond IL1GH School Algebla. 100 diagram. 432 pp. 61 toy x 91 fourths. Paperbound $1.95. TL /1s. Math. Puzzles for Beginners Enthu 51 AST5. G. Matt Smith. 188 Puzzles, Plainhers, Properties of Anulbero. Peklnlutljns. CTC. Aludal, NS, Breakdown, Roots. Pranelk, TRLLN for Uller Nunelbel, Ud. 2.tmpp. Papered. $1. 300. Introduction to the Theory of Groups of Finite Order. R. Carmichael. Fundamental Theo. M. and There Appluditiul. O other ineth needed except unchapter. 783 Ezer CIM, S, Plalinels. 462 pp. Paperbound $2. Just reissued. Best Cryptography Bookie. TN. Cryptanalysis, H_F, Gains. Fonerly. ELEN, :/tally11 lyle T_/ali is. For Sinistu. ILNL. Elemental y /1I1 terminal delext. Kata rehash. Hut muddle not glow /nel.lep to experts concealment. Ultitude il. Trar portat lo il, khkl vigenera, O'Hare. ILD, FDRR. LIIul taddled. Etc., Appendix. /ord. Letter. Com. He nation 1 foot 1 inch Quenelle, 1137. Peliman ciphers. Alutlands. TLRQ OLH 111 This lie /edition. Index. Leithreitelgers. JJ Pilpperhd. $1.95. 5200 Trigonometrical Seria 5, A Zygmunt. Unique. Inodern Advanced. Trigonalietrical, Orthogonal, Fourier. Rulbography over 300 Itel 1s. Outstanding for Russ Elon. Eastern Math. 320 pp. Paperbound $1.85. Sys0. Annaly 51s, Design of Experiment 5, H-Man. Variance Design, Non-Statistical. 1.3 pages Tables 3C, -O, LC, O, F, etc. 1 / LPP. X 73/8. Popplebound $1.45. 21 L2. Selected Papers on Noise, 5 Tocastic PROC. S. N. Wax, Editor. Handon LPLO, EE, Dearplication etc. Chandrasekhar, KC, Dub. Blog. 60 items. 3 feet 17 inches pages 61,8. X, J1/, L Applebound $2.25. S114. 5 and 5 Asians of Tone, H. Helmholtz. Classic cover. Age of Physics, N. Lath, Physiology. TLNL Bilinlant. Calculating. CCNTS, CTC. Index. EU Intro. PIO Pound. :/Urgina, Yale. 70 HG. Yours. Out. pp. Clothbound $4.95. S304. INVE5 Tigation 5 Brownian Movement. A. Einstein. 3 basic papers translated. 3 pages notes high. It. O Earth. Index. 124 pp. Paper BOL1. SI6S. Numerical Solutions of Diff. Equation 5. H. Levy, E. Baggett. Uljalkal, Jirklflkaj. How'll be in hands of all in research in Aft and Lath. Satcher. 21 Fig. Yours. 246 pp. Popplebound $1_7s. S4. Wave propagation in periodic structure 5. L Brilla 1. General Enelkthid, APPL1 Kotlin, Electrilk. LN. GLLLCCLLNG, Pure PHYBIC, etc. 1 illustration, 2. J4 pp. Papered. $1.85. 83s. Theory of Group 5 of Finite Order, W. Byrne. Side. Clear Introducto DTCXT. Pelmutatials, Group. Slow. Graphical Pliskentathlon, etc. 4.3 pages. Appendix Notes. 116. pp. Paperbound $2. S292-3, The Theory of Sound, Lord Rayleigh. This classic compendium rovers all aspects of sound. N. Ration, expen. Mental and theoretical. Co/N harmonic 6. Brat ions, Iberting SLS. Thames, Viridal Har. Plates, Reelection. IEFLAC. T-ion. Theory of Reonto. Ultra-Alux, Electric /Lyra. Lions. Etc. Lethol /SU. This hook may be applied to almost any VL written L.tem. LIL to be met in practice. Bihagrilal. J7 Trilger. Total of 104. Pages 2/oil meaty. Paperbound. Set, $3.90. 514 Math. Analysis 5 of Electrical, Optical Wave. Motion, H. Bateman. TIICK, of Trade 111 Klecht Lalnig and CTLC. Theory and P.D.es. Blubhagaifi. 168 pp. Papcred. $1.60. 595 Kinetic Theory of Liquids, J. Frankel. Liquids. 3 IC10 Lons of Theory of 5011, 1 Bodies 216 H. Iblograflk. Nasis, Index. 3,3 Gulks. 4U6 pp. Paper. $1.95. S1L4. Polar Molecules, P. CLA Sectatement BV. Abel Laureate on. Quantanel Theol Y. 172. pp. Index. Popplebound $1.50. S131L. Dynamical Theory of GASE5, J. Jeans. Thermo. Dynamics, Kinetic Theory etc. 28 Gur. Ind /:. LL4 pp. UL/X9 and 1/4. Paperbu on $2. SL.J3. Infinite Sequences and 5 Aries, Conrad Knopp. Excellent introduct lol to 2 topic, of Enladel and NLDTH. Helm to give student background to penetrate Falther. By himself. 191 pp. Paperbound $1.7s. Dovel Publications Incorporated. Department 76. 920 Broadway, New York 10, NY. Plea. Aim. Edis. City. Comma. Zone State. Dollar. In full payment is enclosed. Payment in full must accompany all orders, except Lirarit, /, pool. Lie institutions. Add 10 cents postage per book on orders totaling less than $5.00. T2 T3-4 SI4 SIS SI9 S22 S27 S34 S38 S48 S64 S66 S81 S92 S95 T97 SI04 5109 SI14 SI20 SI33 SI36 SI44 SI60 TI63 SI64 SI68 SI74 SI80 SI82 SI93 TL98 5206 S229 S244 S248 S255 S256 S262 S263 S267 S269 S289 S290 S292-3 T295 S303 S304 5311 S318 S349 SI05 S300 5153 All books returnable for full. NIM. Mediate cash refund if unsatisfactory. For any reason whatever. 257. Systems Engineering in Business Data Processing. Ned Chapin. Lecturer, Illinois Institute of Technology, Chicago, Ill. Presented May 17, 1956 at the Systems and Procedures Conference at Technology Center, Chicago. All footnotes are grouped at the end of the paper. Introduction. The term SYSTEMS engineering is a term TVITH an air of romance and of mystery. The romance and the mystery come from its use in the field of guided missiles, rockets, artificial satellites, and spaceflight. Much of the work being done in these areas is classified, and hence much of it is not known to the general public or to this writer. But any term that has defied classification limits is the term systems engineering. One sees the term SYSTEMS engineering in technical help wanted advertisements in newspapers and magazines. For example, the New York Times advertisements have often mentioned it, and it is far from rare in the advertising. 2. Carried by the magazine Scientific American. The term is also found among the course offerings of a few leading universities. For example, the University of California at Los Angeles is presently introducing a course on systems engineering to be taught by staff members of a company active in the field of systems engineering. 3. Definition. But TVAT is systems engineering. Since it is a term with an air of mystery, it is necessary to define it carefully. Let us therefore consider the context in which we wish to apply and use the term. Since we are conceiving one at this Systems and Procedures Conference, not TDTH such things as missiles, rockets, or SPCCE flight, but with business systems and procedures, let us take the definition of systems engineering from the point of view of business systems and procedures. This means that the definition we seek is to be from a business point of view at \e. However, considering the makeup of this panel, it appears that it should also be from an automatic data processing point of view. With these limitations in mind, let us consider the following definition of systems engineering. For systems engineering is the creation of a deliberate combination of three types of service to accomplish an information processing job. It is helpful to note several features of this definition. In the first place, systems engineering is a mental process. 6. not a physical process. That is, systems engineering is performed by doing creative thinking. It is not performed by engaging in various types of physical activity such as bull fighting, attending a cocktail party, running a 50-yard dash, or by addressing an audience. Any of such physical activities may have the effect of either helping or of hindering the mental processes involved in creative thinking, but they are not themselves the process of creative thinking. In the second place, systems engineering requires a goal. That is, systems engineering is an aid in finding ways or methods of accomplishing something. Systems engineering is a means to an end. It is an approach that can be used for the purpose of helping to devise techniques to get things done. But what is it that is to be done? What is the goal for systems engineering? Since the definition has been limited to be applicable to business systems and procedures, the goal is usually improved management control of the business by improved information processing. That is, the goal of systems engineering in business usually is to enable business management to make better decisions and thereby increase its ability to maintain direction of the business. But since control is maintained and implemented by information processing, the goal of systems engineering is one of practical importance. In the third place, systems engineering suggests something deliberate. That is, by its very nature, systems engineering results in not doing things the way our grandfathers did them, or the way our fathers did them, or even the way we are doing them now. On the contrary, systems engineering usually results in doing things in net ways, in not following the traditional ruts of business practice, but rather in making new ones. In other words, the mental process of creative thinking usually results in new and different ways. In the fourth place, systems engineering involves devising combinations. That is, give and the three types of services. The mental process is one of creating combinations of these services capable of meeting the goal. This means that the mental process is one of systems building up something so that the final computers can store information for later use. Combination will be capable of meeting written, they can post, they can sort, they can calculate specifications determined by the goal selected late, and they can make routine decisions. In other words, given the goal and the build, in short, they can contribute in a business. In blocks, services, systems engineering is system not only the usual machine services, a process of determining how to get from a give but some services that have traditionally been and situation to the goal in a manner that will contributed by materials and by human beings meet specified criteria. A practical analogy is the input to output via the program of an comparison automatic computer. In the fifth place, systems engineering is concerned with three types of service in the field of business. These three types of service are human service, and material service, and machine service. In DNY business operation, all that management has to work with is human beings, supplies, and tools and equipment. It is management know-how and skill that combines the available human beings, supplies, tools, and equipment into a successfully operating business. From a business systems and PR seduer's point of view, Systems Engineering (MEJHT). Be identified as the application of this know-how and skill to information processing, using the same three basic types of service. Since the three types of service are the basic building blocks of systems engineering, let us examine them more closely. The first type of service is human service. The service that a human being contributes in a business system can take a number of forms. For example, a human being may contribute decision-making skill, as in the review of vouchers to determine whether or not they are eligible for payment. Or, for example, a human being may contribute professional skill, as in maintaining journals and ledgers by hand. Or, for example, a human being may contribute clerical skill, as in filling out a receiving report, typing invoices, or pulling files. Or a human being may contribute calculating skill, as in determining the amount of a sales discount. The second type of service is material service. This service is usually passive but very important in most business systems. For example, cards, pencils, INR, staples, forms, and carbon paper are materials which contribute a service in a business system. The service which materials contribute is mostly in the area of storage, or retention of information over the course of time. The third type of service in a business system is machine service. This machine service is sometimes of a passive nature, as for example, the service contributed by desks, file cabinets, tables, and office space. And sometimes this machine service is of an active nature, as for example, the service contributed by summary punches, desk calculators, and bookkeeping machines. Automatic computers can contribute services of both an active and a passive nature in the processing of information. Thus, automatic COM. 7. From the definition given, systems engineering appears to be somewhat similar to ordinary everyday business systems analysis, especially when an automatic computer is to be involved. That is, the business systems and procedures analyst is often faced with the problem of devising business systems to accomplish various ends. And when an automatic computer is available for use, or is to be available for use, the business systems and procedures analyst sometimes must cast around for new ideas to enable him to devise adequate business systems. Since this process appears to be at least superficially similar to systems engineering, let us examine some points of comparison. In the first place, systems engineering is usually concerned with creating new combinations of services, whereas business systems analysis is usually concerned with improving upon an existing combination or adapting an existing combination. Hence, there is some difference of approach. Systems engineering often deliberately attempts to create radically new ways of combining the services. It often deliberately attempts to get things done in new uncommon ways. In systems engineering, the fact that something is a traditional or common way of doing something is considered to indicate prima facie that some new and better combination needs to be created. In the second place, systems engineering is strongly and integratedly goal-oriented, whereas business systems analysis is not. The goal in the case of systems engineering is not an immediate or nearby go.al. On the contrary, it is a somewhat removed or more ultimate goal. In systems engineering, the usual goal is the improved control of the operation of the business. In contrast, the usual goals of business systems analysis are such things as to eliminate a processing bottleneck, or to speed up the preparation of data for a report, or to reduce the continual need for additional clerical help in some department. For systems engineering, such goals are not considered as goals but only as keys to defects in the present combination. Systems engineering attempts to correct such defects as a byproduct of devising a new combination, if possible, that would better meet the RU goal than does the present combination. Business systems analysis usually tries computers and automation to change as few of the parts of a present bus. The emphasis in the school of thought is upon in a system as necessary to remedy the defects. The system analyst, not upon the problem FAC. Systems engineering usually tries to improving the analyst. This is under the theory upon the entire combination, not just the parts that if the business systems analyst be made of the present combination that need improve competent, then his system solutions to busy meant that causes the lorisome defects. NES problems TDLL be also competent. In the third place, systems engineering is more total in its approach and takes longer to do than does business systems analysis. SYS. Engineering usually takes as its starting point the goal to be achieved, at a broad over all level. Then extensive studies are made, of 10 using operations research or management science techniques. The end result is a new combination of the three types of services, a combination affecting much of the information handling in the business. By contrast, business SYS. TEM's analysis usually takes as its starting point some unsatisfactory elements in the present information processing in the business. It then tries to reduce the importance and significance of these unsatisfactory elements by limited and narrow changes in the present combination of three types of services. Since it is usually on a more restricted scale, systems analysis does not take as long to do as does systems engineering. In systems engineering, the techniques used typically take a longer period of TME, and agreement must be obtained on more points and upon more fundamental points. Schools of thought. Before further comparisons are possible, it is important to recognize that considerable variation is found in business systems analysis. Itself 1/v homage or schools of thought, and a number of offshoots may be identified. The SHU-1s of thought are marked by a fundamental difference in their approach to business systems analysis and by a difference in emphasis on some of the techniques of business systems analysis. The offshoots of the TLVO schools have generally been devised to meet particular needs, as for example, the needs of manufacturers of automatic computers. One of the two major schools of thought on business systems analysis has perhaps been best expounded by Mr. H. John Ross of New York. 5. This school of thought is characterized by the attention given to HOI / to create business SYS. TEMS. The school of thought lays DOIL and no models or patterns of TL7 hat constitutes a good business systems in any of the various situations or AR, EAS, as for example, payroll or labor cost AC counting. On the contrary, the school of AutoIt lays down a model for the approach of the SYS TEMS analyst. The school of thought offers no system solutions to business problems, it of FERS instead operating guides and aids to the business systems analyst to assist him in devising system solutions to business problems. 8. The other major school of thought on business systems analysis has perhaps best been expounded by R. Cecil Gillespie of North 11 Eastern University. This school of thought is characterized by the attention given to systems solutions of various business problems. The school of thought lays down models or patterns of what constitutes good business systems in many representative situations or areas, as, for example, payroll or labor cost accounting. The school of thought does not lay down a model for the approach of the systems analyst. The school of thought offers extensive systems solutions that have been tried and found to be competent in practice. This is under the theory that the study of competent system solutions can be of assistance in devising systems solutions to business problems. The emphasis in the school of thought is upon tried and proven system solutions of business problems. Not upon wholly to devise system solutions to business problems. The emphasis is not upon the systems analyst. The emphasis is almost physical in its stress upon the material components of operating business systems. And the techniques stressed are the tricks and wrinkles that have been found to be useful in practice in meeting particular business system situations. The second of these schools of thought is further removed from systems engineering than is the first of these schools of thought. There are two reasons for this. In the first, PACE, the first school of thought emphasizes the approach of the analyst, not the systems solution. Systems engineering, as was pointed out previously, is a mental process of creating some new combination of services. This mental process takes place in the mind of the analyst, and therefore is dominantly affected by the approach of the analyst. The second school of thought is further from systems engineering because it does not emphasize the mental process required to create the combinations of services. In the second place, the first school of thought is closer to systems engineering than is the second school of thought because the second school of thought emphasizes patterns of system solutions. The emphasis in the second school of thought is upon the tricks and wrinkles that have worked well in practice as aspects of system solutions to business problems. But since systems engineering is far more total in approach, it does not systems phasize the tricks and wrinkles, but working from the goal, seeks new and superior combination of services. Variations. A number of offshoots of these two schools of thought on business systems appeared. These offshoots have generally been designed to meet particular conditions and particular difficulties faced by business systems analysts. More recently and most importantly, the advent of automatic computers has given rise to a rash of such offshoots. To meet their own situations, both users of automatic computers and manufacturers of automatic computers have devised offshoots of these two schools of thought. And, since the second school of thought is the more popular, most of the offshoots have been from it. Let us consider some of the offshoots devised by users and by potential users of automatic computers. When faced with the large capacity and high speed of automatic computers, some business systems analysts have not known what to do, since the automatic computers are too new for the second school of thought to offer much of any aid. For this reason, some analysts of the second school have done nothing themselves but look to others and wait for them to develop some tricks and wrinkles for them to study. Other followers of the second school of thought, however, have tried to develop some tricks and wrinkles on their own by adapting such business systems that they have found to work satisfactorily. The work of Mr. Rolla R. Ross is a good example of this. 7. On the other hand, followers of the first school of thought generally have proceeded directly to devising new business systems employing automatic computers after their having learned as much as they could about automatic computers themselves. The work of Mr. Matt W. Boz 8 is a good example of this, since no standardized or fixed TLAs exist for the use of an automatic computer in busy NES systems. Most of the manufacturers of automatic computers have been under considerable pressure from their sales departments to develop some tricks or wrinkles for custom ERS and potential customers to study as examples, in order to make their own computers appear to be different from and superior to the computers of all other manufacturers. Each manufacturer tries to develop only those tricks and wrinkles that will best TSHOLL off his 0110 computers, while at the same time interesting potential customers. Partly for this reason, the different manufacturers even use different terminology for the same thing, to the extent that the manufacturers of automatic computers, when they talk about business 9- systems and applications, point out and highlight real differences in the machine service available from the computers they offer. The manufacturers are taking action that is consistent with both schools of thought on busy NES systems, and to the same extent, they are also taking action consistent with systems engineering, because systems engineering must take into account the exact nature of the service obtainable from the different available machines. But to the extent that computer manufacturers, when they talk about business systems and applications, do not highlight and point out the real differences in the machine service obtainable from the computers they offer, the manufacturers' actions are not consistent with systems engineering. This is most often observed when the manufacturers speak of differences in program coding. Strictly speaking, programming is only an exercise in logic, given real differences in the machine service available. The business systems enter when the form and sources of the input data are to be determined. Whether or not these determinations are consistent with systems engineering depends on how they are conceived and made, given the exact nature of the machine service obtainable. But in any event, programming cannot start until these determinations have been made. Yet some computer manufacturers appear to devote more attention to programming than to input and output. Such action has the advantage of being relatively easy and non-controversial, but it is not fully consistent with systems engineering. Summary. From a business point of view, systems engineering is the creation of a deliberate combination of human service, material service, and machine service to accomplish an information processing job. But this is also very nearly a definition of business systems analysis. The difference, from a business point of view, therefore, between business systems analysis and systems engineering, is only one of degree. In general, systems engineering is more total and more goal-oriented in its approach than is business systems analysis, AL. Though one school of thought on business systems analysis is closer to systems engineering than the other school of thought. Most automatic computer-inspired offshoots of these schools of thought are from the second school, and hence are comparatively distant from systems engineering, except to the extent that they are concerned with real differences in the machine service obtainable from computers in business. Counted on page 54. Magnetic ink character recognition. The common machine language for check handling. Reprinted by permission from Banking, Journal of the American Bankers Association, August, 1956. The Bank IU Management Commission of the American Bankers Association on July 21 AP approved a recommendation for the adoption of magnetic ink character recognition as the common machine language most suitable for check handling. This recommendation was made by the Technical Subcommittee on 111itionization of check handling. Is regarded as one of the most important banking developments of recent years. The subcommittee's report, published herewith, after considering all the factors which were presented, the Commission approved the report and authorized its dissemination to the membership of the American Bankers Association and to the machine manufacturers. 1LD check printers in interest in this project. Since the formation of the Technical Subcommittee, we have attempted to study all phases of the problem of check mechanization. While we have been extremely active in the study of specific hardware and systems analysis, it became obvious, very early, that the basic matter for consideration was that of a common machine language. Regar involved, or the magnitude of equipment required, one fundamental source from which machines of all manufacture could derive the pertinent data contained on a check, is a common machine language. It is in this area that an objective and impartial body, away from the interests of specific manufacturers, could provide the greatest amount of assistance. This subcommittee has tried to be just such an instrumentality in the solution of this problem. Today, after many man-hours and considered thought, we are ready to recommend to you the one which, in our opinion, is the best common machine language. Activity of Technical Subcommittee. The Subcommittee on Mechanization of Check Handling was appointed on April 5, 1954, and its first meeting was held in New York on May 4, 1954, at which time the subcommittee was briefed on the problems, the objectives, and the program. It was agreed that two presentations should be made up, one to go to the manufacturers and an other to operati men in banks. A letter dated May 21, 1954, and state meant of the problem, objectives and program, as outlined by the Committee on Mechanization of Check. Handling of the Bank Management Commission, was sent to key aiding men asking for suggestions and their general reaction to the program. A questionnaire was also enclosed requesting various status ticks in connection with the check handling problem. On May 27, 1954, a letter and supplementary questionnaire were sent to key operating men of the Bank Management Commission. This questionnaire was in clarification of the original questionnaire of May 21, 1954. Over a period of several months, a brochure called Automation of Bank Operating Procedure was prepared to be released to manufacturers and to others who might wish to become manufacturers of mechanical, electromechanical, or electronic bank and office equipment. This brochure was released with a letter from R.J. Livingston, then president of the American Bankers Association, on January 7, 1955, to 75 companies, who, the subcommittee felt, might be interested in the project. 10. A letter dated January 19, 1955, and a copy of the brochure were sent to all banks with assets over $50,000,000. On April 25, 1955, a follow-up letter was sent out to 60 organizations that had not ended in an acknowledgement to confirm their interest in the project. This follow-up letter, signed by the Commission Secretary, elicited a few more replies. Of the 75 organizations to which the original brochure was sent, 13 indicated a desire to participate in the project. The subcommittee received an invitation from Burroughs Corporation, the Todd Company, and Dressograph Multipolygraph Corporation to see the equipment they had developed and discuss their thoughts on the problem. The meeting was held in Rochester, NY, on May 10, 11, 12, 1955. In addition to the meeting with Burroughs, Todd, and Dressograph, and the Standard Reg. Ister Company, Incorporated, the subcommittee had discussions on a common language. It was decided to send a letter, dated June 13, 1955, and questionnaire, covering a common machine language to the 13 companies which had evidenced interest in the work of the subcommittee. This questionnaire attempted to ascertain the preference of each company and their reason for the selection. During the summer, C.M. Weaver, then Assistant Vice President, First National Bank of Chicago, who had made a major contribution to the original brochure and subsequent questionnaire on common language, retired from his bank and from the subcommittee. At this time, David H. Hinkle, Assistant Secretary of the First National Bank of Chicago, and Raymond C. Kolb, Assistant Vice President, Mellon National Bank and TUST Company of Pittsburgh, were added to the subcommittee. A meeting was held in New York on November 16, 17, 18, 1955. At this time, visits were made to the International Business Machine Corporation plant at Poughkeepsie, NY, and the Pitney Bowes Research Laboratory at Stamford, Con. On these plant visits, existing equipment as well as projected equipment and procedures were discussed with these organizations. West Coast meeting. The next meeting of the subcom committee was held in Los Angeles on December 4 and 5, 1955, where it reviewed the telemeter project of the International Telemeter Corporation. It moved to San Francisco on December 6 and reviewed IRMA and the character reader for travel, ERS checks and other equipment and procedure developed by the Stanford Research Institute at Menlo Park. At this meeting it was decided that sufficient information had been developed about common language to justify a meeting with printers to see how they would fit into the program. On January 16, 1956, the first progress report of the subcommittee, signed by John A. Clay, chairman, was submitted to the Bank Management Commission. This report appeared in the February 1956 issue of Banking. A meeting with the Lithographers National Association was arranged in New York. The subcommittee presented the problem of check handling and the need for a common machine language with technical aspects and impact on check design and printing. A part of one day was devoted to an outline of check handling routine as developed by the International Standard Trading Corporation. A meeting was held with John H. Wirtz and Herbert H. Kim Ball, vice presidents of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, and liaison representatives of the Fed Magnetic Technical SUBC-01 MIDI on mechanization of check handling of Bank Management Commission, American Bankers Association. Point 7. Food, F, Y, L. Law star T. 1J, JT11. IJ, /I. JT, LL, I. Seated, left to right. AR Zipf Assistant Vice President, Bank of America NT. And SA. San Francisco. John A. Clay, Vice President, The County Trust Company, White Plains, NY, Chairman. Willia, /IW Cottle, Vice President and Cashier, Security First National Bank of Los Angeles, Chairman, Bank Management Com. Me Arshan. Standing, Zeph to right. David H. Hinkle, Assistant Secretary, First National Bank of Chicago. L. A. Erickson, Vice President, First National City Bank of New York. Herbert R. Corey, Vice President, First National Bank of Boston. Raymond C. Kolb, Assistant Vice President, Mellon National Bank and Trust Company, Pittsburgh. Melvin C. Miller, Deputy Manager, American Bankers Association. New York, Secretary. Aero Reserve System. Another part of the day was spent with representatives of Intelligent Machines Research Corporation, which company has developed a number of character readers. These meetings were held on January 25, 26, 27, 1956. Chairman Clay and A.R. Zipf met with representatives of the Federal Reserve System in Dallas, Texas, on February 20, 1956. At this time, The philosophy of common language was covered. All of the Federal Reserve banks and the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve SYS had representatives present. 11. Another meeting was held in New York on March 8, 9, 10, 1956. With the background and knowledge gained from talking to the lithographers and the visits made to various manufacturers during 1955, it was decided to review the progress, and status and future plans of the manufacturers, with particular reference to common language. At this meeting, discussions were held with engineers and other representatives of Burroughs, Todd, and Address SO. Graph, International Business Chins Corporation, the National Cash Register Company, Pitney Bowes, Incorporated, Sperry Rand Corporation, and the Stanford Research Institute. As a result of this meeting, the subcommittee decided to attempt to set up some criteria for evaluating common languages. A research survey for Todd Company, made by the Battelle Memorial Institute, covering evaluation of the Burroughs-Todd fluorescent check coding system, was also reviewed by the subcommittee. On May 11, 1956, a letter and progress report of the subcommittee were sent out to member banks of the American /Kers Association over the signature of William W. Cottle, chairman of the Bank Management Commission. Other sessions. Another meeting was held at Philadelphia and Paoli, PA, with the Burroughs and Todd representatives. On May 13, 14, 1956, they reviewed the latest equipment and procedures developed at Paoli, as well as the newest developments in fluorescent coding. The subcommittee then moved on to Dayton. A part of the day on the 15th was devoted to the International Business Machines Corporation representatives and some of their most recent findings on coding. On May 16 and 17, meetings were held with the National Cash Register Company and Pitney Bowes 7S, Incorporated, representatives, to bring the subcommittee up to date on their progress and projected equipment, as well as the latest developments on fluorescent coding. On June 28, 29, 30, 1956, the subcommittee met at Palo Alto, California. A visit was made to the Stanford Research Institute to see the latest developments in magnetic character reading and check processing. Meetings were held with the representatives of Stanford Research Institute and the General Electric Company, the latter having purchased IRMA and its component units, letters and contacts. In addition to the meetings outlined briefly above, there has been a large exchange of correspondence with manufacturers about various phases of TL/E problem. Also, each member of the subcommittee has met with individual manufacturers and others who could contribute to the general fund of knowledge relative to the work of the subcommittee. Computers and automation. Description of machine languages. A study was made of all the existing language mediums available. A description of them follows. II Slaval or II Carrierial. In the booklet entitled, Automation of Bank Operating Procedure, the opinion was expressed that a slave or carrier was less desirable than a language printed on the check itself. Nevertheless, these possibilities were fully considered. These systems contemplate the coding of information into the slave or carrier during an early, if not the first bank processing operation. The slave or carrier systems include 1. The attachment of a punched card to each check. 2. The wraparound, in which information is coded in a punched card and the check is wrapped around the card for sorting and processing. 3. The envelope system, in which each check is placed in an envelope of uniform size. 4. The punch tape tab, in which a coded tab is attached to each check. Of these 4, development is proceeding on only the last 2. It is appropriate, therefore, to elaborate upon these 2 systems. The envelope system contemplates the automatic enclosure of the check into a plastic or mylar envelope of uniform size, which contains a small strip of magnetic tape, upon which information is coded in a fashion analogous to conventional magnetic tape recording. Once the information is recorded during an early bank operation, all subsequent operations become automatic, including the removal of the check from the envelope following processing. This system, which is under prototype development, has not been demonstrated but has been described to the subcommittee. The punch tape tab system requires the automatic attachment, by a thermal adhesive, of a piece of punch tape of uniform length to each check as a byproduct of a necessary proof operation. In addition to the amount, other information, such as ABA number or account number, may be encoded into a tab containing guide rod holes for auto 12. Automatically positioning checks in cart ridges for subsequent handling. The tab may be automatically removed during the last operation. This SYS-TEM is now in laboratory operation, running with very limited numbers of live checks. The subcommittee has witnessed some components in actual operation. Non-carrier systems. All of the non-carrier language SYS-TEMs involve some form of printing of machine-readable language onto the check itself. These systems may be classified as follows. 1. Codes or patterns, printed with a fluorescent ink, invisible. 1. Binary or bar-coded. 2. spot code, decimal system. B. Magnetic ink, visible. 1. Miniature barcodes on check face. 2. Large barcodes on check back. 2. Arabic characters. A. Conventional printer's ink. B. Magnetic ink. All of these systems contemplate printing, in machine language, the customer account number, ABA number, routing symbol, and in some cases check serial number on the checks prior to original delivery to the customer. This we refer to as pre-printing. They also contemplate printing, on each check, the amount and other information as a byproduct of the proof operation. The possibility of having information Shin encoded on some checks as part of the writing process is also conceivable. This we call post-print ing codes or patterns. Fluorescent inks, for machine reading of fluorescent ink codes, the check is irradiated with black light, ultraviolet, as it passes through the reading head, and the printed ink spots fluoresce so that a signal is induced in the reading head. Studies show that excessive ink from tellers or endorsement stamps, as well as other extraneous substances placed over the spots tend to cause wide fluctuations in signal strength. To mitigate this problem, it is common to print relatively large spots, and to design the system to operate at signal levels generated from as little as 1/10 of one he printed spot. The D. stands bet.ween sp0ts or bit g of information decreases as a function of the size of the printed spots, and the amount of an E or matlon Rio required to be coded on an individual item. The tolerance in printing, cutting, perforating, reading, and the angular displacement or skew of each of them becomes largely a function of the distance between spots. Binary or barcode. This system employs one variation of the binary code common in computer design. It employs uniform fields in which to code the necessary information. The coding system provides for a total printing, cutting, and perforation tolerance of 1/10 of an inch, plus or minus. It is stated that an additional tolerance of 0.075 is available in machine reading, but that angular displacement or skew will dissipate some of this tolerance. Reading is accomplished in serial fashion, or one digit at a time. The subcommittee has witnessed a laboratory demonstration of these reading techniques. Spot code, decimal system. In this system, spots ij of an inch square are printed in a decimal pattern. The presence of a spot in a given area indicates the presence of a digit, and the position of the spot within the area identifies the value of the digit. There are 13 areas on the check for different classes of information. In 11 of the areas, the identity of the digit is established from one edge. In 2 of the areas, it is established from one side. Total printing, cutting, and perforating tolerances given for this system are 1/64 of an inch. Reading may be either serial or parallel. The subcommittee has witnessed a laboratory demonstration of the reading system. Magnetic ink in machine reading. Of magnetic ink code, the code bits are magnetized before they pass through the reading head so that signals are induced in a manner somewhat similar to normal magnetic PE devices. To the naked eye, the printing quality cannot be distinguished from conventional printers. Inks. Ink colors are presently somewhat limited, and drying qualities are slightly slower than for conventional inks. However, little effort has yet been expended in these areas, and there is virtually a unanimity of opinion that neither problem is unsolvable. Magnetic. The subcommittee has witnessed demonstrations of accurate reading by a variety of processes even when the printing was totally invisible to the naked eye. These systems also Make provision for obtaining the required signal from only a portion of the individual code bits. Magnetic barcode printed on check face. This system requires the presence of some combination of 6 miniature bars to represent each digit. The Arabic equivalent is printed above the code. The codes are printed 8 to the inch with THC. Overall vertical height of the code, including its Arabic equivalent, being approximately 11/16 of an inch. The distance between the miniature bars is about 12/1000 or 1/80th of an inch. The subcommittee witnessed a laboratory demonstration of this reading technique. Large barcode printed on the back of checks. This system employs a binary code requiring THC presence of 2 bits of information from a total of 5 to represent each character. Printed 7 to the inch. Each code, with its Arabic equivalent, requires 2 inches in the vertical direction. The bars are spaced % of an inch apart to achieve THC widest tolerances of any of the pattern systems. Its size precludes printing any place but on the back of the check, thus requiring a two-side printing operation. This system has been in successful but limited productive operation for more than 6 months, with various sized checks passed through the usual banking channels that were first printed by some 53 different printers. The subcommittee has witnessed a demonstration of this technique. Arabic characters. Printers ink character recognition of information printed in conventional printers. Ink employs the use of optical reading techniques. While there are a variety of such techniques, in principle they employ some form of scanning device which differentiates between light and dark to determine optically the shape of a character. Thus a blot of ink, a pen stroke, or a teller's stamp press on any character will very frequently cause a reject. While it may be possible virtually to design out errors, it appears that such design may be prohibitively expensive. 13. The light absorption qualities of paper and the contrast of printing to background are also factors which present design and operating problems in this technique. While this is the most classical system, there is reason to believe that the degree of mutilation and defacement to which checks are subjected in the normal collection channels makes it impractical, from a standpoint of reject and possible errors, for some time in the future. Its dimensional tolerances are greater than any of the code SYS TEMs. Individual members of the sub-committee have witnessed variations of this technique in operation. Magnetic ink. This technique in principle employs the salient features of both character and pattern recognition. Data are printed in Arabic characters in almost conventional style, except that magnetic inks are used. Printing in magnetic ink overcomes problems of obliteration and mutilation which belabor optical character recognition SYS TEMs and the closed tolerance requirements 0F pattern systems. Hence the system offers all the advantages of both systems. The subcommittee has witnessed a laboratory demonstration of these techniques. Principal factors considered: Here are many factors to be considered in establishing the basis for evaluating the various machine languages which have been suggested for encoding information on checks. Before proceeding with selection of a common language, it would perhaps be well to consider a bit more in detail the more important of these factors. Accuracy, the accuracy with which data may be encoded on checks and subsequently read by both machines and humans is of paramount importance. Accuracy, in this instance at least, can be best measured by two factors: 1, the error rate, the number of items which the machine will read correctly, and 2, the rejection rate, the number of items which the machine will discard as not readable. From the beginning.g, the subcommit has pointed out that every check must be rejected where there is a failure of accurate reading. A fractional percentage of rejection is to be anticipated, but we must insist upon accuracy once your check has been accepted by the machine. Were it otherwise, the expense of isolating and correcting errors could substantially reduce the savings to be found in automation. The rejection rate varies somewhat among the various machine languages which have been suggested. We had hoped that this rate would not exceed % of 1, or 1 item in every 200 processed. Happily, it now appears conceivable that this rate may be improved, perhaps by a factor of as much as 10 at least with respect to one language. Tolerances, that is, the variations in the distance from one or more edges of the finished check to the encoded information, which is to be read mechanically, must be reasonable. Quite extensive studies of checks presently used throughout our banking system have been made, and meetings with check printers to discuss this problem have been held. These studies and discussions with the check printers covered the three major factors in check printing which affect tolerances: printing itself, and perforating and cutting the paper, the preciseness with which the check imprinter must place the encoded information upon the hex and cut or perforate them, will determine to a considerable extent whether he can economically imprint them upon his present equipment, or whether he must obtain and install new and more expensive equipment. Some codes require a far greater degree of accuracy on the part of the check printer than others. While many of the printers agree that this higher degree of accuracy can be attained, they have indicated that it will substantially increase the cost of check imprinting. To the preciseness of placing the encoded information on the check is added the problem of the accuracy of cutting and perforating the check once it has been printed, since either cutting or perforating the check defines the edge. Variations in these operations have a cumulative effect on the distance from the edge, or edges of the check to the encoded data. Inaccuracies in printing, cutting, and perforating, as they are done computers and automation today, add to greater tolerances than those permitted by some suggested languages. In addition to the above tolerance factors, post-printing of the amount and any other related information in a fixed location on the check within the tolerances required by the language, present a problem to the banks and manufacturers of the equipment. The preciseness with which the checks must be positioned in such equipment, in sorting equipment which will be used to sort them, and reading equipment used to read them, will have a material F.ct upon the cost of the equipment, as well as upon the dependability and accuracy which may be realized in its use. Our studies have convinced us that tolerances should not be less than plus or minus 1/8 of an inch. Printing automatic check handling, in any of its forms, will require each bank to encode all checks used by its customers. Since machine manufacturers are developing a variety of systems designed to accommodate the smaller banks, as well as the larger ones, any code or LAN gauge selected must not only fulfill the requirements of the entire banking industry, its customers, and the machine manufacturers, but it must also be one that check imprinters can handle on a practical and economical basis. The cost of such printing will be a major factor in determining the feasibility of adopting any automatic or semi-automatic procedure. Presumably a substantial number of the banks will feel that they are obligated to assume the major portion of the cost of imprinting the pre-qualified data. This cost may be substantially influenced not only by printing tolerances, but also by the use of special inks or a code that requires double IUNS or two different printing heads. -1 to imprint Arabic data on the check and the second to imprint the check with the C09.ed information. There are other factors to be considered, such as the durability of the printing, whether the accuracy of the printing is readily determinable, whether special equipment may be required for verification procedures, and whether the coded information is susceptible to obliteration or mutilation during the processing of the checks. It may be -14. Noted here that both check printers and banks are much more familiar with handling checks where such data as the transit numbers, routing symbols, check number, and custom ER's account number, particularly with respect to special checking accounts, are encoded on them in the form of Arabic characters, than they are with any other form of coding. Customer acceptance of the encoded check will depend considerably upon the appearance of the check itself, the ease with which it may be prepared on present office equipment, and the ease and convenience with which it may be read and verified by the customer. In respect to the latter point, it may be well to note that if the coded data are readily understandable by our customer, it may well serve to eliminate or at least reduce problems inherent in reconciliation procedures. If public acceptance were the only consideration in evaluating the various languages, then perhaps we would lean most heavily upon that manner of encoding which would in no way affect the present appearance of the check. Since this is not the case, however, we must carefully evaluate all of the advantages and disadvantages of each of the proposed languages and select that which will best enable us to render the most accurate and the Most economical service to our customers. Verification. The language select ed should be one which will permit the check printer, in the first instance, to readily verify his accuracy. Similarly, it should permit each processing bank to verify readily the accuracy of the validation of amount and other data subsequently added in the automatic system. The transition to mechanization will take place over an extended period, during which a language compatible with human recognition will be of inestimable value in manual procedures. Last, but not least, the language should be susceptible to ready interpretation by customers of the bank, and by personnel of the bank who are not necessarily trained in the automatic processing itself. Thus, since it is essential that any encoded information be humanly understandable, it must be written in Arabic as well as in a pattern, unless the Arabic characters themselves are to be read by machines. Costs must be carefully considered, not only in connection with the paper stock to be used, and the printing of the checks themselves, to which we have already referred, but also in connection with the processing equipment which banks will need to handle the checks. The cost of printing, encoding AMI processing equipment will be based upon the following factors. 1. Permissible tolerances in positioning the paper. 2. Types of inks required. 3. Number of printing runs required. 4. Whether decoding equipment is required for verification purposes. 5. Variations in thicknesses of paper stocks and check sizes. 6. Nature and extent of the circuitry required to read and to interpret the encoded data. Format. The format of the check must be such as to accommodate the information which must be encoded, regardless of the language. Select L. This information is of two types: that which may be pre-qualified, or pre-printed before the checks are given to the customer, such as the account number, the bank transit number, the routing symbol, and possibly the check number, if similar automatic equipment is to be used to reconcile checks, and that which may be imprinted by the banks during processing, such as the amount, a transaction code to differentiate between debits and credits, etc., and a date or block identification number. An area must be reserved in the same location on all checks, regardless of size, for each of these items, if they are to be processed automatically throughout the banking system. The size of each field, that is, the maximum number of characters of information to be accommodated, may have to be fixed, as well as the location. Certainly this is true of such data as the amount, etc., if various banks are to validate each other's checks. Careful thought has been given to the possibility of placing encoded data upon the reverse side of the check. Because of the additional costs of printing in this manner, and the difficulties inherent in turning checks over to read or verify data so printed, this plan has been magnetic rejected. It follows, then, that it will be necessary to make some alterations in the present format of our checks. Space requirements of some of the language patterns have a material effect on the degree of such changes, and actually limit the minimum sizes of checks that may be used. Mutilation and obliteration. The susceptibility to mutilation and obliteration will have a material effect upon the error and rejection rates in processing checks. This can be a most important point, since, as we have experienced with PTL and CH card accounting systems, a high mutilation or rejection rate can defeat the objectives which we hope to gain through the introduction of automatic equipment. It can lead to a stream of exceptions which must be handled manually. Therefore, the language that is selected must be one where the inks used are durable, where the reading accuracy of the equipment will not be influenced by foreign marking or substances, which are subsequently placed upon the check by the customer or banks during processing, or to which checks are exposed when they are in the hands of the public. The ideal language is one which, so far as the reading equipment is concerned, cannot be altered by pencil or ink markings, adhesive stamps, mending tapes, and exposure to such foreign substances as oils and greases. It is hardly practical to attempt, in this report, to enumerate all of the factors serving as a basis for the evaluation of a common machine language for the electronic processing of CHCKs. The subcommittee, for more than 2 years, has been studying all of the ramifications and technicalities involved in such an evaluation. Since to itemize all the points that were considered would materially increase the size of this report, we have, in the interest of brevity, confined ourselves merely to outlining briefly the more important factors which were given the most careful attention. Reasons for selecting: magnetic character recognition. After very careful consideration, of all the factors involved, the subcommittee respectfully recommends the adoption of magnetic ink character recognition as the common 15 language most suitable for check handling. Following are the subcommittee's findings with respect to the principal factors which were considered in the evaluation of the common 18 languages. Accuracy: the subcommittee has attended sufficient laboratory demonstrations to convince it that magnetic ink characters of approximately typewriter size are capable of being read at least as accurately, both as to error rate and rejection rate, and as fast as any other language which has been suggested. Experiments to date have indicated an error rate of 1 in 100,000, and it is reasonable to expect that this rate will be further improved. Tolerances: printing tolerance requirements, including those for the actual printing processes, and for cutting and for perforating, are not as stringent using magnetic ink character recognition as they are with the other languages studied. In fact, the present state of the character recognition art, as demonstrated to the subcommittee, indicates that permissible tolerances of perhaps as much as plus or minus % will be acceptable to the reading equip NL. Another serious printing tolerance that of obtaining uniform ink COV. Errage has been demonstrated as solved by the development of red ink equipment that will accept and recognize both lightly and darkly inked characters. This will prove to be a marked advantage in that it will permit a latitude in post-printing equipment needed to encode the checks with the amount and related data. Printing, with the wide toler ANSYS allowable under the magnetic ink character recognition system. Both large and small equipment now used in the printing trade can be utilized for pre-printing or pre-qualification purposes. Though a special ink is required, it is relatively inexpensive, and it permits printing the code in a single run. As the use of magnetic ink is not necessarily restricted to the printing of the coded information, this LAN gauge may permit an entire stock check to be prepared with one inking. As to post-printing, or the affixing of additional information such as dollar amounts to checks after their receipt at a bank, it has been demonstrated that present office machines including the common type writer can be used to print magnetic ink characters with excellent reading results. This fact, combined with the wide tolerances in locating the encoded data and in the density of the inks used, minimizes the very serious problem of being able to post-print inexpensively information that will register correctly in the reading operation, and also be compatible with the pre-printed information. It should be noted that the accuracy of both pre-printing and post-printing is readily determinable by orthodox methods, no special verification equipment being required as in the case of some of the other LAN gauges studied. Customer acceptance, magnetic ink character recognition will require some changes in check format, which will result in a change in appearance of the checks. In the opinion of the subcommittee, changes in appearance which will result from the use of magnetic ink character recognition will not prove to be as objectionable as some of the LAN gauges studied, if due consideration is given to the ease with which checks may be prepared on present office equipment, particularly by customers who may wish to use new automatic equipment in processing and reconciling checks, and the ease and convenience with which the code are be read and verified by all. The subcommittee believes that this language will prove to be the most acceptable of those studied. Verification: the fact that the recommended language utilizes common Arabic numerals eliminates the need for correlating a code with printed characters. Verification of pre-printed information is, for printers, exactly the same as any proofreading or other similar checking operation now performed. As to post-printed data, verification procedures will consist of reading or calling back as they do at the present time. Although the other languages studied provided for the printing of the code in Arabic numerals for human recognition, as well as in the pattern required for machine reading, we have no assurance that variations will not occur between the Arabic character and its computers and automation presentation in the code, which will result in errors that may be extremely difficult to locate. Costs: considering costs, proper Emphasis must be placed upon operating expenses, as well as the capital investment for equipment. The subcommittee in its studies has found that 1. The much wider tolerances permitted by magnetic character recognition will enable large and small printing concerns to continue to use their current equipment for the production of checks, thus eliminating the need for new and more expensive equipment and a high degree of preciseness in cutting and perforating checks. This will serve to minimize printing costs. 2. Magnetic inks will be no more costly than other types of special inks. 3. Checks may be imprinted in a single run and with one inking. 4. No special decoding equipment is required for verification per POES. 5. Variations in thicknesses of paper stocks and check sizes will be limited only by the mechanical devices required to handle the paper itself. The language used will have little or no effect upon them. 6. While the nature and extent of the circuitry required to read Arabic numerals may be, in the first instance, somewhat more expensive than that used to read some of the other languages suggested, this additional expense will be more than offset by a reduction in the C/T of the mechanical equipment which would otherwise be required to position more precisely the paper for both pre-printing and post-printing operations, as well as by substantial reductions in continuing expenses for imprinting, processing, and verification operations. Format as we have already indicated. The use of magnetic ink character recognition will require some changes in check format. These changes will not be as radical as that required by some of the languages studied. There are but 3 ways to avoid these. 1. The use of an invisible code. 2. The use of a carrier which could be detached after processing the check. 3. Placement of the language on the back of the check. 16. Again, as we have already pointed out, the use of an invisible code will require special equipment for reading and verification processes. Since it will not be susceptible to human recognition, it will serve to complete pre-printing, post-printing, and proving operations. To meet this objection, coded data can also be printed on the check in Arabic numerals for the use of humans, but the advantage of invisible inks is then lost, since changes in format will be required to accommodate these numerals. Furthermore, 2 separate runs, or a double run, must be made to imprint such data with 2 different inks. If a carrier is used to carry the coded data through the various processing steps, then additional equipment must be used which will attach this carrier to the check or enclose it, as the case may be, and subsequently detach the check or remove it from the enclosure. Because of the cost of such equipment and the additional operating steps that its use necessitates, the subcommittee has not deviated from its originally announced requirement that the check should be its own carrier. As stated earlier, the subcommittee rejected the suggestion that the language be placed upon the back of the check because of the additional costs for both printing and printing data in this manner, and the difficulties that it would present to printers, bank personnel, and bank customers in reading and verifying the encoded data. As a part of the concentrated effort to study and evaluate all of the proposed languages and their effect on check formats, the subcommittee analyzed the type and style of check imprinting for 138.162 accounts. It was found that 45,747 accounts, or 33%, used checks individualized in some way. Of this number, 21,298, or 15.4%, were held by businesses, while the remaining 24,449 accounts, or 17.7%, were held by individuals. Of the total of 138,162 accounts observed, 1,125, or 0.81% of the total, or 2.4% of the imprinted checks, used cuts on the imprinted checks. The remainder of the checks were either set in type or were printed by multilith. Also included in this study was the amount of space by area on the check available for printing a visible common machine language. Counted on page 44. Glossary of terms in the field of computers and automation. 4th edition, cumulative, as of September 10, 1956. The following is a glossary of terms and expressions used in the field of computers and automation. The purpose of this glossary is to report or indicate the meanings of terms as used. This glossary draws from previously published glossaries, and from discussions of glossaries and the making of them. The last edition was published in the January 1956 issue of Computers and Automation. Since that issue has now been exhausted, and is out of print, we are printing a revised and slightly expanded glossary in this issue of Computers and Automation. As always, additions, comments, corrections, and criticisms are invited. A. Absolute Address Digital Computer Program. Ming. The label assigned by the MAHI-NIDA signer to a specific register or location in the storage. Absolute coding that uses absolute addresses. ACN ending that means automatic compute, as in ENIAC, CC, etc. Access time digital computers. 1. The time interval between the instant at which the arithmetic unit calls for information from the IO-only unit and the instant at which the information is delivered from storage to the arithmetic unit. T2. The time interval between the instant at which the arithmetic unit starts to send information to the memory unit and the instant T at which the storage of the information MTHEMEM or a unit is completed. In analog computers, the value at time t of each dependent variable e represented in the problem is usually immediately accessible when the value of the independent t variable is at time t, and otherwise not accessible. Accumulator digital computers. 1. A unit in a digital computer where numbers are totally that is, accumulated. 2. A register in the arithmetic unit of a digital computer where the result of arithmetical or logical operations first produced. Often the accumulator stores one quantity, and upon receipt of any SEC0 ND quantity, it forms the sum of the first and the second quantities and stores that instead. Sum times the accumulator is able to perform other operations upon a stored quantity in its regis, such as sensing, shifting, complementing, etc. Accuracy correctness, or freedom from error 0R. Accuracy contrasts with precision, for example. A 4-place table, correctly computed, is accurate, while a 6-place table containing an error is more precise but not accurate. 17. Acoustic memory computers. Computer memory, which uses a sonic delay line, one which employs a train of pulses in the molecules of a medium such as mercury or quartz. Adder computers. A device that can form the sum of two quantities delivered to it. Exam PIES. R, an accumulator, a differential gearsum, Bly, etc. Address digital computers. A label, name, 0R. Number identifying a register, a location, or a device where information is stored. See also absolute address, floating address, relative address, symbolic address. Addressed memory digital computers. The sections of the memory where each individual register bears an address. In storage on magnetic tape, usually only blocks of a number of items of information have addresses, and an individual item does not have an individual IDUA1 address associated with it. Allocate digital computer programming to assign storage locations to the main routines and subroutines, thereby fixing the absolute values of any symbolic addresses. Alphabetic coding, a system of abbreviation used in preparing information for input in T0. A machine, such that information may be reported not only in numbers but also in letters and words. For example, Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Delphia, Washington, may in alphabetic coding be reported as BS, New York, PH, WA. Some computers will not accept alphabetic coding but require all abbreviations to be numerical, in which case these places might be coded as 0, 1 _ 2, 3. Amplifier, a device for increasing the amplitudes of electric waves or impulses by means of the control exercised by the input to the amplifier, over the power supplied to the output of the amplifier by a connected source of energy. See also buffer amplifier, torque amplifier. Analog, using physical variables, such as distance or rotation or voltage, or measurements of similar physical quantities, to represent and correspond with numerical variables that occur in a computation, contrasted with dig. Ital. Analog computer, a computer which calculates by using physical analogs of the variables. Usually a one-to-one correspondence exists between each numerical variable occurring in the problem and a varying physical measurement. In the analog computer analyzer, see differential analyzer, network analyzer. Computers and automation and logic. A logical operator which has the varied actions, such as the relative movement T. Prop, Rudy, that if P and Q are two statements of a valve, so that the process is controlled, then the statement P and Q is true or false as desired, for example, a flyball governor on. Precisely according to the following table of a steam engine, an automatic pilot. Possible combinations: automatic programming -- digital computer program. PQP and Q. False false false. False true false. True false false. True true true. The AND operator is oft represented by a centered dot, dot, or by no sign as in PQ. And circuits. A pulse circuit with 2 input wires and 1 output wire, which has the property that the output wire gives a pulse. If and only if both of the 2 input wires receive pulses. Also called a gate circuit. Arithmetic check, a check of a computation MAC. In use of arithmetical properties of the C0M. Computation, for example, checking the multiplication AXB by comparing it with BXA. Arithmetic operation, an operation in which numerical quantities form the elements of the calculation. Such operations include the fundamental operations of arithmetic, which are addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Arithmetic shift the multiplication or division of a quantity by a power of the base of notation. For example, since 1011 represents 11. In binary notation, the result of 2 arithmetic shifts to the left is 100 and 1100, which represents 44. Arithmetic unit digital computers. The section of the hardware of a computer where arithmetical and logical operations are performed on information. Asynchronous computer, digital computers. An automatic computer where the performance of any operation starts as a result of a signal hat. The previous operation has been completed, contrasted with synchronous computer, which see automatic carriage punch card machines. A typewriting carriage, which is automatically controlled by information and program so as to feed forms or continuous paper, space, skip, eject, tabulate, etc. It may produce any desired style of presentation of information 0n on separate forms or on continuous paper. Automatic checking computers. Provision, construct in hardware, for automatically verifying the information, transmitted, manipulated, or stored by any device or unit of the computer. Automatic checking is complete when every process in the machine is automatically checked. Otherwise it is partial. The term extent of automatic checking means either 1. The relative proportion of machine processes which are checked, or 2. The relative proportion of machine hardware devoted to checking. Automatic computer, a computer which automatically handles long sequences of reasonable operations with information. Automatic controller, a device which controls a process by 1. Automatically receiving measurements of one or more physical variables of the process, 2. Automatically performing a calculation, and 3. Automatically issuing suitably. 18. Ming. Any technique whereby the computer itself is used to transform programming from a form that is easy for a human being to produce into a form that is efficient for the computer to carry out. Examples of automatic programming are compiling routines, interpretive routines, etc. Automation 1. Process or result of render in G. Machine, a self-acting or self-moving rendering. Automatic. 2. Theory or art or technique of making a device or a machine or an industrial process more fully automatic. 3. Making automatic the process of moving pieces of work from One machine tool to the next. Available machine time that a com put er. Has the power turned on, is not under maintenance. And is known or believed to be operating correctly. Average calculating operation a common or tip. Equal calculating operation longer than an add. Addition and shorter than a multiplication, often taken as the mean of 9 additions and 0 any. Multiplication. Base numbers. 10 in the decimal notation of numbers, 2 in the binary notation of number. Pairs, 8 in octal notation, and in general. The radix in any SL of notation for numbers. Bias electronic circuits. The average DC voltage maintained between the cathode and control grid of a vacuum tube. Binary involving the integer 2. For example, the binary number system uses 2 as its base of notation. A binary choice is a choice between two alternatives, a binary operation is one that combines two quantities. Binary cell an element that can have one or other of two stable states or positions and so can store a unit of information. Binary ode computer. 1. A sequence of symbols consisting of L's and D's, the digits of the binary notation, which represents a letter, digit, or other character in a computer. 2. A system of such symbols and the rules for association. IIting them. Binary coded decimal notation, one of many systems of writing numbers in which each decimal digit of the number is expressed by a different code written in binary digits. For example, the decimal digit 0 may be represented by the code 0011, the decimal digit 1 may be represented by the code 0100, etc. Binary DGT. A DGT in the binary SCL0F notation. This digit may be only 0, 0, 0 R, 1, 1. It is equivalent to an on condition, or an off condition, a yes or a no, etc. Binary notation. The writing of numbers in the scale of 2. The first dozen numbers 0 to 11 are written 0, 1, 10, 11, 100, 100, and 1110. 1000, 1001, 1010, 1011. The positions of the digits designate powers of 2, thus 1010 means 1 times 2 cubed or 8, 0 times 2 squared or 4, 1 times 2 to the first power or 2, and 0 times 2 to the 0 power or 1. This is equal to 1/8 pi us and 0. 4s plus 1 2 plus no 1s, which is 10. Glossary. Binary number. A number written in binary. Note a buffer circuits. 1. An isolating circuit used. Binary point. In a binary number, the point which marks the place between integral powers of 2 and fractional powers of 2, analogous to the decimal point in a decimal number. Thus, 10.101 means 4, 1/2, and 1/8. Binary to decimal conversion. The mathematical 1. Process of converting a number written in binary notation to the equivalent number written in ordinary decimal notation. Biquinary notation. Numbers. A scale of notation in which the base is alternately 2 and 5. For example, the number 3671 in decimal notation is 0 3 11 12 0 1 in biquinary notation. The first of each pair of digits counts 0 or 1 units of 5, and the second counts 0, 2, 3, or 4 units. For comparison, the same num are in Roman numerals ismtlc. Bequinera nota. Shin expresses the representation of num rs by the abacus, and by the 2 hands and 5 fingers of man, and has been used in some automatic computers. Bit, a binary digit, a smallest unit of information, a yes or a no, a single pulse in a group of pulses. Block 1. Digital computers. A group of consecutive machine words considered or transferred as a unit, particularly with reference to input and output. 2. Digital computer programming. In a programmed flowchart, an assembly of boxes, each box representing a logical unit of computer programming, see box. Boolean algebra. An algebra like ordinary algebra, but dealing instead with classes, propositions, on-off circuit elements, etc., associated by operators and, or, not, except, if then, etc., and permitting computations and demonstration, as in any mathematical system, in use of symbols efficient in calculation. This algebra was named after George Boole, fam. Us English mathematician, 1815 to 1864. Boolean calculus - Boolean algebra modified to include time, thereby providing an algebra or calculus for states and events, additional operators such as after, while, happen, delay, before, classes whose members change over time, circuit elements whose on-off state changes from time to time such as delay lines, flops, and sequential circuits, so-called step functions, and their combinations, etc. Boolean function. A mathematic function in Boolean algebra. Examples of common functions are C equals A or B equals AB, comma dot, C equals A and B equals AB, C equals not A equals A. C, A except B equals A, B, C equals neither A nor B equals A 0 B I. Bootstrap - digital computer programming. The coded instructions at the beginning of an input tape, together with 1 or 2 instructions insert by switches or buttons into the computer, used to put a routine into the computer box. Digital computer programming. In a programming flowchart, a logical unit of computer programming surrounded by a rectangle and treated as a unit, often identified by requiring transfer of the instructions referred to there into and out of the rapid memory of the computer. Breakpoint - digital computer programming. A point in a routine at which the computer may, under the control of a manually set switch, be stopped for an operator's check of the progress of the routine. -19. To avoid any reaction of a driven circuit upon the corresponding driving circuit. T2. ACIR. Quit having an output and a multiplicity of inputs so designed that the output is energized whenever one or more inputs are energized. Thursday. A buffer performs the circuit function which is equivalent to the logical or, which see buffer storage. Digital computers. 1. Equipment. Linked to an input device, in which information is assembled from external storage and stored, ready for transfer to internal storage. 2. Equipment linked to an output device into which information is transmitted from internal storage and held for transfer to external storage. Computation continues while transfers between buffer storage and external storage take place. Bus 1. Digital computers. A path over which information is transferred, from any of several sources to any of several destinations. 2. L. Electrical circuits. An electrical conductor, capable of carrying a large amount of current. A trunk, a heavy wire, line, or lead. Call in digital computer programming. 2. Transfer control of a digital computer temporarily from a main routine to a subroutine, which is inserted in the sequence of calculating operations temporarily to fulfill a subsidiary purpose. Call number digital computer programming. A set of characters identifying a subroutine, and containing information concerning parameters to be inserted in the subroutine, or information to be used in generating the subroutine, or information related to the operands. Call word digital computer programming. A call number which fills exactly one machine word. Capacity digital computer arithmetic. 1. The number of digits or characters which may regularly be processed in a computer, as in the. Capac IT is 10 decimal dig IT numbers. 2. The upper and lower limits of the numbers which may regularly be handled in a computer, as the cap. ACIT of the computer is plus 0.0000000001 T0. 0.999999999. Quantities which are beyond the capacity of the computer usually interrupt its operation in some way. Card computers. A card of constant size and shape, adapted for being punched in a pattern which has meaning. The punched holes are sensed electrically by wire brushes, mechanically by metal fingers, or electrically. Also call ED. Punch card. 1 RF. The standard PUH cards, made by International Business Machines Corporation, is 7 and 3/8 inches long by 3 1/4 inches wide and contains 80 columns in each of which any one of 12 positions may be punched. Card column, punch card machines. 1 of a number. Burr of columns, 45, 80, or 90, in a punch card, into which information is entered by punches. Card feed, punch card machines. A mechanism which moves cards one by one into a machine. Card field punch card machines. A set of card columns fixed as to number and position, into which the same item of information is regularly entered. For example, purchase order numbers of 5 decimal digits might be punched regularly into the card field consisting of card columns 11 to 15. Card stacker punch card machines. A mechanism. Computers and automation that stacks cards in a pocket or bin after they have passed through a machine. Sometimes called card hopper. Card reader punch card machines. A mechanism that causes the information in cards to be read, usually by passing them under copper wire brushes or across metal fingers. Card punch card machines. A mechanism which punches cards, or a machine which punches cards according to a program. Carry arithmetic. 1. The digit to be taken to the next higher column, and there added, w.hn. The sum of the digits in one column equals 0 r. Exceeds the number base. 2. The process of transferring the carry DGT to the next higher column. Cascade control computers. An automatic control system in which control units are associated in A sequence, where each control unit regulates the operation of the next control unit in the sequence. Cathode ray tube 1. Digital computers. A large electronic vacuum tube with a screen for visual plot or display of output in graphic form by means of a proportionally deflected beam of electrons. 2. Digital computer storage. A large electronic vacuum tube containing a screen on which information, expressed in pulses in a beam of electrons from the cathode, is stored by means of the presence or absence of spots bearing electrostatic charges. This capacity usually is from 256 to 1024 spots. Cell digital computers. Storage for 1 unit of information, usually 1 character or 0 any machine word. More specific terms, column location, block, are preferable since the RE is little uniformity in the use of the term. Cell. Channel, digital computers. 1. A path ion 9. Which information, particularly a series S of digits or characters or units of information, may flow or be stored. For example, in the machine known as a punch card reproducer, information, in the form of punch cards, may flow in either one of 2 card channels which do not physically connect. 2. Magnetic tape or MAG. Magnetic drums. A path parallel to the edge of the tape or drum along which information may be stored by means of the presence or absence of polarized spots, singly or in sets. 3. Delay line memory such as a mercury tank. A CIR. Killer path forward through the delay line MEM. Ori and back through electrical circuits along which a pattern of pulses representing information may be stored. Character digital computers. 1. A decimal digit 0 to 9, or a letter A to Z, either capital or lowercase, or a punctuation symbol, or any other single symbol, such as appear on the keys of a typewriter, which a machine may take in, store, or put out. 2. A representation of such a symbol in a pattern of ones and zeros representing a pattern of positive and neg at IVE pulses or states. Check digit dash dot colon. 1 or more digits carried ion G. WITH a machine word, i.e., a unit item of IN. Formation handled by the machine, which report information about the other digits in the word, in such fashion that if a single error occurs, excluding 2 compensating errors, the check will fail and give rise to an error alarm sig. 20. NAL. For example, the check digit may be a if the sum of other digits in the word is odd, and the check digit may be 1 if the sum of auth digits in the word is even. Circulating memory digital computers. A device using a delay line which stores information in a train of pulses or waves, as a pattern of the presence or absence of such pulses, WHERE. The pattern of pulses. Issuing at the final end of the delay line is detected electrically amplified, reshaped, and reinserted in the delay line at the beginning end. Clamping circuit electronic CIRs. A CIR quit which maintains steadily either one of the 2 amplitude extremes of an electronic wave form. Clear, verb, digital computers. To replace in formation in a register by 0 as X phrase said. In the number system employed. Clock frequency digital computers. The master. Frequency of periodic pulses which schedules the operation of the computer. Closed subroutine digital computer programming. A subroutine with the following property is 1. 1T is stored separately from the main row. Tine, 2, at the proper POINT in the main row. Tine a jump instruction transfers control T0. The beginning of the subroutine I, 3, at the end of the subroutine, another jump ins TRUCT ion. Transfers control back to the proper point IN. The main routine. Code, noun, computers. A system of symbols for representing information in a computer and the rules for associating them. Code, verb, computers. To express information, particularly problems, in language acceptable to a specific computer. Coded decimal, adjective, computers. A for M. Of notation by which each decimal digit separ 8ly is converted into a pat Rn of in art. Ones and zeros. For example, in the 8-4-2-1 coded decimal notation, the number 12 EIS represented as 000100010 for 1, 2, whereas in pure binary notation it is represented as 1100. Other coded decimal notations are known as 5, 4-2-1 XS3, 2-4-2-1, etc. Coded decimal digit. A decimal digit which is expressed by a pattern of 4 or more 0 NES and zeros. Coded program. A program which has been expressed in the code for a computer. Coder. A person who translates a sequence of instructions for an automatic computer to solve a problem into the precise codes acceptable to the machine. Coding. The one is in computer code of the successive computer operations required to carry out a given routine or subroutine or solve a given problem. Coding line, a single command or instruction written usually on 11ine, in a code for a computer to solve a problem. Collate, to combine two sequences of items of information in any way such that the same sequence is observed in the combined sequence. For example, sequence 12, 29, 42 and sequence 23, 24, 48 may be collated into 12, 23, 24, 29, 42, 48. More generally, to combine two or more similarly ordered sets of items to produce and zero the ordered set compass D of information from the original sets. Both the number of items and glossary, the size of the individual items in the resultation to the base n, by one of the FOIL ONG rules. A. Complement on n, subtract each digit of the given quantity from NL, add unity to the rightmost digit, not 0 and p form all resultant carries. For example, the 2s complement of binary 11010 is 00110, the tens complement of decimal 679 is 321. B. Complement on NL, subtract each digit of the given quantity from NL. For example, the ones complement of binary 11010 is 00101, the n in ES complement of decimal 679 is 320. The complement is frequently employed in computers to represent the negative of the given quantity. Ing set may differ from those of either of the original sets and of their sum. Collator punch card machines. A machine which has 2 card feeds, 4 card pockets, and 3 stations at which a card may be compared or sequenced with regard to other cards, so as to determine the pocket into which it is to be placed. The machine is particularly useful for matching detail cards with master cards, for merging cards in proper sequence into a FI1A of cards, etc. Column 1. Writing. The place or position of a character or a digit in a word, or other unity of information. 2. Computers. One of the char actors or digit positions in a positional notation representation of a unit of information. Columns are usually numbered from right to left, 0 being the rightmost column if there is no decimal, or binary, or other point, or the column immediately to the left of the point if there is one. 3. Arithmetic. A position or place in a number, such as 3876, written in a scale of notation, corresponding to a given power of the radix. The digit located in any particular column is the coefficient of the corresponding power of the radix, thus, 8in. The foregoing example is the coefficient oflow 02. Command a pulse, signal, or set of signals initiating one step in the performance of a computer operation. Comparator 1. Circuits. A circuit which pairs 2 signals and supplies an indication of agreement or disagreement, or a mechanism by means of which 2 items of information may be compared in certain respects, and a signal given depending on whether they are equal 1 or unequal. 2. Computers. A device for comparfuge 2 different transcriptions of the same formation to verify agreement or determine a disagreement. Comparison, computers. The act of comparing, and, usually, acting on the result of the comparison. The common forms are comparis 0 and 0f. 2 numbers for identity, comparison 0f2. Numbers for relative magnitude, and comparison of 2 signs plus or minus. Compiler digital computer programming. A program-making routine, which produces a specific program for a particular problem by the following process. 1. Determining the intended meaning of an element of information expressed in pseudocode. 2. Selecting or generating I.E, calculating from parameters and skeleton instructions, the required subroutine, forming the subroutine into specific coding for the specific problem, assigning specific MEM or registers, etc., and entering it as an element of the problem program. 4. Maintaining a record of the subroutines used and their position in the problem program, and 5. Continuing to the next element of information in pseudo code. Compiling routine computers. A routine by means of which a computer can itself construct the program to solve a problem by assembling, fitting together, and copying other programs stored in its library of routines. SAM-EAS. Compiler, WHJCHC. Complement, arithmetic. A quantity WHICS. Derived from a given quantity, expressed in odd. 21. Complete operation computers. A calculating operation which includes 1. Obtaining all the Numbers entering into the operation out of the memory, 2. Making the calculation, 3. Putting the results back into the memory, and 4. Obtaining the next instruction. Computer 1. A machine which is able to calculate or compute, that is, which will perform sequences of reasonable operations with information, mainly arithmetical and logical operations. 2. More generally, any device which is capable of accepting information, applying definite reasonable processes to the information, and supplying the results of these processes. Computing machinery which is able to take in and give out information, perform reasonable operations with the information, and store information. Computer code computers. The code expressing the operations built into the hardware of the computer. Computer operation computers. The electronic, mechanical, or other physical operation 0F. Hardware in a computer resulting from any instruction to the computer. Conditional computers. Subject to the result of a comparison made during computation, subject to human intervention. Conditional breakpoint instruction digital computer programming. A conditional jump instruction which, if some specified switch ISSET, will cause the computer to stop, after which either the routine may be continued as coded or a JLLLP to another routine may be directed. Conditional transfer of control digital compute. ERS. A computer instruction which when reached in the course of a program will cause the computer either to continue with the next instruction in the original sequence or to transfer control to another stated instruction, depending on a condition regarding some property of a number or numbers which has then been determined. Contents, digital computers. The information stored in any part of the computer memory. The symbol is often used to indicate the contents of, for example, M indicates the contents of the storage location whose address is M. Control, verb, digital computers. To direct the sequence of execution of the instructions to a computer. Control circuits, digital computers. The CIR quits which affect the carrying out of instructions in proper sequence. Control register digital computers. The REG register which stores the current instruction governing the operation of the computer for a cycle. Computers and automation. Control sequence digital computers. The normal cyclic shift computer arithmetic. A shift of sequence of selection of computer instructions, the digits of a number, or the characters of for execution. In some computers, 10F the a word, in which digits removed from one end. Addresses in each instruction specifies the of the word are inserted in the same sequence. Control sequence. In most other computers the at the other end F the word, in circular FMH. Sequence is consecutive except where a JUMP occurs. Control unit digital computers. That portion of the hardware of an automatic digital C0M computer which directs the sequence of operations, interprets the coded instructions, and initiates the proper signals to the computer circuits to execute the instructions. Converter, a machine which changes information in one kind of language acceptable to a machine into corresponding information in another kind of language acceptable to a machine. 4x. Ample, a machine which takes in information expressed in punch cards and produces the same information expressed in magnetic tape, ISA. Converter. Often the machine possesses lim. I-fed computing face ITIs, spoken of as EDIT. ing facilities. Copy digital computers. To transfer information stored in one memory register into another MEM or E register, leaving unchanged the information in the first register, and replacing whatever was previously stored in the second register. Counter, a mechanism which either totals digital numbers, or allows digital numbers to be increased by ADDLT ions of 1 in any column of the number. It is also able to be reset T0. 0. CRT cathode ray tube. Crippled leapfrog test digital computer programming. A variation of the leapfrog test described below, modified so that it repeats its tests from a single set of storage 10 cations and does not leap. Cybernetics 1. The comparative study of the control and the internal communication of information handling machines and the central nervous systems of animals and men, in order to understand better the functioning of brains and communication. 2. The study of the art of the pilot or steersman. Cycle verb computers. To repeat a set of operations a specified number of times, including, when required, supplying necessary memory cation address changes by arithmetic processes, or by means of a hardware device SUC has a cycle counter. Cycle, noun, 1. A set of operations repeat d as a unit. 2. Computers. The smallest period of time or complete process of action that is repeated in order. In some computers, minor cycles and major cycles are distinguished. 3. Computer arithmetic. A shift of the digits of a number such that digits removed from one end of the word are inserted in sequence at the outer end of the word, in circular fashion. Cycle criterion digital computer programming. The total number of times that a cycle is to be repeated, or the register which stores that number. Cycle index digital computer programming. The number of times a cycle has been executed, 0 the difference, or the negative of the difference between that number and the number of repetitions desired. Cycle reset digital computer programming. The returning of a cycle index to its initial value. 22. Damping, a property that may be present in electrical circuits, mechanical systems, etc. UHC prevents rapid or excessive ions, which are likely to lead to 1n-111 tie or excessive oscillations, for example, a resistor across the terminals of a pulse transformer, or a moving Mechanica element, SCH as data plunger, in viscous 011, results in damping. Data computers. Any facts or information, PAR, particularly as taken in, operated on, or put out by a computer or other machine for handling in formation. Data processing, handling information in a sequence of reasonable operations. Data processor, a machine for handling information in a sequence of reasonable operations. Data reduction, conversion of a large quantity of raw test information or experimentally obtained data into a small quantity of useful summarizing information, as for example, Verting the information contained in a moving picture record of the drop of a bomb from a plane onto a target into a tabular summary of its mathematical path of fall as a function of time. DC dump digital computers. The condition resulting when direct current power is withdrawn from a computer which uses volatile storage, i.e., loss of information stored in such store. Debug computers. To isolate and remove MA1 functions from a computer or mistakes from a program. Decade a group of 10, for example, a decade. Counter will count to 10 in one column n or place of a decimal number. Decimal digit 1 of the symbols 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 when used in numbering in the scale, f of 10. Two of these digits, 0 and 1, are 0. Course also binary digits when used in numeration in the scale of 2. Decimal notation the writing of quantities in the scale of 10. Decimal point in a decimal number, point that marks the place between integral and fractional powers of 10. Decimal to binary conversion mathematical process of converting a number written in the scale of 10 into the same number written in the scale of 2. Decision element circuits. A circuit which performs a logical operation, such as and, or, not or except, on 1, 2, or several binary digits of input information representing yes or no, and expresses the result in its output. Delay line computers. A device which stores information in a train of pulses or waves, and as a pattern of the presence or absence of such waves. An example of a delay line in everyday life is an echo, the air and a reflecting wall momentarily store a train of sound waves. In a computer delay line, the medium may be mercury, the container a pipe, and the pulses is SU1 and G. Glossary. The final end may be detected electrically amplified, reshaped, and reinserted at the beginning end. Diagnostic routine digital computer programming. A specific routine designed to locate either a malfunction in the computer or a mistaken coding. Diagram digital computer programming. A schematic representation of a sequence of subroutines designed to solve a problem. It is a less detailed and less symbolic representation than a flowchart, and frequently includes descriptions in English words. Differential analyzer and analog compute are designed particularly for solving or analyzing many types of differential equations. Differentiator analog computers. A DVC, whose output signal is proportional to the derivative of an input signal. Digit 1. One of the symbols 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, used in numbering in the scale of 10. 2. One of these symbols and sometimes also letters expressing integral values ranging from 0 to NL inclusive, used in a scale of numbering to the base n. Digital using numbers expressed in digits and in a scale of notation, in order to represent all the variables that occur in a problem. Digital computer, a computer which calculates using numbers expressed in digits and yes and no's expressed usually in 1's and o's, to represent all the variables that occur in a problem. Digitize to change an analog measurement of a physical variable into a number expressed in digits in a scale of notation. Double precision digital computers. Having twice as many digits as the quantities normally handled in the computer. For example, in the case of a desk calculator, regularly H and 1 ing 10 place decimal numbers, computation with 20 place numbers by keeping track of the 10 place fragments, is double precision computation. Downtime computer operation. Time when a computer is malfunctioning, or not operating correctly, due to machine failure. DWMNY Digital Computer Programming. An artificial address, instruction, or other Unit 0F. Information inserted solely to fulfill prescribed conditions, such as word length or B10CK length, without affecting operations. Dump 1. Computer operation. To WI tell all power accidentally or intentionally. 2. DGT. Al computer programming. To transfer all or part of the contents of one section of compute memory into another section. Dump check, a check which usually consists of adding all the digits during dumping, and verifying the sum when retransferring. Duplication check, a check which requires that the results of two independent performances, either concurrently on duplicate equipment or at a later time on the same equipment, of the same operation, be identical. Dynamic memory computers. Memory or storage, such that information at a certain position is changing over time and so is not always available instantly, for example, acoustic delay. Line memory or magnetic drum memory. Dynamic storage computers. Same as dynamic memory, which see 23. Dynamic subroutine digital computer program. Derived. The computer itself is expected T0. Adjust or generate the subroutine according to the parametric values chosen. Ecclesiastes Jordan trigger electronic circuits. A direct coupled multivibrator CRUI possess two conditions of stable equilibrium, LSO. Known as a flip-flop circuit or electronic toggle GLE circuit. Echo checking, a system of seeking accuracy by reflecting the transmitted information back to the transmitter and comparing the reflected information TDTH that which was transmitted. Edit digital computer programming. To ARRNGE. Or rearrange information for the out PT unit to print. Editing may involve the decline of unwanted data, the selection of pertinent data, the insertion of invariant symbols, such as page numbers and type edit here characters, and the application of standard processes such as zero suppression. Education of a computers. Preparing and assembling programs for a computer so that the computer can itself put together many programs for many purposes. This greatly reduces the time required from human programmers to program the computer. Electric delay line and electrical transmission line containing lumped or distributed capacitive and inductive elements in which the velocity of propagation of electromagnetic energy is small compared with the velocity of light. Storage of information is accomplished by circulating wave patterns containing information, usually in binary form. Electric typewriter, a typewriter having an electric motor and the property that almost all the operations of the machine after the keys are touched by human fingers are performed by electric power instead of the power of human fingers and hands. Electronic, as contrasted with electric, in general, dealing with flows of small numbers of Electrons in a vacuum, as contrast TGTH flows. Of large numbers of electrons along conductors, but the term electronic also includes flows of electrons in semiconducting devices, such as transistors and diodes, and also some cases of large flows in vacuums. Electronic calculating punch card mock. ENS. A punch card machine which, in EACH fraction of a second reads a punch card passing through the machine, performs a number of sequential operations, and punches a result, J1. The punch card. Electrostatic storage of information in the form of the presence or absence of spots bearing electrostatic charges. See AutoIt. RayTube. Equation solver, a computing device, often an analog, which is designed to solve system S0F. Linear simultaneous, non-differentiated equations. Or find the roots of polynomials, or both. Equivalent binary digits, number of binary digits equivalent to a given number of decimal 1. DGTS or other characters. When a decimal underscore computers and automation H word by the contents of the corresponding COL number is converted into a binary number, TEH. Number of binary digits necessary is in general of another machine word, depending OTE. Equal to about 3 1/3 times the number of DEC instruction. 3. To remove from a set of items TH of IN formation all those items that meet some IML digits. Encoded decimal not at low, E. Number of binary digits necessary is ordinarily arbitrary condition. 4 times the number of decimal digits. Erasable storage media which can be erased and reused, for example, magnetic tapes. Erase digital computers. 1. To remove information from storage and leave the space available for recording new information. 2. To replace all the binary DGTSIAS storage device by binary zeros. In a binary computer, erasing is equivalent to clearing, while in a coded decimal computer where the pool SEC0 to 4 decimal 0 may contain binary ones, clear leaves decimal 0 while erasing leave S. All 0 pulse codes __dot, __. Error 1. Computers and computation. The amount of loss of precision in a quantity, the difference between an accurate quantity and its calculated approximation. Errors occur in numerical methods. Mistakes occur in programming, coding, data transcription, and operating. Malfunctions occur in computers due to failures of the properties of materials. 2. Automatic control. The difference or variation of a controlled unit compared with the position or setting which it should have. Except logic. A logical operator that has the property that if P and Q are two statements, then the statement P except Q is true precisely according to the following table of possible combinations. P.Q P except Q. False false false. False true false. True false true. True true false. The except operator is equivalent to and not P except Q. Accordingly is written in symbols as P.Q. Underscore. XS3 code a coded decimal notation for decimal digits which represents each decimal digit as the corresponding binary number plus 3. FO example, the decimal digits 0, 1, 8, 9, are represented as 0011, 0100, 1011, 1100. Respectively. As may be seen, in this notation, the 9's complement of the decimal digit ISE equal to the 1's complement of the corresponding 4 binary digits. Exchange digital computer programming. To change the contents of two storage devices or locations. Executive routine digital computer programming. A routine designed to process and control other routines. External memory digital computers. Materials. Separate from the computer itself but holding information stored in language acceptable to the machine, as for example, recorded magnetic tape in a closet, or punch cards in F3NG cabinets. Extract computers. 1. To obtain certain ts from a machine word as may be specified. 4. Example, if the 10-digit number 00000011100 is stored in a machine register, the computer can be instructed to extract the 8-digit from the left, in this case a 1, and correspondingly perform a certain action. 2. Computers to replace the contents of specific columns of one Mac HINE. 24. Pound, feedback the dot returning of a fraction of the output of a machine, system, or process to the input, to which the fraction is dot added 0, subtract. If increase of input is associated with increase of output, subtracting the redash turned fraction, negative feedback, results in self-correction or control of the process, while adding it, positive feedback, results in a run away or out of control process. Ferromagnetics computer construction. A branch of science that deals with storage of information and control of pulse sequences by means of magnetic polarization properties of materials. Field 1. Punch card machines. A set of one or more columns in each of a number of punch cards, which is regularly used to report a standard item of information. For example, if columns 16 to 19 are regularly used to report weekly rate of pay, then these columns would constitute a field. 2. Computer S. A set of one or more characters, not necessarily all lying in the same word, th is treated as a whole, a unit of information. File, noun, 1. A device, such as a drawer or cabinet, in th papers, etc., are arranged or classified for convenient reference. 2. A col. Lection of papers, information, or items are ranged or classified for convenient reference. 3. A string, spike, wire, tape, etc., on th papers or other items of information are ranged for convenient reference. Fire control over the aiming, timing, and detonating of guns. Fixed cycle operation computers. Organization of a computer whereby a fixed time is allocated to operations, although they may usually take less time than is allocated. This is the type of operation of a synchronous computer. Fixed point calculation computers. Calculate on using or assuming a fixed or constant loc at ln of the decimal point or the binary point in each number. Fixed point representation arithmetic. An arithmetical notation in which all numerical quantities are expressed by the same specified number of digits, with the point implicitly located at the same specified position. Flip-flop circuits. 1. An electronic circuit having two stable states, TT\O input lines, AD. Two corresponding output lines such that data SI. NAL axis TS on either one of the output lines if and only if the last pulse received by the flop is on the corresponding input line. 2. An electronic circuit having two stable states, one input line and one output LNE, such that as each successive pulse is received, the voltage on the output line changes, if it is low to high, and if it is high T1011, flop can store one binary digit of information. Floating point calculation compters. Calu. Lation taking into account varying 10C, ATION of the decimal point, if base 10, or ben ARY point, if base 2, and consisting of WRIT in G. Each number by specifying separately its sign. Glossary. Its coefficient, and its exponent of C10 G. The base. For example, in floating point calculation, the decimal number -638,020,000 might be reported as -6.3802,8, since it is equal to -6.3802 x 108. Floating point routine digital computer programming. A routine of coded instructions in proper sequence that directs the computer to perform a calculation with floating point operation. For example, such instructions enable a fixed point computer to handle a problem using floating point calculation. In computers which do not have built-in floating point circuitry, floating point operation must be programmed. Flowchart-digital computer programming. A graphical representation of a sequence of programming operations, using symbols to represent operations such as compute, substitute, compare, jump, copy, read, write, etc. A flow chart is a more detailed representation than a diagram, which see force, verb, digital computer programming. 2. Intervene manually in a program and cause the computer to execute a jump instruction. For address, adjective, digital computer programming. Having the property that each complete instruction specifies the operation and the addresses of 4 registers. Usually each instruction contains the addresses of three operands, i.e., the numbers being operated, with, the operation, and the address 0f the next order. Free oscillation circuits. Oscillating currents, which continue to flow in a tuned circuit after the impressed voltage has been removed. Their frequency is the resonant frequency of the circuit. Frequency response, a measure of the ability of a device to take into account, follow, or act upon a rapidly varying input condition. For example, in the case of amplifiers, the frequency at which the gain has fallen to 1/2 of the power factor, or to 0.707 of the voltage gain factor. In the case of a mechanical automatic controller, the maximum rate at which changes in the input condition can be followed and acted upon. Function generator analog computers. A device which produces the value of a given function as the independent variable increases. Function multiplier analog computers. A device different from a constant multiplier, which will take in the changing values of 2 and put out the changing value of their product, as the independent variable changes. Function switch circuits. A network or circuit having a number of inputs and outputs and S0 connected that signals representing informatic expressed in a certain code, when applied to the inputs, cause output signal S, to APPR, which are a function of the input information. Function table 1. A tabulation of the values of a mathematical function for a set of values of the independent variables. 2. Computers. A device of hardware or a program or a sub-routine which translates from one representation or coding of information to another representation or coding. 3. Logic. A dictionary. 25. Gate circuit TS. An electronic circuit WITH. 2 inputs and 1 output, which has the property that a pulse goes out on the output line. If and only if some specified combination 0f pulses occurs on the 2 input lines. The combination may be the presence of pulses 011 both input lines, which is called an AND gate, or the presence of a pulse on one INE and the absence of a pulse on the other line, which is called an accept gate or inhibitory gate. General routine digital computer programming. A routine expressed in computer coding design. To solve a class of problems, specializing to a specific problem when appropriate metric values are supplied. Generate digital computer programming. To produce coding by assembling and modifying primitive elements, similar to generation of a line by a point, a plane by a line, etc. Generator, digital computer programming. A computer program which generates coding. Half-adder circuits. A circuit having 2 output channels for binary signals, either 0 or 1, in which the output signals are relative to the input signals according to the following table. Input AB 00 01 10 11. Output SC 00 10 10 01 S BC. This circuit expresses in hardware a PART0F. The functions necessary for binary add it ion. The letter S stands for sum without char ry. The letter C stands for carry. With HTW0. Half adders, and another circuit properly TR. Ferring the carry from one column to the next column, a circuit which will perform bin ARY. Addition can be constructed. Hardware computers. The mechanical, magnetic, electrical, and electronic devices from WHH. A computer is constructed. Head computers. Same as magnetic head, a small electromagnet used for reading, recording 0R. Erasing polarized spots on a magnetic surface. Hold computers. To retain the information contained in one storage device after copying it into a second storage device. Opposed to clear. Holding beam computer circuits. A diffuse beam of electrons for regenerating the charges stored on the dielectric surface of an electrolyte IC. Memory tube or cathode ray storage tube. Hunting automatic control. A continuous attempt on the part of an automatically controlled system to seek a desired equilibrium condition. The system usually contains a standard, a method of determining the deviation of the state of the system from the standard, and a method of influencing the system in such a way that the difference between the standard and the state of the system tends towards zero, except for hunting oscillations. 1. Ignore, noun, output devices. A typewriter. Character indicating that no action whatsoever be taken. In the system of coding punched in. Teletype of flexo retur paper tape, the CHAR. Actor all holes punched is an ignore. Computers and automation. Infinity, computers. Any number larger than the maximum number that the computer is a BLET0. Store in any register. When such a number is calculated, the computer usually stops and signals an alarm indicating an overflow. Information 1. A set of marks or an RRNG. Meant of hardware that has meaning or that ignates one out of a finite number of alternatives. 2. Any facts or data. Information word computers. 1. Machine word. 2. The information content of a machine W0RD. A machine word often includes the separating space between it and the following, or preceding, word. Inherited error machine computation. The error in the init values, especially the error AC, accumulated from the previous steps in ASTEP. By-step integration. Input computers. Information transferred from secondary or external storage into the internal storage of the computer. Input block computers. A section of internal storage of a computer generally reserved for the receiving and processing of input information. Input equipment, computers. The equipment used for taking information into a computer. Input unit computers. The unit which takes into the computer information from outside the computer. Instruction computers. A machine word or a set of characters in machine language which direct the computer to take a certain action. M0RE. Precisely, a set of characters which define an operation together with one or more address, or no address, and which, as a unit, causes the computer to operate accordingly on the indicated quantities. Note, the term instruction is preferred by many to the terms command and order. Command is reserved for electronic signals, order is reserved for uses in the meaning sequence, as in the order 0f. The characters. Instruction code digital computer programming. The system of symbols, names, and definitions of all the instructions that are directly intelligible to a given computer or a given executive routine. Integrator analog computers. A device whose varying output is proportional to the integral of a varying input magnitude. Interlace computers. To assign SUCCESSIVE memory location numbers to physically separated memory locations on a magnetic drum, for example, in such a way that access time to successive memory locations greatly reduced. Internal memory computers. The total memory or store LGE which is accessible automatic all Y to the computer without human intervention. This equipment is an integral physical part of the computer and is directly controlled by the computer. Internal storage computers, same as internal memory, which see interpreter digital computer programming. An executive routine which, as the compute at ion progresses, translates a stored program X pressed in some machine-like pseudocode into machine code and performs the indicated operations by means of subroutines, as they are translated. An interpreter is essentially a 26 closed subroutine which operates successively on an indefinitely long sequence of program parameters, the pseudo-instructions and operands. It may usually be entered as a closed subroutine and left by a pseudocode exit in instruction. Interpreter code, a code acceptable to an interpreter, which see interpretive routine same as interpreter, which see item 1. A separate piece of information, ASEP. ARID particular. 2. Digital computer programming. A group of fields reporting information about a person or object. An example of an item is a punch card punched with employee's name in columns 1 to 12, employee number in columns 13 to 15, weekly rate of pay in columns 16 to 19, and other standard information about the employee in other columns. L. Jump digital computer programming. An instruction or signal which, conditionally or unconditionally, specifies the one action of the next instruction and directs the computer to that instruction. A jump is used to a 1ter. The normal sequence in the control of the computer. Under certain special condition S, a jump may be caused by the operators throwing a switch. SE transfer instruction. Key 1. Office machines. A marked lever or button depressed by a finger for entering a character on a typewriter, a manually operated card punch, and similar machines. Such machines have keyboards. 2. Digital computers. A group of characters usually forming a field used to identify or locate an item of information. Kilocycle 8000 cycles, especially 1000 cycles a second. B. Latency digital computer programming. Delay while waiting for information call ED4 from the memory to be delivered to the arithmetical unit. More specifically, in a serial storage system, latency is the access time minus the word time. For example, latency is the time spent waiting for the desired memory location to arrive under the heads on a magnetic drum. Leapfrog test computer operation. A program to test the internal operation of a computer, characterized by the property that it performs a series of arithmetical or logical operations on one section of memory locations, then transfers itself to another section, checks to see that the transfer is correct, and then begins the series of operations over again. Event 2. The checking program will have occupied every possible position in the memory and will begin again. The term leapfrog comes FR0M. The indicated jump in the position of the checking routine as seen on a monitoring cathode ray tube when it transfers itself. Library digital computer programming. A collection of standard and fully tested programs, routines, and subroutines, by means of WHICH. Many types of problems and parts of problem S can be solved. Glossary. Line A. Time printing of a whole line of characters at one time, usually by means of one type bar, bearing all characters, for EACH. Character space in the line. Location digital computers. A storage position. In the main internal storage or memory, storing. One computer word, a storage register. Log or automatic control. A device which automatically records or logs physical processes and events, usually with specification of the time and the OCC or Logic 1. The science that deals with the principles and criteria of validity in thought and demonstration, the science of the principles of exact and careful reasoning. 2. Computers. Tile basic principles and applications of truth. Tables, the relations of propositions, the interconnection of on-off circuit elements, etc. For mathematical computation in a computer. 3. In the phrase logic of the computer, same as logical design, which see logical comparison logic. The operation of pairing A and B, the result is 1 or yes if A is the same as band 0 or no if A is not the same as B, or vice versa. Logical design computers. Design that do 1s with the logical and mathematical interrelation ships that must be implemented by the hardware. Logical operations computers. The operatio ns of comparing, selecting, making references, matching, sorting, merging, etc., where in es sense ones and zeros corresponding to yes and no's constitute the elements, yes or no quantities, being operated on. Loop digital computer programming. Repetition of a group of instructions in a routine. Machine available time computers. Time during which a computer has the power turned on, is not being maintained, and is known or believed to be operating correctly. Machine cycle computers. The smallest period of time or complete process of action that repeats itself in order. In some computers, minor cycles and maj or cycle are distinguishable. Machine language computers information in the physical form which a computer can handle. 4. Example, punched paper tape is machine language, while printed characters on paper are not usually machine language. Machine word digital computers. A unit of information of a standard number of characters, which a machine regularly handles in each transfer. For example, a machine may regularly handle numbers or instructions in units of 36 binary digits. This is then the machine word. See also information word. Magnetic core computers. A form of strategy where information is represented as the polarization north-south or south-north of a wire wound magnetically permeable core, which may be straight, donut-shaped, etc. Magnetic drum computers. A rapidly rotating cylinder, the surface of which is coated with a magnetic material on which information may be stored as small polarized spots. Magnetic head computers. A small electromagnet used for reading, recording, or erasing polarized spots on a magnetic surface. Magnetic memory computers. Any portion of the 27 memory which makes use for storage of the magnetic properties of materials. Magnetic tape made of paper, metal, or plastic, coated or impregnated with magnetic material, on which polarized spots representing information may be stored. Magnetic wire made of magnetic material on which polarized spots representing information may be stored. MOJ or cycle computers. In a memory device which provides access to storage positions one after another, the time interval between successive appearances of the same storage position. In other words, this is the time for one rotation of a magnetic drum or one recirculation of poles. Es in a delay 1 ine. It is an integral number of minor cycles. Malfunction computers. A failure in the operation of the hardware of a computer. Marginal checking computer circuits. A system of designing electronic circuits in a computer so that certain parameters of the circuits may be varied, and the circuits tested to determine if they continue to operate satisfactorily. For example, the voltage of the heaters of the electronic tubes ordinarily established at 6.3 volts, may be lowered to 5 or 4.7 volts, or the operating frequency of computer cycles may be increased, or the screen voltage of the cathode ray tubes may be lowered, etc. Master clock computers. The electronic or electrical source of standard timing signals, often called clock pulses, required for sequencing computer operation. This source usually consists of a timing pulse generator, a cycling unit, and sets of special pulses THT occur at given intervals of time. Usually in synchronous computers, the basic time frequency employed is the frequency of the clock pools s. Mathematical check making use of mathematical identities or other properties. For example, multiplication may be verified by the mathematical check that a multiplied by b is the same as b multiplied by a, the two multiplications being performed at different times and compared with each other. Frequent 1 small degree of discrepancy is acceptable. This is referred to as the tolerance. Mathematical logic exact reasoning abuti non. Numerical relations using symbols hat are efficient in calculation. ALS0 called symbol IC. Logic. Matrix 1. Mathematics. A set of quantities in a specified array, subject to mathematical operations such as addition, multiplication, inversion, etc., according to specified rules. 2 circuits. An array of circuit elements, such as diodes, wires, magnetic cores, relays, etc., arranged and designed to perform a specific function, for example, conversion from one numerical system to another. Megacycle a million cycles, especially a million cycles 9 second. Mercury memory digital computers. Delay lines. Using mercury as the medium for storage of a circulating train of waves or pulses. Memory computers. L. The units which store information in the form of the arrangement 0f. Hardware or equipment in one way or another are same as storage. 2. Any device into which information can be introduced and then extracted at a later time. Computers and automation. Memory capacity, the amount of information which a memory unit can store. It is often measured in the number of decimal digits or the number of binary digits which the memory unit can store. Other measures of memory capacity have also been defined. Mercury tank, a container of mercury holding one or more delay lines storing information, merged to produce a single sequence of it EMS, ordered according to some rule, i.e., arranged in some orderly sequence, from 20rm0re. Sequences previously ordered according to the same rule, without changing the items in size, structure, or total number. MERN is a special case of collating. Message a group of words, variable in length, transported as a unit. Microsecond a millionth of a second. Millisecond a thousandth of a second. Minimum access programming digital computer. Programming. Programming in such a way that minimum waiting time is required to obtain information out of the memory. Also called minimum latency programming, or forced coding. Minimum access routine digital computer programming. In a computer with a serial memory, a routine coded with judicious arrangement of data and instructions in such a way that actual waiting time for information from the memory is much less than the expected random access waiting time. Minimum latency programming same as minimum access programming, which see minimum latency routine same as minimum access routine, which see minor cycle digital computers. In a DigEta1 computer using serial transmission, the time required for the transmission of one machine word, including the space between words. Mistake computers. A human error which results in an incorrect instruction in a program or in coding, an incorrect element of information or an incorrect manual operation. Mixed base notation arithmetic. A number sys 10 in ivh a single base, such as 10 in the decimal sys 10, is replaced by two number bases used alternately, such as 2 and 5. See by quinary notation. Modifier digital computer programming. A quantity, sometimes the cycle index, used to alter the address of an operand. Modify digital computer programming. 1. To alter in an instruction the address of the operand. And 2. To alter a subroutine according to a defined parameter. Modulo and check computers. A form of check digits, such that the number of ones in each number A operated WITH is compared WITH a check number B carried along with A equal to the remainder of A when divided by N. For example, in a modulo 4 check the check numbers will be 0, 1, 2, or 3, and the remainder of A when divided by must equal the reported check number B, or else an error has occurred. This method of verification derives from the topic known as linear congruences in the branch of mathematics known as the theory of numbers. Another example of this kind of check, a modulo 9 check, is casting out nines for checking arithmetical multiplication. 28. Multivibrator electronic circuits. A type of relaxation oscillator high THT-LLTO tubes used for the generation of non-sinusoidal waves in which the output of each tube is coupled to the input of the other to sustain oscillations. Negative feedback the returning of a fraction of the output of a machine, SYS turn, or process to the input, from which the fraction is subtracted if increase of input is associated with increase of output. This results in self-C correction or control of the machine, system, or process. For example, if an increase of caterpillars is associated with an increase of parasites destroying them, then the caterpillar parasite populations display negative feedback. NETL10RK analyzer, an analog computer using electrical circuit elements which simulates and solves, analyzes, problems of the electrical behavior of a network of P alter lines and electrical loads, and related problems. Non-erasable storage media which can not be erased and reused, such as punched paper, tapes and punched cards. Non-volatile storage media which retain information in the absence of power, such as magnetic tapes, drums, or cores. Normalized computer arithmetic. To change a floating point result, such as 63.2 x 10^8, so that the exponent, in this case 8, and the mantissa, in this case 63.2, lie in the prescribed or standard normal range. For example, in this case, the normal or standard result might be 6.32 x 10^9 or 0.632 x 10^10 depending on the computer's adopted standard. Not logic. A logical operator that has the property that if P is a statement, then the statement not P, it is not the case that PII is true if the statement P is false, and false if the statement P is truck. LB not operator is often represented as follows: P, read lip, prime, P, read P dash, or P, read tilde. P. Notation, in the sense scale of notation, dash. Arithmetic. A systematic method for stating quantities in which any number is represented by a sum of coefficients times multiples of the successive powers of a chosen base number, sometimes more than one. If a quantity is written in the scale of notation n, then the successive positions of the digits report the powers of n. Thus 379 in the scale of 10 or decimal notation means 3 hundreds, 7 tens, and 9. The number 379 in the scale of 16, used in some computers, means 3 times 16 squared plus 7 times 16, plus 9, Ilyich in decimal notation would be 889. 1101 in the scale of TLLLO means 18, 14, 02s and lone. Tilhich in decimal notation would be 13. In iting numbers, the base may be indicated by a subscript, expressed always in decimal notation, when there may be doubt about tilhat base is employed. For example, 11.1012 means 2 plus 1, plus 1/2, plus 1/8, but 11.1013 means 3 plus 1, plus 1/3, plus 1/27. Names of scales of notation Ilyich have had some significant consideration are: glossary, base name, -2 binary, 3 ternary, 4 quaternary, tetral, 5 quinary, 8 octal, octonary, 10 decimal, 12 duodecimal, 16 hexadecimal, sexagesimal, 32 duotricinary, 2,5 biquinary. The digits used for 10 and 11 are or ordinarily T and E, beyond 11, uniformity of nomenclature has apparently not yet developed. Numeric coding, a system of coding or abbreviation in the preparation of machine language, such that all information is reported in number bears. For example, 10 places such as Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Washington, etc., may be reported as decimal digits 0, 1, 2, 3. Whereas in alphabetic coding, alphabetic AB Abbreviations BO, New York, PH, WA, would be accept. Able to the machine. Q, octal digit 1 of the symbols 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 when used as a digit in numbering. In the scale of 8. Octal notation of numbers in the scale of 8. For example, the number 217 in this scale means 2 times 8 squared, 2x 64 equals 128. Lose 1 times 8, plus 7, which equals 143 in. Decimal notation. The number 217 in octal is equal to 010, 001, 3 in binary, each octal digit being changed directly into its binary equivalent. The octal notation is rather convenient in dealing with binary machines because octal numbers are easier for human BNGs to read than binary numbers, and yet the conversion is immediate. Odd even check use of a digit carried a G as a check, which is 1 if the total number 0f ones in the machine word is even, and which is O if the total number of ones in the machine word is odd, or vice versa. 1 address, adjective, digital computer programming. Having the property that each complete instruction includes an operatio NAND specifies the location of only one register in the memory, also called single address. Online data reduction of data that is just as fast as the data flows into the reduction process. Online operation computers. Computer operation, where data from an experiment are fed into the computer directly from observing instruments, and the computer reports results of the experiment at the time when the experiment is finished. Open subroutine digital computer programming. A subroutine inserted directly into a TUNIA sequence of instructions, not entered by a jump. Such a subroutine must be recopied at each point that it is needed in a routine. Operand computers. Any one of the quantities entering into or adding from an operation. An operand may be an argument, a resultee, a parameter, or an indication of the location of the next instruction. Operating ratio computer operation. The ratio obtained by dividing 1, the total number of 29 hours of correct machine operation, including time when the program is incorrect thr0 ug. Human mistakes, by 2, the total number BER0F. Hours of scheduled computer operation including preventive maintenance. For example, if the computer is scheduled for 3 SHIFTs, totaling 120 hours in a week, and if preventive maintenance takes 12 hours, and unscheduled downtime amounts to 3 hours, then the operating ratio is 87J2. Operation code digital computer programming. That part of an instruction which designates the operation of arithmetic, logic, or transfer to be performed. Operation number digital computer programming T. A number indicating the position of an operation or its equivalent subroutine in the sequence forming a program. When a problem is stated in pseudocode, each step must same times be assigned an operation number. Operator computers. The person who actually operates the computer, puts problems on, press the start button, etc. Optimum programming which is the best from some point of view. C-minal, 1 Access programming or logic. A logical operator which has the property that if P and Q are two statements, then the statement P or Q is true or false precisely according to TB following table of POS. Symbol combinations. PL.LQ, LQ. False false false. False true true. True false true. True true true. The OR operator is often represented by a V. Without serifs, a Gothic V, V, which comes from the initial letter of the Latin LL toward vel, meaning OR, as is PVQ. This operator is the same as AND/OR. It is necessary to examine the intention of the \var to decide whether the English word OR is logically or else or N, which see or circuits. A circuit TYH has two or more input lines and one output line, and which has the property that whenever a pulse is present on any of the input lines, a pulse is provided on the output line. Or else logic. A logical operator which has the property that if P and Q are two statements, then the statement P or else Q is true or false precisely according to the following table of possible combinations. P. False. False. True. True. L. False. True. False. True. P or else 0. False. True. True. False. The or else operator is often represented by an inverted V, A, as in PQ. This operator is the SRN as either or order 1, sequence 2, instruction. Because of this possible confusion, the word order with the meaning instruction is avoided by many computer people. Output-computers. 1. Information transferred from the internal storage of a computer to computers and automation. Secondary or external storage. 2. Information transferred to any device outside DE of the C0M. Computer. Output block, digital computers. A segment T of the internal storage reserved for Rec EI6NG. Data to be transferred out. Output equipment computers. The equipment used for transferring information cut of a computer. Output unit computers. The unit which delivers information outside the computer in acceptable language. Overflow computers. In a counter or register, the production of a number which is beyond the capacity of the counter. For example, adding two numbers, each within the capacity 0f the registers holding them, may result in a sum beyond the capacity of the register that is to hold the sum, overflow. Pack digital computer programming. To combine several different brief fields of information into one machine word. For example, the fields of an employee's pay number, weekly pay rate and tax exemptions may be stored together in OE word, each of these fields being assigned a different set of digit columns. Packing density dig 1 tall computers. The relative number of units of desired information contained within certain dimensions, for x. Ample the number of binary digits of polarized pots stored on magnetic tape per linear inch of length of magnetic tape. Underscore. Parallel computers handled at the same time in separate equipment, operating on TL100 or more Parts of a one IT or item simultaneously, contrasted L11th serial. Parallel operation computers. Free flow of information through the computer or any part 0f. It using two or more lines or channels simultaneously. Parallel storage computers. Storage in which all bits, or characters, or words are entirely equally available in space, without time being one of the coordinates. Parallel storage contrasts with serial storage. When words are in parallel, the storage is said to be parallel. By words, when characters within words are dealt with simultaneously, not one after the zero the storage is parallel by characters. Parameter digital computer programming. INA. Subroutine, a quantity which may be given different values when the subroutine is used in different parts of one main routine, but which usually remains unchanged throughout any one such use. To use a subroutine successfully in many different programs requires that the subroutine be adaptable by changing its parameters. Parity check use of a DGT, called the parity DGT carried along as a check which is 1 if the total number of ones in the machine W0RD is odd, and 0 if the total number of ones MTHE machine word is even. See odd even check. Patch digital computer programming. A section of coding inserted into a routine, usually 11y by explicitly transferring control from the routine to the patch and back again, to correct a mistake or alter the routine. Patch board same as plug board, but not strict to punch card machines. Patch cord a short connecting TLLIR cord for plug jing or patching between terminals in a plug board or patch board. Permanent memory computers. Storage of information which remains intact when the POR is turned off, for example, storage on a magnetic drum. Piezoelectric having the property, only possessed by certain crystals, of producing different voltages on different crystal faces and subjected to a stress, compression, tension, twist, etc. or of producing a stress when subjected to such voltages. Plotter automatic control. A visual display in which a dependent variable is graphed by a moving pen or pencil as a function of the dependent variable. 30. Plotting board computers. An output unit which plots the curves of one or more variables as a function of one or more other variables. Board punch card machines. A RAMOVAB1E board holding many hundreds of electric terminals into which short connecting wire cords may be plugged in patterns varying for diff.er and programs for the machine. To see Hanji the program, one wired up plug board is removed and another wired up plug board is inserted. A plug board is equivalent to a program TAP-E which presents all instructions to the Mac HNE at one time. It REIES on X punches and 0 the R signals in the punch cards passing through the machine to cause different selections of struct ions in different cases. PUG in Unity, a subassembly of tubes, resistors, condensers, diodes, etc., wired together which is of a standard type and which as a whole can be plugged in or pulled out easily. Point arithmetic. In a scale of notation, the position designated with a dot that marks the Separation between the integral and fractional parts of the number, called decimal point. In the scale of 10 and binary point in the scale of 2. Positive feedback, the returning of a fraction of the output of a machine, system, or process to the input, to TVH the fraction SADED. If increase of input is associated TH increase of output, this results in a runaway or out of control POSIS. For example, if an increase of rabbits results in a still further increase of rabbits, the population of rabbits displays a runaway or out of control process. Post-mortem, noun, digital computer program. Ming. A diagnostic routine which either automatically or when called for, prints OUT in formation concerning the contents of all or a specified part of the registers of the compute. After a problem tape has died 0 nth the computer. The purpose of a post-mortem TAPE is to assist in the location of an error 0 in coding the problem or in MAC-INE function. Potentiometer electric circuits. A resistor, WITHTLLTO fixed terminals and a third terminal with a variable contact arm, so that any desired variable portion of the voltage or potential applied between the TL10 fixed TE merials of the resistor may be selected. Precise on computation. The degree of exactness with which a quantity is stated, as contrasted with accuracy, which is the degree of exactness with which a quantity is known or observed. The number of significant figures measures the precision of a number. For example, in computer power required is 55.7843. Glossary. Kilowatts, the number is precise to 6 figures, but its accuracy certainly is much less. Preset parameter digital computer programmed. A parameter incorporated into a subroutine. During input. Prestor digital computer programming. 1. 2. Set an initial value for the address of an operand or a cycle index. 2. To store a quantity in an available or convenient location before it is required in a routine. Preventive maintenance of any SYS TEM which aims to prevent failures ahead of time rather than eliminate failures which have occurred. Printer computers. An output mechanism which prints or typewrites characters. Process control, automatic control over trial processes for manufacturing continuous material or energy, such as refining oil, generating electricity, or making paper. Program, noun, computers. 1. A prec is ESE. Quince of coded instructions for a digita 1. Computer to solve a problem. Note, for this meaning, the term routine is preferred by some people to a plan for the solution of a problem. A complete program includes PANS. FQR, the transcription of data, coding for the computer, and plans for the effective use 0F. The results. Program, verb, to make a program. Program parameter digital computer program. Ming. A parameter incorporated into a SUB. Routine during computation. A program param. Iter frequently comprises a word stored relative to either the subroutine or the en point and dealt with by the subroutine during ECH reference. It may be altered by the RO time. It may vary depending on point of entry. Program register digital computers. The reg is ER in the control unit of the COM put ER, which stores the current instruction 0f the program and thereby completely controls the operation of the computer during the cycle of execution of that instruction. Same as control register, also called program counter. Program sensitive error computers. An ER1, 0R. Arising from unforeseen behavior of some CIR quits, discovered when a comparatively unusual combination of program steps occurs. Program step computers. A step in a program. Usually one instruction. Program tape computers. The tape which contains the sequence of instructions to the computer for solving a problem. Program checking computers. A system of checking whereby, 1, before running any a sample problem of the same type with H known answer is run, and 2, mathematical 1 or logical checks of operations, such as comparing AXB with BXA, are included in the program. For P, and 3, reliance is placed on a very high probability of correctness rather than built-in error detection circuits. Programmer - a person who prepares sequences of instructions for a computer, without necessarily converting them into the detailed codes. Pseudocode digital computer programming. An arbitrary code, independent of the hardware of a computer, which must be translated into computer code if it is to direct the computer. 31. Pseudo-random, adjective, computation. Having the property of being produced by a definite calculation process, but at the same time satisfying one or more of the standard tests for statistical randomness. Pulse circuits. In general, a sharp difference, usually over a relatively short period of time, between the normal level or intensity of some medium corresponding to the average height of a narrow /lave and a high or low level of that medium corresponding to the crest or trough of the wave, often a sharp voltage change. For example, if the voltage at a terminal changes from -10 to +20 volts and remains there for a period of 2 microseconds, one says that the terminal received a 30-volt 2 microsecond pulse. Pulse code: a set of pulses to which a particular meaning has been assigned, the binary representations of a character. Puncard computers. A card of constant size and shape, suitable for punching in a pattern that has meaning, and for being handled mechanically. The punched holes are usually sensed electrically by wire brushes or mechanica11y by metal fingers. Punch card machinery which operates with punch cards. Punch tape: paper tape punched in a pattern of holes so as to convey information. Punch position: in the case of 80-column punch cards, the position of a punch in a row on the card, denoting a decimal digit 0 to 9, or what are called an X punch, row 11, or a Y punch. Row 12. Q, quantity, a positive or negative real number. Ver in the mathematical sense. Note, the term quantity is preferred by some computer people. For referring to numeric data, the term number is preferred in the sense of integer or natural number, as in the number of digits. Quantizer: automatic control. A device which Take IN.AN analog quantity furnished by an OB serving instrument and decides in what particular LAR digital subdivision the analog quantity should be placed. E. Random access, computers. Access.he. Memory or storage under conditions WH are the next register from which information is to be obtained is chsen at random. For example, AC. Access to names in the telephone book is random. Access, the next name that anyone is going to look up in the book may be almost anywhere in the book with roughly equal probability. Random access programming a problem for a computer without regard to the TIME for access to the information in the registrs called for in the program. Contrasted with H. Minimum access programming. Random number, a number formed by a set of digits selected from a random sequence of digits. A sequence of digits is random when it is constructed by a process under which each successive digit is equally likely to be any of the n digits to the base n. Rapid memory computers. The section 0f, the whole memory from which information may be obtained the most rapidly. REA computers. 1. To copy, usually from one font. Computers and automation of storage to another, particularly from X-reproducer punch card machines. A punch card. Internal or secondary storage to internal store machine that punches cards to agree as may be. H. 2. To sense the meaning recorded in AR specified with other cards. Arrangements of hardware. Rerun digital computer programming. To run a read-around ratio digital computers. Encath a program or a portion of it over again on the ODRATube storage, the number of times that computer information can be recorded or read or erased. Rerun point digital computer programming. 1. Successively as an electrostatic charge Qn of a set of PLN for points in APR0 GRM. Single spot in the array, before the charge on such that if an error is detected in between surrounding spots in the array must be restored to such points. To rerun the problem it is only and if not to be lost. This number is referred necessary to go back to the last rerun point. To also as the read around dot instead of returning to the start of the prob. Real time in solving a problem, ASPEED SUFLEM. Rerun points are often 3 to 5 minute. Sufficient to give an answer in the actual time utes apart so that vary one at TLE computer till E, during which the problem must be solved. 4 is required for a rerun. All information for example, in the case of a human being driving Tynant to a rerun is available in standby reg. A motor car, at 30 miles an hour he can register during the whole time from one RE run. Larly solve nearly all his problems in REA one point to the next time, and at 100 miles an hour he will rerun routine digital computer programming. A. Larly failed to solve some of his problems in routine designed to be used in the wake 0FA. Real-time malfunction or a mistake to reconstitute a row. Real-time operation computer operation. Solve time from the last previous rerun point. Ing problems in real time. More prec isely, reset to return a register to 0 or to a spec. Processing data in time with a physical PR0 if any tile condition. Says so that the result is of the data process resolver analog computers. A device for resolving are useful in guiding the physical operating a vector into two mutually perpendicular ICU1AR components. Red tape operations digital computer program REST-OE-computers. Mingo computer operations called for BYAA variable address. Program which do not directly contribute TE to its initial value. Solving the problem, namely, arithmetical, rewind __ computers. Logical, and transfer operations used in mod. Ifying the address section of other instruct to its beginning. To return a cycle index. Or other computer word to. See a 1.50 reset. To return a magnetic tap e. Shins, in counting cycles, in rear rang ing robot 1. A machine containing sensing instruct. Data, etc. ments, acting mechanisms, and guidance circuits. Redundant check computers. A check which uses where the circuits receive signals from the sense. Extra digits in machine words, but not coming ins tirun nts, perform reasonable calculations. Plat duplication, to help detect malfunctions on those signals, and deliver appropriate sig. And mistakes. Nulls to the acting mechanisms. 2. A machine. Reel a spool of tape, generally magnetic tape. That runs by itself, an automaton-a thermo. Reference record digital computer programming. Statically controlled automatic oil furnace in. An output of a compiler that lists the opera and ordinary home is a robot according to both shins and their position in the final specific the first and second definitions, a spring. Routine, and contains information describing wound clock is a robot by the second definition. The segmentation and storage allocation of the but not by the first. Routine. Really out, verb, computers. To read out of a. Regenerate digital computers. In the operation register or counter by the following process. Of electrostatic storage, to restore inform add to the DG in each column simultaneous. Shin currently held in a cell on the cat HODE is, do this 10 times, for decimal num ERS. Ray tube screen in order to counteract fading when the result in each column changes from 9. And disturbances. To 0, issue a signal. Register computers. The hardware for storing rollback digital computer programming. SAME. One machine word. As RIRUO, which see. Relative address, digital computer programming. Round off dash computation. To change a more precise. A label used to identify the position 0 of a quantity to a less precise one, usually choose. Memory location in a routine or subroute INEIOG the nearest less precise one, C. Relative addresses are translated into ABSO-ION. 1 UT addresses by adding some specific ref rounding error computation. The error resulting. Errance address, usually the address at which from dropping certain less significant digits. The first word of the routine is stored. 4 of a quantity, and applying some adjustment to. Example, if a relative address instruction spec the more significant digits retained. ALS0. If is an address n and the address of the first called round off error. A common round OFF. Word of the routine is k, then the absolute rule is to take the quantity to the nearest. Address of the memory location is n plus k digit. Thus pi, 3.14159265, rounded to 4. Relative coding digital computer programming. Decimals is 3.1416. Note, Alston S. Householder. Coding in which all addresses refer to an ARB suggests the following terms: initial errors, iterarily selected position, or in which all generated errors, propagated errors and addresses are represented symbolically. Residual errors. If X is the true value E of repetition rate computers. The fastest rate of the argument, and X asterisk the quantity used in COM. Electronic pulses usually used in the circuit's putation, then, assuming one wishes F, X, XX star of the machine. Is the initial error, F, X, X asterisk, the prop. 32. Glossary. Gated error. If fa is the tailor, or other approximation utilized, then f, x, fa, x, is, which checks on every instruction executed, printing certain data. It may be designed to print out the coded instruction with addresses and the contents of each of several registers for each instruction as it is executed. Or it may be designed to print out only SE1 EC-TED data, such as transfer instructions when they occur, and the quantity actually transferred. Many variations are possible. A good flexible sequence checking routine will provide for error variations in itself. The residual error. If f** is the actual result, then fa, f** is the generated error, and this is what builds up as a result of rounding. Routine digital computers. 1. ASIC and CE of operations which a digital computer may perform. 2. The sequence of instructions determining these operations. 3. A set of coded instructions arranged in proper sequence to direct the computer to perform a desired operation or series of operations. See also subroutine and program. Run, noun, computers. 1. 1. Performance 0f. A program on a computer. 2. Performance of 1. Routine, or several routines during which the human operator does not have to do anything. Scale, verb, computation. To change the scale, that is, the units, in which a variable is expressed so as to bring it within the capacity of the machine or program at hand. Scale factor computation. One or more factors used to multiply or divide quantities occur. Ring in a problem and convert them into a desired range, such as the range from +0 NA to -1. Scanner automatic control. An instrument which automatically samples or interrogates the state of various processes, conditions, or instruments, and provides impulses for actions in accordance with the information obtained. Screen circuits. In an electrostatic storage tube, the surface where electrostatic charges are stored. In a pentode, one of the grid's secondary storage computers. Storage that is not an integral part of the computer but directly linked to and controlled by the computer. For example, magnetic tapes. Segment, noun, digital computer programming. In a routine too long to fit into NA1. Storage, a part short enough to be stored entirely in the internal storage yet containing the coding necessary to call in and jump automatically to other segments. Routines which exceed internal storage capacity may be automatically divided into segments by a compiler. Egment, verb, to make segments. Selectron digital computers. A type of electronic tube for computer memory which stores 256 binary digits for very rapid selection and access. Sense verify computers. 1. To determine the arrangement of some element of hardware especially a manually set switch. 2. To EAD holes punched in paper. Sentinel digital computer programming. A symbol marking the beginning or the end of some piece of information such as a field, block, tape, etc. A tag. Select logic. To take A if the report 0 NA certain condition is yes, and t.8b if the report is no. Selector punch card machines. A mechanism which reports a condition and causes a card or an operation to be selected accordingly. Sequence, verb, logic. To select A if A is greater than or equal to B, and select B if A is less than B, or some variation of this op. Eration. Sequence checking routine. A checking routine. 33. Sequence control tape program tape. 0BS0. Lesson term. Sequential control computers. The manner 0F. Control of a computer in which instructions to it are set up in a sequence and are fed in that sequence to the computer during the solution of a problem. Sequencer punch card machines. A mechanism which will put items of information in sequence. It will determine if A is greater than, equal to, or less than B, and will accordingly route cards containing A and B into a pocket at different times. Serial computers. Handled one after the other in a single piece of equipment. Serial operation computers. The flow of information through the computer or in any part of it using only one line or channel at a time. Contrasted with parallel operation. Serial storage computers. Storage in WHICH. Time I1 of the coordinates used to locate any given bit, character, or, especially, word. Storage in which words, within given groups of several words, appear one after the other in time sequence, and in which access time there for includes a variable latency or wait ting. Time of 0 to many word times, is said to be serial by word. Storage in which the individual bits comprising a word appear in TIME. Sequence is serial by bit. Storage for coded decimal or other non-binary numbers in WHICH. The characters appear in time sequence is serial by character, for example, magnetic drums are usually serial by word but may be serial by byte, or parallel 1 by bit, or serial by char actor and parallel by bit, etc. Serial transfer computers. A system of data transfer in which the characters of an element of information are transferred in sequence over a single path in consecutive time positions. Service routine. Digital computer programming. A routine designed to assist in the ACTUU1 operation of the computer. Tape comparison. Block location. Certain postmortems and correction routines fall in TS class. Servo Shore.T4 Servo mechanism, THC. Servo mechanism. A power-driven apparatus that exerts a strong force and supplements a primary control operated by a comparatively feeble force. Shift to move the characters of a unit of information column-wise right or left. In the case of a number, this is equivalent to multiplying or dividing by a power of the base of notation, usually 10 or 2. This is regularly performed as a special rapid operation, much faster than usual multiplication or division. Computers and automation. Sign digit A1 or A0 used to designate mechanism or medium in which the information, the algebraic sign of a quantity plus or minus, is stored need not form an integral part of significant digits computation. Digits appear dash a computer. Synonyms: memory, store, ing in the coefficient of a number t, dot handle usage. Number is written as a coefficient between storage capacity same as memory cap.ACI 1.000 and 9.999 times a power of 10 which c. For any base of notation other than 10. Exam 1 machine word and usually having a specific ple.q00376, which is equal to 3.76 times address. 10, has 3 signy, icon digits, 12 million, stowage operation 1 of the operati 0ns0f. Equal to 0.1.2 times 10 has 2 significant reading, transferring, storing, or writ ing. Digits, 300,600, equal to 3.006 times 10.5, has information. 4 significant DGTS, in JB SME THS book storage register, a register in the MEM or YOR. Had exactly 1000 pages, the 1000 has 4 sig storage of the computer, in contrast with a significant DGTS, although ordinarily 1000 would register in one of the other units 0f the have only one significant digit. Computer simulation, the representation of physical SYS storage tube, same as electrostatic storage e.e. turns and phenomena by computers, models, or tube, which see. Other equipment. Store, noun, same as storage, which see. Simulator, a computer or model th represents store, verb, to transfer a piece of informa. SYS turn or phenomenon and which mirrors or shin to a device from which the informa TI0N. Maps, the effects of various changes in the ORI unaltered can be obtained at a later time. General, enabling the original to be studied, subprogram, a part of a program. Analyzed, and understood by means of the B subroutine computers. 1. A short or repeated behavior of the model. Sequence of instructions for a compute 2. Single address, same as one address, which see. Solve a part of a problem, a part of a routine. Skip, noun, digital compter and aumgan into. The sequence of instructions necessary to instruct him to proceed to the next instruction, a blank direct the computer to carry out a well-defined instruction. Mathematical or logical operation, a subunit of slow memory computers. Sections of the memory, a routine. A subroute chain is often re-TTENIN. Fran, which informative may be obtained automatically, relative or symbolic coding even when the row. But MT at tile fastest rate of the several sections. Time to which it belongs is not. Sonic delay line, a delay line which uses pulses, summary punch card machines. Upon ch. Of motion of the molecules of the medium, sound card machine which may be attached by a many pulses, in contrast with an electrical delay line wire cable to another machine, for example, a which uses electrical pulses in a wire or in an tabulator, and which will punch out on a card. Assembly of coils and capacitors. The information produced or calculated or sum or to arrange items of information according memorized by the other machine. To rules dependent upon a key or field and summation check computer operation. A redundant. Tained by the items, Suo has previously chosen check in which groups of digits are summed, us. Classes of items. Usually without regard for overflow, and that sum. Sorter punch card machines. A machine which checked against a previously computed sum T0. Sorts cards according to the punches in a spec, verify accuracy of computation. If-id column of the card. Symbolic address, digital computer programming. Specific coding, digital computer programming. A label chosen to identify a particular word. Coding in which all addresses refer to SPEC function or other information in a routine, in IFIC registers and locations. Dependent of the location of the IN format TION. Specific routine, digital computer programming. WI thin the routine. Also called floating AD. A routine expressed in specific computer code address. ing designed to solve a particular mathematical symbolic logic exact reasoning about non-numeric. Cal, logical, or data handling problem. Cal relations using symbols that are affix int. Standardize computation. To adjust the EX in calculation. A branch of this subject known. Ponent and coefficient of a floating point as Boolean algebra has been of considerable as. Result so that the coefficient 1 IES in the S instance in the logical design of COM put ing. Prescribed normal range. Circuits. Also called mathematical logic. Static storage computers. Storage such THAT synchronous computer and automatic digital co-m. Information is fixed in space and AVA I1 ABLE puter where the performance of all or DNARY. At any time provided the power is on, 4x operation starts with equally spaced sigma 1s. Ample, flip-flop, electrostatic, or coincident from a master clock. Current magnetic core storage. Static subroutine digital computer PROGR-AM. Ming. A subroutine which involves no para m. Iters other than the addresses of the 0 PER. ANDs. This is a subroutine which requires only the REIATIVE addresses of the OPER NDS. Their insertion, and its transformation FROM. Relative to specific coding. Storage computers. 1. The unit which HOIDS or retains items of INF or METION. 2. Any DE device into which information can be introduced, held, and then extracted at a later time. The 34. 1. Tabulator punch card machines. A punch card machine which takes in punch cards and instructions and produces lists, totals, and tabulations of the information on separate forms or on continuous paper. Tag digital computer programming. A on IT of information, whose composition differs from that of other members of the set so that it can be used as a marker or label, a sentinel. Glossary. Tank a unit of delay line storage, usually 0F. Mercury and operating acoustically, containing a set of channels each forming a separate RE. Circulation path. Tape computers. Magnetic tape or punched paper. Tape, sometimes other kinds of tape. Tape feed a mechanism which will feed tape to 00. Read or sensed by the machine. Telereader to transmit resonance and observations over a distance, as for example by radio. Transmission from a guided missile to a RES-4. Magnetic tape recorder on the ground. Temporary storage computers. Internal storage. Locations reserved for intermediate and partial results. Test routine digital computer programming. A routine designed to show that a computer is functioning properly. Tetrad 1. A group of 4. 2. A group of 4. Pulses used to express a digit in the scale of 10 or 16. Thermistor a solid state, semiconducting device made by sintering mixtures of the oxide powders of certain retals, which has the property that, as its temperature is changed, its electrical resistance varies. The associated temperature coefficient of resistance is extremely high, nonlinear, and negative. Other thermistor may be made in many shapes, such as beads, discs, flakes, washers, and rods, to which contact wires are attached. 3. Address, adjective, digital computer programming. Having the property that each C0M Plit instruction includes an operation and specifies the location of 3 registers. Thyrotron, a hot cathode, gas discharge electro. Nic tube, in which one or more electrodes may control electrostatically the starting of a unidirectional flow of current. Toggle switch, a switch with a small projecting knob or arm that holds either 1 or 2 positions until changed. Torque amplifier, analog computers. A DevSecOps, possessing input and output shafts and supply ing work to rotate the output shaft in P0 SI correspondence with the input SH shaft, without imposing any significant torque on the input shaft. Track computers. In a magnetic drum or magnetic tape, a single path containing a set of pulses transcribe to copy, with or without translating, from one external storage medium to another. Transducer, a device that converts energy from one form to another. For example, a slab of quartz crystal embedded in mercury can change electrical energy to sound energy, and vice versa, as is done in sonic delay lines in computer memory systems. Transfer, verb, 1. To transfer data, to copy. Exchange, read, record, store, transmit, transport, or write data. To transfer DOS not. Modify the information. 2. To transfer control of a computer. Transfer, noun, an act of transferring. Transfer, check, verification of transmitted information by temporary storing, retransmitting, and comparing. Transfer instruction, digital computer program. Ming. An instruction or signal which conditionally or unconditionally specifies the 10. 35. Cation F, the next instruction, and directs th computer to that instruct ion. C jump. Transform digital computer program min G. T0. Change information in structure or composition, without significantly altering the meaning 0R value, to normalize, edit, or substitute. Translate computers. To change information from one language to another without significantly affecting the meaning. Transistor, a small solid-state semiconducting device, ordinarily using germanium, that performs nearly all the functions of an electronic tube, especially amplific T9N. Trigger 1. A mechanical device, which when pulled or pressed, releases a detent or spring. 2. An electrical device, which till hence slightly impulsed, releases a much larger amount of energy. Trouble location problem, a test problem whose incorrect solution supplies information on the location of faulty equipment, used after a check. Problem has shown that a fault exists. Troubleshoot, to search for the cause for a coding mistake or a computer malfunction in order to remove it. Truncate computation. To drop digits of a number, or terms of a series, thus lessening precision. See precision. For example, the number pi 3.14159265 is truncated to 3 figures in 3.14. Truncation error computation. The error RE suiting from the use of only a finite number of terms of an infinite series, or from the AP approximation of operations in the infinitesimal calculus by operations in the calculus of finite differences. Trunk, a path over which information is transferred, a bus. Twin check, continuous check of computer operations achieved by duplication of the hardware. To perform them together with automaticom par. ISIN. To address, adjective active, digital computer PR0. Gramming. Having the property that each co-m-plet instruction includes an operation and specifies the location of two registers, usually one containing an operand and the other containing the result of the operation. Q. Unconditional transfer digital comput er. Programming. In a digital computer which ordinarily obtains its instructions serially from an ordered sequence, an instruction which causes the following instruction to be taken from an address which is not the next one in the sequence. Unwind digital computer programming. To code explicitly, at length and in full, all the operations of a cycle, in such a way as to eliminate all red tape operations. Unwinding may be performed automatically by the comput er during assembly, generation, or compilation. Unpack digital computer programming. T0 SEP. ARID packed items of information each into a separate machine word. CPAC. Y. Validity computation. Correctness, a spec. EOLI the degree of closeness by which an iterated approximation approaches the desired correct result. Variable cycle operation computer operation. Operation of a computer whereby any cycle of operation may be longer or shorter than the computer's and automation average. This is the kind of operation in an asynchronous computer. Verifier 1. Punch card machines. A punch card machine operated manually which reports by signals whether punched holes have been inserted in the wrong places in a punch card or have not been inserted at all. 2. Computers. An auxiliary device on which a previous menu transcription of data can be verified by comparing a current manual transcription of it character by character during the current process. Verify 1. To check, usually with an automatic IC machine, one typing or recording of data against another in order to minimize the number of human errors in the data transcription. 2. In preparing information for a computer, to make certain that the information as prepared is correct. Volatile memory computers. Memory or storage. Having the property that if the power is turned off, the information vanishes. Delay line. Memory, electrostatic storage tubes. Volatile storage same as volatile memory. Williams tube digital computers. A cathode ray tube for electrostatic storage of information of the type designed by F.C. Will M.S. of the University of Manchester, English and digital computers. An ordered set of characters which has at least one LOOning, and is stored and transferred by the computer circuits as a unit. Ordinarily, a word has a fixed number of characters, and is treated by the control unit as an instruction, and by the arithmetic unit as a quantity. For example, a computer may regularly handle numbers or instructions in units of 36 binary digits. Word-time digital computers. Especially in reference to words stored serially, the time required to transfer a machine word from one storage device to another. Working storage digital computers. A portion of the internal storage reserved for data on which operations are currently being performed, and for intermediate and partial results, like a worksheet in pencil and paper. Calculation. Write digital computers. 1. To copy info. Machine usually from internal to external storage. 2. To transfer information to an output medium. 3. To record information in a register, location, or other storage device or medium. 0 Digital computers. The computers. Conceptions of 0. Note, the computer may provide for 2 zeros -positive binaries or 0 is represented by the absence of digits 0 are pulses in a word. Negative binary 0 in a computer operating with one's complements may be represented by a pulse in every pulse position in a word. In a coded decimal computer, decimal 0 and binary 0 may not have the same representation. In most computers, there exist distinct and valid representations both for positive and for negative. Z, _0 address instruction digital computers. An instruction specifying an operation in which the location of the operands are defined by the computer code, so that no address 5 need be given explicitly. 0 access storage digital computers. TOR. Age for which the latency or waiting time is always negligible. 0 suppression the elimination of non-significant zeros to the left of the integer part of a quantity before printing is begun. T0. Suppress these zeros is one of the operations in editing. Zone 1. Punch cards. Any of the 3 top positions 12, 11, and 0. In these zone positions a second punch can be inserted, so THAT. With punches in the remaining positions 1 to 9 enough 2 punch combinations are obtained. T represent alphabetic characters. 2. DG. Tal computers. A portion of internal storage allocated for a particular purpose. And who's who entry form. Computers and Automation publishes from time to time a who's who or roster or individuals interested in the computer field. Edition number 1 of Accumulative Who's Who appeared in the June 1955 issue of Computers and Automation. During the autumn of 1956, we plan to publish an extra number, not included in the subscription, of Computers and Automation, which will be over 100 pages long, and will consist of edition number 2 of Accumulative Who's Who in the Computer field. If you are interested in computers and desire to have your entry appear, at no cost to you, following is the form of entry. To avoid tearing the magazine, the form may be copied on any piece of paper. 1 name, please print, ________________________ 2 your address, ____________________________________________________________________________ 3 your organization, _________________________________________________________________________ 4 its address, _________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ _________________________________________________________________________ Business, construction, design, electronics, logic, mathematics, programming, sales, other, specify, 7 year of birth, underscore 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 8 college or last school underscore 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 9 year entered the computer field colon dash underscore 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 10 occupation underscore 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 11 anything else publications distinctions etc. 36 the pure word of St. Enforus Jackson W. Granholm Seattle Wash I. The Jason K. B. Prentice Memorial Library was a spectacular building. Its collegiate quasi-Gothic facade was bedecked with the most repulsive griffins and gargoyles to be found the country side wood. From between its flying buttresses its clear story windows gazed blankly out at the surrounding campus. From fully 100 feet above ground level. With singularly poor taste its AutoIt ECT had selected a grouping of assorted facing stone, bricks, sandstones, and terracottas, such that the garish colors, viewed from afar, gave the building somewhat the appearance of having been hung with a patchwork quilt. Up the steps of this vast building, late one spring afternoon, I strode with Dr. Rupert B. Pubble. W.E. were the representatives of the Department of Mathematics in an investigation that had just begun. We entered the leftmost door of the library, the one with the word Lex over it. Descending 2 flights of stairs we walked down a long tunnel and through a doorway into the west binding vault. There 2 men bent intently over a high pile of faded, dusty papers which lay on a long table. "Good morning, gentlemen." The speaker was Dr. Gordon Fontaine, as Associate Professor in the Department of English. Fontaine and I had been fraternity brothers in undergraduate days at Stanford. The man with him I did not recognize. He was of medium height, very stocky, and totally bald. "Permit me," said Fontaine, "Dr. Thorvald Jensen, Department of Archaeology." I bowed. "Dr. Rupert Pubble, FDY Associate," I offered. Pubble and Jensen bowed formally to each other. "You have come to see the papers," said Fontaine. "Yes," I replied. "Yes, should like to." Dr. Reeb was most anxious that we contact you as soon as possible. "Let me give you a brief account," said Fontaine, "of how it came about that we were able to acquire these most valuable papers. Jasper K. Pelliam, the well-known industrialist, is, as you are aware, a great benefactor of this institution. Recently he was traveling in England. Through confidential sources Pelham learned it might be possible for him to purchase a portion of the VAT papers of the Pendrifford family. Robert Pendrifford, the sole surviving heir of this honored old family, is the 43rd Earl of Wetfolk. He is, to speak bluntly, a drunk. He has frittered away the family fortune at an alarming rate. To make a long story short, Pelham managed to arrange a personal meeting with Pendrifford. He purchased the entire collection of the family's papers for a quite reasonable price. "What, exactly, was the price?" asked Pubble. £2,400 sterling and 2 goods wagons of Guinness stout, said Anton. Dr. Jensen was rummaging among the papers. Most of them were old, yellow, and extremely fragile. Those that had writing on only one side had been mounted on Bristol board sections in order to preserve them. There were several most interesting finds. Among these papers, Fontaine continued, including a folio of Twelfth Night. However, it is this item here which interests us most of all. Jensen came over to assist us in studying it. Fontaine held up a stack of Bristol boards on which were mounted some ancient pages. And hat is it? I asked. 37. Computers and Automation. It is a collection of the sayings of St. N. Forus, said Fontaine. Who is Saint Enforus? Pubble asked. Let me explain, said Thorvald Jensen. According to the best information which we have, Saint Enforus was a semi-legendary seer of the 14th century. He is reported to have appeared at the court of King Henry III. His contemporaries and later commentators have written much of him, and we have important fragments of his work, but, until this find, there has been no known complete collection of his utterances. You believe this to be complete and comprehensive, then? I asked. Yes, Jensen said. He rubbed his bald head and took a large chew from a small, round can labeled Copenhagen. There is little doubt of it, Fontaine said. All evidence points to the authenticity of these papers. These are, in essence at least, the original sayings of St. Enforus. And what do they say? Asked Rupert B. Pubble. That is the uncanny part, said Fontaine. They contain predictions of amazing accuracy about things that have since come to pass. The prescience of Saint Enforus is truly remarkable. Thorvald Jensen chewed his Copenhagen mightily. He spat into a tremendous ice spittoon at one end of the room. And how can we help with this project? Pubble asked. We are not sure, Jensen said. We have heard of the remarkable things that can be done with the machine called SuperVC. We thought, perhaps if we were to give you a set of equivalents, Old English words with their modern equivalents, and were to provide you with edited copies of these sayings, then SuperVC might be able to give us back the most probable interpretation of each saying. This way we would be saved months, maybe years, of painstaking work. Let me see, said Pubble. You propose that the Parnson electronic calculator, SuperVC, as you call it, be given a translation table. And these sayings? Oh, course, it would have to be educated to be cognizant of all history, too. At least it would need to know all the happenings in the time intervening between Saint Enforus and now. Then it could be instructed to pick the best fit between the sayings and the event. Yes, it's entirely possible, straightforward, in fact when can we begin? As soon as possible, said Jensen eagerly. We can get our staff people together with you this afternoon. I had strolled to the end of the table for a better look at the massive spittoon of Thorvald Jensen, so recently called quite forcibly to my attentions. I recalled having seen such magnificent instruments in my childhood, glimpses past the swinging doors of the pool room, but I assumed that they had long since vanished. Jensen's gargantuan Septacle was wrought of solid brass. On one side was a carrying handle. On the other was the touch-ing inscription, with honor, Thorvald Jensen. Bowling team captain, Sons of Norway, 1939. 2. It was a month later that we clustered about Dr. Amos K. Hamel at the control console of Supervik. The problem had been formulated. A team of graduate students had been assigned to the task of vocabulary preparation, working at typo tapers. They had encoded the entire contents of the Oxford English Dictionary on magnetic tape. Dr. Thorvald Jensen had worked with Dr. Puebel in preparing the sayings of St. Enforus for insertion into the computer. Dr. P.Y. Reeb, the noted algebraist and logician, had written the program which Supervasi would use to arrive at its decisions concerning the true content of the sayings. Dr. G. Jennings M. Fest had aided members of the history faculty in reducing 43 volumes of unabridged world history to computer input. Dr. Amos K. Hamel stood ready with his well-trained staff to put Supervac through its paces. It was 9:30 in the morning when he was ready to begin. He adjusted his pince-nez glasses. To his right the 10-foot magnetic drum store of Supervac spun. Hamel had warmed up and checked out the machine. Before us on the massive console the blue waiting light blinked insistently. Dr. Thorvald Jensen took a small white card from a stack before him. His massive brass spittoon stood to the left of the console. 38. Enforub. The first saying encoded on the tape, said Jensen, is really not obscure at all. Let me read it to you. A ghastly weapon, rod of glass, will cause its tiny foes to passe. And, striking swiftly from your ear, 8 hall bring to FOIC both pain and fear. R. This, said Jensen, we believe to refer to the glass 8 word of Tom Atwill, a fantasy very popular in the London theatre in the middle 1800s. Tom Atwill, the hero of the drama, has a glass sword which he uses with telling effect on the pygmy people who threaten his sweetheart, Miss Eleonora McCurdy. Shall we begin, then? Asked Hamel. Begin, said Jensen, taking a chew of Copenhagen. Dr. Hamel pushed the read button. A small section of magnetic tape spun under the read heads of its servo. Lights blinked on the console of Supervac. It went into 7 minutes of mull mode. Suddenly the violet right light came on. A result, whispered Hamel. The console typewriter-like printer sprang into action. Its bars clacked on the paper. We bent low over the platen. See here, Dr. Puebel said. Thorvald Jensen's head was quite crimson. Penicillin, Supervac had written. By George, said Puebel, it does fit. Doesn't it? No $, snorted Thorvald Jensen, but he offered no further comment. Let's try another, said Dr. Fontaine Ridley. He picked up a card from Jensen's stack. With them upon ye streets who go, one shall appear both strange and low, and creeping swiftly in and out. Astonish FOIC who are about. 39. Dr. Jensen believes, Fontaine said, that this refers to an occasion in the summer of 1893, when the entire population of the Egyptian city of Aswan was terrorized by an invasion of crocodiles from the river Nile. Let's try it, said Hummel. He pushed the read button again. Supervasi digested the next of the sayings of Saint Enforus. After a short period of mull, the printer clacked again. Studebaker, it wrote. I'll be, said Pubble, softly. What's wrong with this silly contraption? It can't be following the rules. Jensen said. Self-check circuits show perfect operation, said Hummel. After all, we've only tried two. Let's take another. Here it is, said Gordon Fontaine. He read the next card. When ruddy symbol man shall view, then shall halt both many and few, but swiftly gliding on ye green, both one and all eftsoons shall lean. Now this, Jensen said, we are sure of. It is a manifest reference to the game of lawn bowling, which was not invented TI 111702 and was, hence, unknown in Enforus's time. Not the phrase gliding on ye green, and the reference to the bodily attitude while bowling, one and all eftsoons shall lean. The ruddy symbol referred to is, of course, the sun, for the game is only played in nice weather. But what about the line, then shall halt both many and few? Said Pubble. I don't see how that fits in. I think, said Jensen, acidly, that you had better stick to mathematics. Dr. Hummel pushed the button hurriedly. Supervasi this time required only 2 minutes of mull.l mode before writing its answer. Traffic signal appeared on the printer. Counted on page 52. Association for Computing Machinery, 11th National Meeting. Los Angeles, August 27 to 29, 1956. Program. Titles of papers and abstracts. The Association for Computing Machinery. The Association for Computing Machinery was founded in 1948 to promote the exchange of information on new developments in the application, programming, design and construction of both analog and digital computing machines. From a membership of 78 in the first year, the organization has grown to over 2,000 members located in all parts of the country and abroad. Local sections are active in several areas. The association holds national meetings, co-sponsors the joint computer conferences, and publishes the quarterly Journal of the Association for Computing Machinery. Membership is open to anyone interested in computing machinery. The 11th National Meeting. This meeting, on August 27th, 28th, and 29th, 1956, will be the 11th National Meeting of the Association for Computing Machinery, and the first to be held on the West Coast. The sessions will be held on the Los Angeles campus of the University of California. In the early meetings of the association, most technical papers and discussions involved scientific applications and component design of computing machinery. In later meetings, an increasing number of papers appeared on commercial applications and advanced programming techniques. Although all of these topics appear in the program of this meeting, a new class of interests is appearing: non-numerical uses of computers. Some of these applications will be discussed in invited papers on Boolean algebra, checker playing, logistics problems, language translation, musical composition, and weather prediction. Program. Association for Computing Machinery. 11th National Meeting. Tabs tracks for most papers are given below by number. Presented by invitation of the program Com. MIDI. Monday morning, August 27th. 1 Opening session Royce Hall Auditorium. Chairman, G.W. King, Local Arrangements. Committee. -40. 10:30 Raymond B. Allen, Chancellor, University of California, Los Angeles. A.S. Householder, retiring President of the Association. J.W. Carr, 3, incoming President of the Association. 2 General Session Royce Hall Auditorium. 11:21. T. Uncommon Uses for Common Digital Computers, Martin 1. Klein, North Amer. Icon Aviation. Monday afternoon, August 27th. Applications Royce Hall Auditorium. Chairman, Bruno A. Chiapinelli, Canning, Sisson and Associates. 2002. Computations in the Field of Engineer. In Chemistry, Theodore J. Williams. Monsanto Chemical, R.C. Johnson, Wash. Ington University, and Arthur Rose, Penn. Sylvania State University. 243. High-speed computing in weather prediction, Philip D. Thompson, Joint Number. Aerial Weather Prediction Unit. 320 Intermission. 344. Data Problems of a Grocery Chain. Frank B. Calhoun, Safeway Stores. 425. Some Logistics Applications, WH. Marlowe, George Washington University. 2 Approximations Haynes Hall 39. Chairman, P.C. Curtis, University of California. 2006. An Algorithm to the Method of Curve Fitting by the Process of Least Squares. L. Marcus, General Motors. 227. Rules for Reducing Calculate Time and Conservation of Storage Space, J. H. Allen. Temco Aircraft. 248. On a Chebyshev Fitting Criterion, A. Spitzbart and D. L. Shell, General Electric. 3009. On Rational Function Approximations 10. The Exponential Function, Udell L. Luke. Midwest Research Institute. 320 Intermission. 340-10. On the Method of Minimum, or Best Approximational and the \method of Least. Ilt P. Otwers, Alan A. Goldstein, James B. Harashoff, and Norman Lyon, Convair. 40011. On Bernoulli's method for SO/Ting A/GE. Imry Equations, 2, B. Dimsdale, Remington. Rand Univac. 42012. The DOLL2 Hill method of SO/Ting A. Polynomial Equation, James A. Ward, Hall. Oman Air Force Base. 44013. Simple Approximations, Benjamin L. Schwartz, Battelle Memorial Institute. Tuesday morning, August 28. 1 Business Applications Royce Hall AFUDITORIUN. Chairman, A. Vazogny, Ramo Wooldridge. 9/2014. On the Design of Business Systems for 940. 10 o'clock. Computers, Ned Chapin, Illinois Institute of Technology. 15 Technical M.Archit Analysis using a COM. PLLTCR, John Hansen, Mel Parr. 16 Small BMINUS Applications using a Unit AC Computing Center, Paul H. Rosen. Thal and Paul A. Hunt, Remington Rand. Univac. 2 Logical Design Royce Hall Auditorium. Chairman, Myron J. Mendels D.N., Nordente. 104017. Mathematical models of the logical structure of digital computers, Eldred C. Nelson, Ramo Wooldridge. 11-2018. Speed independent as YNCH RON 0 US. Switching circuits, David E. Muller, University of Illinois. 3 Error analysis Haynes Hall 39. Chairman, Mario J. Unco Sa, Rand. 9-2019. Estimating the truncation error with a modified Runge-Kula method, Donald W. Wong, North American Aviation. 9-40-20. On the overall stability and for converg. Ins of single-step integration schemes for ordinary differential equations, John W. Carr, 3, University of Michigan. 10:21. Generated error in the solution of certain linear difference equations, Alston S. Householder, Oak Ridge National Lab. 4 Numerical analysis Haynes Hall 39. Chairman, John Lowe, Douglas Aircraft. 1040-22. Evaluation of incomplete elliptic integrals by Gamsian integration, John G. Haynes, Armor Research Foundation. 110023. Programming of the method of characteristics for axisymmetric flow, DC. Lee and CRU Bank, Convair. 11-20-24. A method of computing shock waves. DC Lee, Convair. 1140-25. A variational approximation. Lorsturm. Liouville problems, C.C. Farrington, Jr. University of Illinois. Tuesday afternoon, August 28. I non-numerical use of computers. Royce Hall Auditorium. Chairman, John R. Bowman, Mellon Institute. 2:26. Programming a computer to play. GameEdge, *A1. Samuel, International Busy. NES Machines. 240-27. Musical composition with a digital computer, *L.A. Hiller, Jr. and L.M. Isaacson, University of Illinois. 3:20 Intermission. 340-28. The potentialities of a high-cap city store for machine translation, Irving. Wieselman, International Telemeter. ACM. 41. 420-29. Self-checking methods of integration. On high-speed computers, Milton Abram. OITS, National Bureau of Standards. 2 Real-time applications Hagens Hall 39. Chairman, John Salzer, Magnavox Research Lab. Oratories. 20030. Simulation techniques for the test and evaluation of real-time computer programs, Dr. Israel, MIT Lincoln Laboratory. 22031. Data recording in real-time control systems, H.E. Frachtman, MIT Lincoln Laboratory. 24032. A system for general-purpose analog digital computation, Walter F. Bauer, D. George P. West, Ramo Wooldridge. 30033. Sampling frequency of digital servo mechanisms, Julius Tou, University of Penn. Sylvania and Philco. 3 Analog applications Haynes Hall 39. Chairman, Werner Luddert, Lockheed Aircraft. 340-34. Progress in simulation of VAI.VE train. Dynamics, W.C. Franca, Ford Motor Com. Paney. 40035. Servomultiplier error study, Robert A. Bruns, Jet Propulsion Laboratory. 42036. The Refuge Relay Function Genera. Tor, KB Tuttle, Northrop Aircraft. 44037. A Transistor Operational DC Ampli. Fear, W. Hochwald and F. H. Gerhard, O. Tone ticks. Wednesday morning, August 29th. Numerical Methods and Applications. 2. Royce Hall Auditorium. Chairman, Frank M. Verza, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. 9/20/38. Mathematical Technicalities in Data Pro. Processing Problems, *FL Alt and M Zelen. National Bureau of Standards. 10/0039. The Computing Problem in the Analy. Sys of non-stochastic tim.e series using an Alto Regressi 01L model, Z. Satrowski, in International Business Machines. 10/20. 10-10. 11/20. Intermission. 40 discrete variable problems on the SWAC computer, *C. Tompkins, University City of California. 41 numerically. Perrymans with methods. For solving partial differential equation 1 ls. * David Young, Ramo Wooldridge. Programming Haynes Hall 39. Chairman, Chester G. Heilkma, Jet Propulsion. Laboratories. 9/20/42. Sorting on a multiple magnetic tape. Unit, Wallace Clammer, Electrodata. 9/40/43. Automatic Digital Encoding System 11. AIDS 2, E.K. Bloom, U.S. Naval Ord. Nance Laboratory. 10/0044. A Latviamatical Language Compiler. J. Chips, MK03chman.a. Petus, S. Or. Gel, J. Smith, Purdue University. Computers and Automation. 3 Programming Training Haynes Hall 39. Chairman, Don Wall, International Business Ma. Chins. 10/40/45. Psychological Tests and Selection 01. Computer Programmers, *TC Rowan. Rand. 11/20/46. Computer Programming and Coding at the High School Level, Aaron L. Buckman. Hutchinson Central Technical High School. Buffalo, New York. 11/40/47. A proposal for training youngsters in digital computing techniques, Roland P. Meyer, MIT Lincoln Laboratory. Wednesday afternoon, August 29th. iLearning Royce Hall Auditorium. Chairman, R.W. Hamming, Bell Telephone Law. Laboratories. 20048. Some engineering aspects of the NAVU system, * Harold Scapiro, National Cash Register. 24049. On the recognition of information with a digital computer, Herbert T. Glantz. U.S. Army and Job Diebold and Associates. 30050. A learning process SLITA LE for mech. Anization, Joseph M. Weir, Bell Telephone. Laboratories. 2 Engineering Design Royce Hall Auditorium. Chairman, William F. Gunning, Beckman Instru. Mance. 34051. Circuit realization of binary functions. Using threshold devices, Edward P. Stab. Ler, Princeton University. 40052. Designing computer circuits with a computer, Gene H. Lechner, University of Illinois. 42053. The design of synchronizing buffers for collecting and distributing digital data. Henry C. Cried, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. 44054. Latin squares and magnetic core matrix. Storage, Nelson M. Blackman, Electronic Defense Laboratory. 3 Mathematical Analysis Haynes Hall 39. Chairman, Jack Rose, Remington Rand Univac. 20055. Characteristic Values of Arbitrary Matrices, Mark Lotkin, Avco Manufacturing. 22056. An efficient form of inverse for sparse matrices, William 9 Richard Hayes, RAD. 24057. The method 01 reduced matrices for a general transportation problem, Paul S. Dwyer and Bernard A. Galler, University of Michigan. 3:58. The Tarski Decision Procedure, George E. Collins, International Business Machines. 4 Partial Differential Equations Haynes Hall 39. Chairman, H. F. Bohnenblust, California Institute of Technology. 34059. Leakage error in a semi-discrete log of the heat equation, Norman E. Fried. Man, University of California. -42. 40060. On partial differential equations with irregular boundaries, H. Reichenbach, Rem. Ington Rand Univac. 42061. Optimum recurrence formulas for a fourth-order parabolic partial differential equation, F. and H. Crandall, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Titles and abstracts. 1 Uncommon uses for common digital computers. L/FARTINL Klein. Since the entrance of the digital computers into the engineering field, many unusual applications for these machines have been investigated. Some of these are practical applications beyond the original field of simple computation, and others have been designed to illuminate the public in terms of situations with which they are familiar. In the latter area, the past few years have seen the use of a machine to determine an optimal gambling program, predictions on sporting events, control of traffic problems, and even creative work in the abstract arts. A recent suggestion involves the use of a computing machine against a panel of experts on a television program. This discussion concerns itself with the philosophy and operation of some of these exotic applications, as well as being a compendium of the state of the art. 4 Data problems of a grocery chain. Frank B. Calhoun. 1. A brief description of the Safeway organization and the role of its retail accounting offices. 2. The problems of accounting for orders from stores destined for warehouses, of billing of actual store charges, and of maintaining proper warehouse inventory control for buying departments. Comparison of pre-billing and post-billing methods. 3. Current manual accounting methods in the retail accounting offices, and the need for specialized input devices prior to full mechanization. 4. The part that private line communications can play in linking medium-sized, large storage computers. 5. The economics of choosing between punched card calculators and medium-sized, large storage computers for the retail accounting offices. 5. Some logistics applications. W. H. Marlowe. The principal applications discussed. 8. Some made by the special purpose logistics computer, which was built for the Office of Naval Research as a result of study QF typical expected logistics studies. Development of the computer since delivery in March 1953 is briefly Described and the current modification program is outlined. Some conspicuous problems in computational logis. Ticks are noted and remarks are made concerning current and expected computer applications known to the writer. Content on page 46. Did you see our story in life? Magazine, March 19, pp 173 to 176. Make your own baby genius CompuFERS. With Geniac. Electric Brain. Construction Kit Number 1. Diagram of the Versa. Tile multiple Slowfitch, which can be assembled to make any STVIICH. Combination from 16 decks of 2 positions to 2 decks of 16 positions. This kit is an introduction to THE design of arithmetical, logica 1, reasoning, Komi 1 puzzle solving J, and game playing circuit TS. It is simple enough for intelligent boy 5 to assemble, and yet is instructive to computer men because it shows how many kinds of computing and reasoning circuits can be made from simple components. With this kit and 64-page manual, UCGNEASILY make over 30 SMA11 electric brain machines that exhibit intelligent behavior. Each runs on 1 flashlight battery. All connections high th nuts and bolts, no S01. Deering required. Price $17.95, add ADT for shipment in US 1S0F. Mississippi, $1.80 for SHPMNT. Outside US. If not satisfactory, returnable in 7 days for full refund. A few of the machines you can make. Logic machines, reasoning, syllogism. Machine, intelligence testing. Game playing machines, NIM, tit-tat-toe. Arithmetic machines, adding, SUB. Tracting, multiplying, divid in G. Carrying, etc. F, YPJ. Graph machines. Seconds re-T-code R and decode R, combination. Locks. Puzzle machines, the space ship airlock, the Fox Hencorn and Hired Man, Douglas MacDonald's will. The uranium ship and the space per. At S. Mail this request. Or a copy of it. Berkeley Enterprises, Inc. 615 Washington STR 176. Nel Vitarevile 60, Las. Please send me Geniac Kit, 01 and Manual. Price, $17.95, add ADT lore. Shipment in U.S. west of Mississippi. $1.80 for shipment outside U.S. I enclose in full payment. If in good condition, it is returnable in 7 days for full refund. My name and address are attached. Opportunity in Southern California. Stable, high-paying careers for CBE.A. TXVEIXGXT.AL. CoLWPUTEB, and GXNEERS. Experienced in advanced data processing. Systems design. Here, in one of America's leading companies in the development of digital computers and electronic systems, you'll have full opportunity to make design contributions at the most advanced level. You'll enjoy the broad working freedom of a small, select research design group and the vast technical resources of a parent company of international stature. The program is a continuing one with constant creative challenges. Because most activity is in development of equipment for worldwide commercial markets, Stability is assured. Related projects are also undertaken for government and industry. New, ultra-modern, air-conditioned facility in a pleasant suburb of Los Angeles, the nation's fast-growing electronics capital. Broad benefits. Senior mechanisms engineer, senior electronic engineer. Must be a strongly creative man with experience in drum memories for digital. Straight ability in computer input-output computer systems. Excellent opportunity to devices. Form and head project in this work. Senior computer circuitry engineer, senior mechanical engineer. With transistor experience in digital computer, a key job requiring 2 or more years. Applications. Core circuitry experience, channelcal design experience in high speed. Desirable. Digital magnetic tape handling units. Excellent openings for engineers with experience in logical design, ferroelectrics, magnetic cores, computer systems, transistor circuits, input-output devices, applications of physics. Computer systems specifications. Definition of system requirements. 416-page brochure describing activities and career potential at the NCR Electronics Division. Write or contact D.P. Gillespie, Director of Industrial Relations. Trademark REGUS Pad. Off. 43. The National Cash Register Company. Electronics Division. 1401 East EI Segundo Boulevard, Hawthorne, California. Magnetic Content pound ROM, page 16. Mutilation and obliteration of the media studied. The subcommittee found that magnetic inks were least subject to mutilation and obliteration through the ordinary handling and exposure which checks might be expected to receive. Magnetic inks can be read mechanically through overstamping, pencil and ink marks, oils, greases, carbon smudges, scotch, and opaque tapes, as well as other foreign substances. The inks used are as durable as any presently used in printing and typing operations. In fact, magnetic inks may be obliterated computers and automation aided as far as the human eye is concerned, and yet be readable accurately by mechanical equipment. Conclusion. In this report we have mentioned briefly only the principal criteria upon which the selection of a common language for automatic processing of checks must be based. These, plus many others of perhaps less importance, were all very fully weighed in reaching our conclusion to recommend, as the common machine language, the use of magnetic ink character recognition. We have covered the activity of our subcommittee, the basic factors considered in this selection, a description of the technical aspects of the languages existing today, and the reasons for the selection of the language we are recommending. It is our intention to seek coordinate agreement on designated field lengths and locations, as well as SPE, CIC character type font, as soon as possible. A specifications manual will be published for the guidance of all concerned immediately thereafter. Acknowledgement and appreciation. In addition to the foregoing formal report, the following statement of acknowledgement and appreciation was made by John A. Clay, Chair, Man of the Technical Subcommittee on Mechanization of Check Handling. The action taken by the Bank Management Commission in endorsing the recommendation of our subcommittee is, of course, a source of great satisfaction to us. I would like to Express the pride that I have in being chairman of such a group of individuals. Their earnestness and conscientious attention to duty I think is somewhat unique for a volunteer type of committee. A great deal of time spent in the last 2 years has been on their own, during nights and weekends, in order to minimize their absence from their regular bank duties. The banks for which they work are to be commended for allowing such men to participate to the degree that they have done so. The selection of a common language in the total scheme of check mechanization is, of course, just a first step. However, for us who have SCRVED on the subcommittee, we now feel that we have left the paths of frustration and have now entered upon the road to fruition. It has not been an easy task to consider all factors involved and arrive at a single language. A great deal of effort, financial support and technical know-how has been put into the various approaches to languages by many people. The manufacturers with whom we have worked have been most cooperative, and it is a thrill to observe the results of their individual ingenuity. A calculated selection. Some people will tell you that the selection of a language by such a committee is foolhardy, in that a single common language will never be attained. We have been told, in some quarters, that the selection of a language will be a calculated risk. Our considered opinion at this time is that this is not so, and that this is, in fact, a calculated selection. While it is true that media, entirely unknown at the present, will emerge as a better answer in the future, we feel that we have selected the best existing medium. The time for selection is most opportune. Although large sums have been invested toward the perfection of various language concepts, still none of the systems has reached the end. 44. State of production tooling, where extremely large amounts of capital are required. We hope to implement immediately this recommendation by asking the various machine manufacturers and the check printing industry to join with us in the cooperative selection of specific details, such as field location and designated places on a check, to be reserved for this language. In this endeavor we hope to be successful and feel that now primary designation has been made, that the cooperative action of all manufacturers concerned will tend to excel. Arate the day when common language is a reality. Today might very well go down as a day during which men sat together and made a decision that had absolutely no effect on the check mechanization problem whatsoever. On the other hand, it could represent a day in which an historical landmark was created in the field of bank operations. We submit to you that, in our opinion, there is no question but that it is the latter. Only time will tell how important part the concept of a single mechanical check reading medium will play in the field of bank operations and customer service. Advertisement. University of London. Computational Unit. Application is invited for the post of VECTOR of the computational unit which is to be established by the university and which will be equipped with a Ferranti Mark II Mercury electronic computer. The appointment will date from October 1, 1957 or other date as may be agreed. Ailery £2,100 with family allowances and membership of FSSU. Further particulars may be obtained from the Secretary to the Senate, University of London. Senate House, WC1, to whom application, 8 copies, should be sent not later than November 15, 1956. Asterisk. 45. Digital computer engineers. For application of transistorized digital computers to fire control, navigation, and missile guidance systems. Backslash. 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 II. 2. OpenELN. Computer applications. Logical design. Dynamic analysis. Circuit development. Component development. Packaging design. Field evaluation. Forward confidential resume. No reference contact without your permission. Technical Penal Department 674. AIIAIA. Division American Bosch Armacorp. Roosevelt Field. Garden City. LINY. Computers and Automation. Add. Conted from page 42. 6. An algorithm to the method of curve fitting by the process of least squares. L. Marcus. A method of finding a minimum number of terms in an analytical equation to fit a set of observed data is presented in this article. The method avoids the solution of an almost dense set of simultaneous equations. It has the advantage that any number of independent variables can be considered at the same time. Further, it limits the trial and error computation in determining approximately the minimum number of terms in the final equation. TNE variance as well as the coefficient of COR relation between y and xi is determined during the process of fitting the function. 7. Some rules for reducing calculate time and conservation of storage space. J. H. Allen. Efficient use of a high-speed computer demands that programming and coding personnel follow certain general rules. Although these rules are seldom clearly defined, most computing personnel adhere to them as a result of experience. An attempt has been made to state these rules here, along with examples of the savings afforded by their application to some of the most commonly used functions. 8. On a Chebyshev fitting criterion. A. Spitzbart and D. Shell. Let f, x, be given at p plus 2 points x k equals sin 2. K it plus k equals 0, 1, p plus 1, these being the zeros. 2, p1. Of tp plus l, x, where tp plus l, x, is the Chebyshev polynomial of degree p plus 1 FOT0 x1. We consider the question of approximating f, x, by a polynomial 12, x, of degree p, with errors of UF\I form modulus. At dot, a complete determination of pp, x, and the error is given. The method is then extended to bivariate and trivariate approximation, for each of which the determination of the approximating polynomial and total error is given, through independent of the order in which the variables are used. -46. 9 on rational function. Approximations to the exponential function, with application to the practical solution of linear differential difference equation S with constant coefficients. Udell L. Luke. 1. Consider Zn plus Leu % Rn, U, do -Hn. O. Dash %. E.g., Z, where Rn-Hn and Gn Rn-Th. N. Degree polynomials. Paper considers class of approxima. Wet, ERN, A, F3, is essentially the Jacobi polynomial. Differential difference properties for G, N, and Hn are derived. If it is required that error in approximation involve highest power of Z possible, then A equals F3 equals O. Approximation can also be deduced employing the so-called tau method introduced by C. Langchos, and more recently discussed by the author. Approximation is useful in stability and response studies for type of equations given in title. Subject is illustrated with a numerical example. 10 on the method of minimum, or T, the method of least nth powers. Alan A. Goldstein, James B. Harrishoff, and Norman Levine. The problem of finding the best approximation to an overdetermined system of linear algebraic equations is re-examined. 2 new methods of solution are proposed, which should be more effective for large systems than the classical method of de Laval-Poussin. The methods involve finding the minimum point of either the sum of a high even power of the residues or of the maximum absolute residue. The minima are obtained by steepest descent. The first method, which is called the method of least nth powers, is essentially a device for separating the residues into 2 classes, the maximum residues and the others. Once the separation is effected, the best approximation is readily obtainable by the de Laval-Poussin algorithm. 3 examples are given of this method. The second method will be reported upon in a future paper. 11 on Bernoulli's method for solving algebraic equations. 2. B. Dimsdale. In a previous paper on the subject, Bernoulli's method was extended to cover those cases in which there were several roots of equal largest modulus. The method had an advantage over Grief's method in that it dealt only con TD on page 48. Make or buy which is best for you. You'll make OU better if you let CTC make your terminal boards. Why? The answer is simple. CTC is equipped to produce quality terminal boards economically. The 2 keywords in that sentence are quality and economy. Here's how. CTC can guarantee both. Our swagging machines use tools we designed ourselves that prevent cracked boards and cracked rivets. Each terminal is fastened securely and carefully. CTC terminal boards have no weak spots. Our finishes and coatings are applied smoothly. There are no wrinkles or heavy deposits. CTC terminals are selected from certified stock that is free from defects. CTC guarantees the terminals themselves, even to the thickness of plating. The result of this is you are sure of the finest terminal boards in the quantity you want them in, and at a price you couldn't duplicate if you made them yourself. Get all the facts right. For specifications and prices. You'll agree, ULL make out better if etc. Makes your boards. Cambridge Therm. Ionic Corporation, 437 Concord Avenue. Cambridge 38, Mass. On the west coast contact E.V. Roberts and Associates Incorporated, 5068 West Washington Boulevard, Los Angeles 16, and 61 Renato Court, Redwood City, California. A large variety of CTC solder terminals is available ranging from the miniature I's to the larger regular type. Each can be obtained in a variety of shank lengths and finishes, and coated with water-dipped lacquer for protection during storage. Cambry DGETH Ermion IC. Makers of guaranteed electronic components. Custom or standard. -10G-:1. Electronic design, May 15th, June 15th, electronics, electrical./Ianuyakturing.June. July, Proceedings of IRE. July. Computers and Automation, September. October. 195. Perlocations on Simrelic Logic. P5, Boolean Algebra, Tile Technique. For manipulating n, or, not. And conditio, and applicatio to. IURANCEI also DISCLBSION. Reprint. Explains in simple language, TFH at. Boolean Algebra ISI how to recognize the relations of Boolean Algebra 1. Expressed in ordinary words, and H-Olf. To calculate with it. Contains prob. Lems, solutions, comments, discussio. $1.50. P14, Circuit Algebra INFODUCTION. Explains simply a new algebra, bool. An algebra modified to include time. That applies to on-off circuits, us. ing relays, electronic tubes, recti. Fears, gates, flip-flops, delay lines, etc. Covers both static and second. Tile circuits. Applications to control, programming, and computing. Problems and solutions involving CIR. QETS. $1.90. P16, Symbolic Logic, 20 prob. Lems and solutions. Report. Contains 20 complete problems and solutions in Boolean algebra and auth. Parts of symbolic logic, some by Lewis Carroll and John Venn, out of print, and others new. Guide to using symbolic logic in actual situations. $1.80. P13, a symbolic analysis of relay and switching circuits. Reprint of the classic paper by Claude E. Shan, mathematician and scientist. Published 1938 in the Transactions of the Amer. Inst of Electrical Engineers, and long out of print. The first application of Boolean algebra to relays and other on-off circuit elements. $0.60. Guarantee offer. You can see DM. For we asking, why not take a look? Edmund C. Berkeley and Associates. 815 Washington St, R168. Newtonville 60, Mass. Please send me publications circled. P5 PL3 PL4 PL6. I enclose $ in full payment. Add lot per item to cover cost of handling and mailing. If in good condition, returnable in 7 days. For full refund. My name and add. Dress are attached. Mathematicians. Electronic engineers. APL an organization. Of and for technical men and scientists. The Applied Physics Laboratory, APL, of the Johns Hopkins University is an organization of and for technical men and scientists. Several factors allow for more effective utilization of mind power at APL. They lead to tangible and intangible satisfactions for staff members that could not be gained elsewhere. Among them are: 1. Individual staff members are given a measure of responsibility and initiative much greater than in many comparable establishments. Decision-making, on all levels, is placed in the hands of scientists and technical men. 2. Staff members do not restrict their efforts to limited technical problems. Instead, they are asked to assess and solve problems of a system's nature, including analyses of complete tactical problems. 3. APL handles technical direction of the work of many associate and subcontractors, including 21 universities and leading trial organizations. As a result, APL staff members enjoy a rewarding exchange of ideas and techniques with other leaders in R&D. \4. The combined facilities of APL, its associate and subcontractors, and government test stations provide opportunities for members of its technical staff to develop and exploit their varied capabilities in a unique environment where teamwork and individual initiative are fused. 5. This esprit and freedom to look into new concepts has resulted in a number of quantum jumps in defense capability, including the proximity fuse, the first supersonic ramjet engine, and the Navy's Bumblebee family of missiles, which includes Terrier, Talos and Tartar. APL is presently attempting breakthroughs on several important fronts. APL's expansion program recently witnessed the completion of new laboratories covering 350,000 square foot in Howard County, Maryland, equidistant from Washington, D.C. and Baltimore. Men of originality are invited to inquire about staff opportunities. Salaries compare favorably with those of other R&D organizations. Openings exist in programming for electronic analog computers, programming for UNIVAC, dynamic analysis of closed-loop control systems, servo mechanisms design, missile systems dynamics, transistor and mag-amp applications to control circuits, operations research. For additional information, write professional staff appointments. The Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, 8641 Georgia Avenue, Silver Spring, MD. Computers and Zeroation. Back copies. Reference information, with notes regarding latest issues contain same organizations. Roster of organizations in the computer field, June, 1956. Roster of computing services, June, 1956. Roster of consulting services, June, 1956. Computing machinery and automation. Types of automatic computing Mac-in. ARRI, December 1955. Roster of automatic computers, June, 1956. Outstanding examples of automation. July 1954. Commercial automatic computers, December, 1954. Types of components of automatic computing machinery, March 1955. Products and services in the computer field. Products and services for sale or rent, June 1956. Classes of products and services, June 1956. Words and terms. Glossary of terms and expressions in the computer field, January 1956. Information and publications. Books and other publications, many. Issues. Net/patents, nearly every issue. Roster of magazines, December 1955. Titles and abstracts of papers given. At meetings, many issues. People. Who's who in the computer field. June, 1955, and later issues. Back copy prices, if available, $1.25. Each, except June 1955, $4, and June 1956 $6. The June issue is the Computer Directory issue. Mail this request L. Or a copy of it I. 2. Berkeley Enterprises. 815 Washington Street 176. Newtonville 60, Mass. I. Please send me the following back. Copies I enclose $_ in full payment. 1. My name. My address, _____________________ I. Dash 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 1. I. You can't beat A. Bryant. Magnetic. Drum. For digital computers, inventory control systems and tape-to-card converters, also as delay lines, synchronizers, and frequency generators. Designed to purchasers' requirements. Guaranteed accuracy of drum runout 0.00010 TIR or less. Air bearings or super precision ball bearings. Belt drive or integral motor drive, speeds to 100,000 RPM. Capacities to 5 million or more binary digits. Vertical or horizontal housing. Head mounting surfaces to suit. High-density magnetic oxide or electroplated magnetic alloy coating. High-speed motors, spindles, and drums. Bryant designs and manufactures electromechanical components for precision operation up to 200,000 RPM, and magnetic drums from 2 diameter x 3 length to 20 diameter x 42 length. If you have a problem in applying high-speed rotating equipment to your product, write Bryant today. Bryant Gauge and Spindle Division. P.O. Box 620K, Springfield, Vermont, USA. Division of Bryant Chucking Grinder Co. 49. Ferranti. High-speed tape reader. F.I. JS1. J. I. The Ferranti high-speed tape reader accelerates to full speed within 5 milliseconds and stops within 3 milliseconds. It has been in use at leading computer installations for over 2 years and has achieved a sound reputed on for simplicity and reliability in regular operate on. TGM 1 Mark II model reads at speeds up to 200 characters per second, and stops the tape from full speed within a character position. Within 0.03 inch. The tape is accelerated to full speed again in 5 milliseconds. And the following character is ready for reading within 6 milliseconds of rest position. 2. Mark II model reads at speeds up to 400 characters per second. And stops within 0.1 inch. Versatile, both models read either 5-level, 6-level, or 7-level tape. By simple adjustment of an external lever. WIMF4I. The tape is easily inserted without complicated threading. Lap or butt splices are taken without any difficulty. The same tape may be passed thousands of times without appreciable tape wear. The optical system has no lenses or mirrors to get out of alignment. Friction drive is independent of sprocket hole spacing. Large output amplifiers are included for each channel, including a special squaring circuit for the sprocket hole signal. Output swing between hole and blank is greater than 20 volts. Dimensions, 9cx11v2 11% weight, 37 IBS. For use with long lengths of tape up to 1000 feet, spooling. Equipment operating up to 40 inches per second for take-up or supply is available separately. Ferranti Electric Incorporated. 30, Rockefeller Plaza, New York. 20, NSO_. Robot. Showstoppers. Did you see our story? Magazine, March 19, pp. In LFE. 173 to 176. From time to time you may need DT0. Help organize a display in a business show including some device that you hope will stop every person at tending the show and make him notice your display, a device which may be called a showstopper. In addition to publishing the mega zine COMPTJIERSNO Oriomation, we hate for 6 years been developing and constructing robot showstopy. Pers, small robot mock inst hat. Respond to their environment and behave by themselves. LVO of them are Relay Mo, a machine that will play the game tit-tat-toe DTH, a human being, and either win or draw all the time, or, depending 0 and the setting of a switch, will times lose, so as to make the game more interesting for the human. Bifn, Vas at the IRE show, in Guardian Electrix exhibit, see picture in Life magazine. Squee, an electronic robot square. Rel that will hunt for a nut. Indicated by a person in the audience, pick it up in his hands, take the nut to his nest, there leave it and then hunt for more nuts, see picture in Life magazine. Besides these we have other small robots finished or under development. These machines may be rented for SHOLLs under certain conditions, so, modifications of the small RO bots to fit a particular perp 0 SE are often possible. 2. Berkeley Enterprises Inc. 815 Washington Street R176. Newtonville 60 T Mass. Please send us more TI0N about your robot showstoppers. The advertising application / have in mind is _________________ from organization address filled in by name, title, date. ACM counted from page 46 with the original roots and the disadvantage that there was a lower order of convergence. The present paper is concerned with the elimination of this disadvantage. Certain considerations relative to computed applications are also discussed. 12. The downhill method of solving a polynomial equation. James A. Ward. The author shows a numerical method of determining to any desired accuracy the real and imaginary roots of a polynomial equation with real coefficients. The technique of using this method on a digital computer is also given. 13 Simple approximations. Benjamin L. Schwartz. For any real number x, consider approximations to X of the form AC, B underscore D, where A, B, C, and D are uniformly bounded positive integers. This form of approximation is required in the machining operation of cutting helical gears. The determination of approximations of this form, called simple approximations, is performed on a magnetic drum computer. 1 hour of computer time replaces 3 man-days of manual work. The flowchart is provided. Certain theoretical properties of the set of simple approximations are derived, and the results are compared with experimental data. One interesting result is the approximation to 71, 77x51, 25x50 equals 3.1416000. 14 on the design of business systems for computers. Ned Chapin. Since a business system is a particular combination of 3 types of services to accomplish information processing in business, the computer development analyst in business is primarily concerned with designing combinations of these 3 services that will meet certain criteria. To meet these criteria, the analyst normally finds that his work divides itself into 5 stages. In working through the 5 stages, the analyst is confronted with 2 major problems, one of which has no logical solution, the other of which has at least 3 makeshift solutions. 15 Technical market analysis. Using a computer. John Hansen. The work of the stock analyst is divided into 2 phases, the technical market analysis and the fundamental analysis. Essentials of these 2 phases are described, with special emphasis on the technical analysis and its suitability for electronic computation. An outline is given of a program now underway at Melpar for one of the large New York brokerage houses. The object of this program is the utilization of an electronic computer to technically analyze all the stocks listed on the New York exchanges between the closing of the market in the afternoon and TB opening the following morning. It is pointed out in closing that this program is only an initial step in bringing the electronic computer to the brokerage houses. Con TD on page 52. Asterisk. 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 F. I. L. 1R. L. T. 1. FLEK writers. Registered. For Dodo processor. Office. Machines. Weighing. Scales. Tool. Control. Logging. Systems. In. Output. Flexowriter automatic writing. Machines, auxiliary tape punch. Ing, reading, duplicating and conversion units are used for input and output in a wide variety of data storage and processing. Machines in business, industry, government and research. Detailed program tapes for actuating and instructing various types of data processing machines can be punched by the flexowriter as the data is typed in proof form. These tapes are used to accurately direct or program the tape operated equipment. Commercial controls auxiliary L/loterized tape punches. When cable connected to other equipment L. Record data in punched paper tape. The auxiliary L/loterized tape reader reads punched tape to direct the Automatic operation of other equipment. \ERITE for complete information. Please mention the application in which you are interested. Commercial. Controls. Auxiliary motorized. Tape reader. Commercial Controls Corporation. Subsidiary of Friden Calculating Machine CA, Inc. 1, Layton Avenue. Rochester 2, New York. Sales and service offices in principal cities listed in CLAS. Cified telephone directory under typewriters automatic. Computers and automation. Digital. Engineers. For long-range programs. Airborne control applications. Challenging assignments. With opportunity to carry your ideas through to final hardware and operational flight testing in computer organization, logical design, advanced circuit design, laboratory development, packaging and reliability. Please forward confidential resume. No reference co/duct without your permission. Manager of Technical Personnel Department 674. ARJWA. Division of American Bosch Arma Corporation. Roosevelt Field. Garden City. Long Island. NY. Counted from page 51. 16 Small Business Applications. Using a UNIVAC Computing Center. Paul H. Rosenthal and Paul A. Hunt. The small company presents an untouched area for office automation. The problems and relations of applying large-scale electronic data processing equipment to these small companies is discussed. A solution consists of having a UNIVAC computing center perform packaged procedures. The insurance production analysis procedure is described and the sales, programming and production problems outlined. 17 Mathematical models of the logical structure of digital computers. Eldred C. Nelson. Eason of the logical organization of the switching TRCU1TS and the memory devices is an important problem. 10 The development of new digital computers. Mathematical techniques based on algebras, such as Boolean algebra, are now used in many computer development programs. The use of these techniques has been most successful when developed into a complete mathematical model of the logical structure of the computer. When components that are faithful representatives of the elements of the model are used, the model becomes a PowerShell design tool. Use of these models in the design of specific computers has resulted in significantly simpler computers. 18. Speed independent asynchronous switching circuits. David E. Muller. Asynchronous switching circuits are often designed in counted on page 54. 52. Enforus. Counted from pound, E39. Jensen exploded. This silly thing has lost its wits, he claimed. Let's stop this stupid business right now. Don't be too hasty, Dr. Jensen, Fontaine urged. We haven't tested it with number 49 yet. All right, said Jensen, gritting healthy teeth. We'll give it one more try. He turned to Dr. Hummel. Can you call up item 49? Of course, Hummel said. Jensen rummaged through his stack of cards. This one we're certain of, he said. There's no doubt. A heavenly body shall be seen, of wondrous for me and golden sheen. In ye west wherein stars do light. A men shall stagger at ye sight. This can be nothing other than Halley's Co. Met, said JEN. Let's try it. Hamel pushed the button. The amber mole light glowed for a full 15 minutes. At last the printer spoke. Marilyn Monroe, it wrote. Thorvald Jensen's bald head glowed deep purple. His foot swung back rapidly. As it came forward, it caught his gleaming brass spittoon squarely, hurling it through the air in a sweeping arc. He strode from the room, tearing his cards in little bits and hurling them into the air. We watched him go in astonishment. It was not till we turned back to the console that we realized that SuperVC had ceased to run. The brilliant emergency stoplight glowed on the console. The giant brass spittoon of Thorvald Jensen had lodged securely in the circuit turrets of the main computing frame. And at the Ramo Wooldridge Corporation, a program of test evaluation and analysis for ICBM and IRBM, data analysis, facilities operation, data reduction, reliability statistics, data presentation, systems evaluatio 1L, test reporting. These are among the test data evaluation, processing and reduction activities at RW for the Air Force intercontinental and intermediate range ballistic missiles. This test evaluation program is an important aspect of RW's technical direction responsibility for ICBM and IRBM. Scientists and engineers experienced in the evaluation, processing and reduction of test data are invited to consider association with Ramo Wooldridge. Please ADDLS Inquil IES2, Mr. W.J. Coster. The Ramo Wooldridge Corporation. 5730 Arborvitae Street, Los Angeles 45, California. ***. Computing engineers. Applied mathematicians. All levels. New opportunities in Republic Aviations. Expanding computer program. A new, air-conditioned installation is under construction at Republic to house the equipment and personnel of its rapidly expanding digital computing section. Enjoy the opportunities that go with a wide range of complex problems in the design and manufacture of supersonic aircraft and guided missiles as we plan the progressive expansion of this installation in 3 phases. Positions are open at various levels, including supervisory. You can capitalize on these opportunities if you have at least 2 years experience programming for digital computers, along with a sound background in mathematics, opportunities to enjoy varying degrees of responsibility where your knowledge of digital computing equipment, mathematical procedures and numerical techniques can be utilized for maximum efficiency. AI/IoT Systems, Computers and Automation. Content from page FNOTNOTES. 1. For example, Session 3 of the Sunday New York Times, V105, number 35890 for April 22, 1956. Carried 2 mentions of the term. 2. For example, the May 1956 issue of the Scientific American, V194, number 5, carried 8 mentions of the term. 3. Informatlon can be obtained by Tvreting. UCLA, Los Angeles 24, California. 4. This definition is the Tirador's, and is not necessarily applicable to fields other than business data processing. Compare with Ned Chapin, An Introduction to Automatic Computers, A Systems Approach for Business. Princeton, N.J., D. Van Nostrand Co., Inc. 1955, Chapter V. 5. H. John Ross, Technique of Systems and Procedures, Network, Office Research Institute, Inc., 1948, 342 pp. 6. Cecil Gillespie, Accounting Systems, Pro. Procedures and Methods, New York, Prentice Hall. 1951, 811 pp. 7. Rolla R. Ross, Application of Electronic Data to Billing and Accounting, to be published in the 1956 edition of the Workshop for Management, Greenwich, Con, Management Pub. Lishing Corp., 1956. 8. See for example, Matt W. Boz, U. Electronics, and the Brass, Papers of the 6th Annual Systems Meeting, Network, Systems and Procedures Association of America, 1953, pp. 14-20, and, Matt W. Boz, How Your Firm Can Organize an Electronics Investigation Pro-M. Management Methods, V5, Number 2, January 1954, pp. 21-24. Bibliography. Matt W. Boz, How Your Firm Can Organize an Electronics Investigation Program, MAN. Management Methods, V5, Number 2, January 1954, pp. 21-24. Matt W. Boz, U. Electronics, and the Brass. Papers of the 6th Annual Systems Meet. Ing, New York, Systems and Procedures. Association of America, 1953, pages 14-20. Ned Chapin, An Introduction to Automatic Computers, A Systems Approach for Business. Princeton, N.J., D. Van Nostrandco. Inc., 1955, 245 pp. Cecil Gillespie Accounting Systems, Prost. Years and Methods, New York, Prentice Hall. Inc., 1951, 811 pp. New York Times, New York Times Publishing Co. New York, N.Y. H. John Ross, Technique of Systems and Prost. Years, New York, Office Research Institute. Inc., 1948, 342 pp. Rolla R. Ross, Application of Electronic Data to Billing and Accounting, to be published in the Workshop for Management, Greenwich. Con, Management Publishing Corp., 1956. Scientific American, Scientific American Pub. Lishing Corp., Net/York, NY. Roger L. Sisson, Business Systems Can Be Engineered, Automation, V2, Number 12, December 1955. Pages 54-61. Dean E. Wooldridge, Trends in Electronic Busy. NES Data Systems Development, Trends.in. Computers, New York, Institute of Radio Engineers Incorporated, 1954, pages 16-22. William B. Worthington, Applications of Electronics to Administrative Systems. Systems.n Procedures Quarterly, V4. Number 3, August 1953, pages 3-9. End. ******. ACM. Conti D from page 52. Such a way that the external behavior of the circuit is independent of the speeds of the elements which forton it. An investigation of the behavior of such circuits and methods for designing them requires a precise definition of this property of speed independence. Such a definition is formulated and several stronger conditions implying speed independence are set down. The states and state Transitions of circuits satisfying certain of these conditions are shown to have mathematical properties similar to those of semi-modular and distributive lattices. Syn. Thesis techniques are developed from the theoretical treatment. 19. Estimating the truncation error with a modified Runge-Kutta method. Donald W. Wong. The Runge-Kutta method of solving differential equations does not contain a checking procedure for estimating the accuracy of the numerical solution. An extra computation can be added to the third-order Runge-Kutta equation such that two values of the dependent variable can be extrapolated. These two values of the dependent variable differ in the fourth-order truncation error. The difference between these two values gives an estimate of the number of significant figures at each step of the computation. A digital computer program of the modified process differs only slightly from the usual Runge-Kutta program. 54. To be continued in November issue. The second in a series of announcements on progressive EXL1 engine of program and facilities in mathematics. At the Knowles Atomic Power Laboratory. General Electric's Knowles Atomic Power Laboratory. It is now doubling the staff of mathematicians for its modern mathematical center. The steadily advancing nuclear program at Knowles Atomic Power Laboratory call for new and imaginative departures in mathematics ranging from the MOTA STRME formulations of fundamental problems to THC digital solution of physical problems. To make the consequent expansion of its mathematical analysis program, THC Laboratory plans to increase significantly THC number of qualified mathematicians now at work here. Enough IWW openings have been created, in fact, to more than double the PRCSCNT mathematical staff. Mathematicians at all degree levels are invited to join this expanding program. As previously announced, a modern wheeled ing is now under construction, principally for the USC of Mathematicians and Physicists. This center will be equipped with the finest of facilities, including digital computers that rank among the most powerful available. Herc mathematicians, working both independently and in association with theoretical and experimental physicists, will enjoy an atmosphere in which THC creative mind may find it full fruition. As members of THC Mathematical Analysis Unit, THCY will participate in the formulation of theories to describe new physical situations now being encountered, in evaluating the E-theories and adapting them to numerical solution by digital computers, and in evaluating reactor designs. Design evaluations will focus on the calculated behavior of mathematical models and will employ THC most modern techniques in computer programming. The nature and complexity of these operations call for creatively new approaches and fundamental advances in theoretics. Mathematicians will also have the opportunity to deal with basic research in physics, history, metallurgy and many other aspects of nuclear science. THC program at the Knowles offers the atmosphere for a THC equipment, THC ranks of subject matter and THC MAT serial benefits conducive to a satisfying career in applications of mathematics. A letter to Dr. S. R. Acker. Expressing your interest will receive immediate attention. KAEYL. General. Electric. Schenectady. NY. Advertising in Computers and Automation. Memorandum from Berkeley Enterprises Incorporated. Publisher of Computers and Automation. 815 Washington Street. Newtonville 60, Mass. 1. What is Computers and Automation? It is a monthly magazine containing articles, papers, and reference INF0R machine related to computing, machinery, robots, automatic control, cybernet, ICS, automation, degree etc. One important piece of reference information published is the roster of organizations in the field of computers and automation. The basic subscription rate is $5.50 a year in the United States. Single copies are $1.25. Except the June issue, the Computer Directory. 1956, $6, 1955, $4. For the titles of ARTI. Clees and papers in recent issues of the magazine. See the back copies page in this issue. 2. What is the circulation? The circulation includes 2,400 subscribers, as of August I/O, over 300 purchasers of individual back copies, and an estimated 3,000 non-subscribing readers. The logical readers of computers and automation are people concerned with the field of computers and automation. These include a great number of PEO who will make recommendation H to their organizations about purchasing computing machinery, similar machinery and components, and whose decisions may involve very substantial figures. The print order for the August issue was 2,800 copies. The overrun is largely held for eventual sale as back copies, and in the case of several issues the overrun has been exhausted through such sale. 3. What type of advertising does computers and automation take? The purpose of the magazine is to be factual and to the point. For this purpose, the kind of advertising wanted is the kind that answers questions factually. We recommend for the audience that we reach, that advertising be factual, useful, interesting, understandable, and new. From issue to issue, we reserve the right not to accept advertising that does not meet our standards. 4. What are the specifications and cost of advertising? Computers and Automation is published on pages 8.5xn, ad size 7x10, and produced by photo offset, except that printed sheet advertising may be inserted and bound in with the magazine in most cases. The closing date for any issue is approximately the 10th of the month preceding. If possible, the company advertising should produce final copy. For photo offset, the copy should be exactly as desired, actual size, and as assembled, and may include typing, writing, line drawing, printing, screened halftones, and any other copy that may be put under the photo offset camera without further preparation. Unscreened photographic prints and any other copy requiring additional preparation for photo offset sh9 old be furnished separately. It will be prepared, finished, and charged to the advertiser at small additional costs. In the case of printed inserts, a sufficient quantity for the issue should be shipped to our printer address on request. Display advertising is sold in units of a full page. Ad size 7x10, basic rate, $I90, 2/3. Page, basic rate, $145, half page, basic rate, $97. And quarter page, basic rate, $55, back cover. $37.0, inside front or back cover, $230. Extra for color red, full pages only and only in certain positions, 35%. 2-page printed insert, 1 sheet, $320, 4-page printed insert, 2 sheets, $590. Classified advertising is sold by the word, 60 cents. A word, with a minimum of 20 words. 5. Who are our advertisers? Our advertisers in recent issues have included the following companies. Among others: Aircraft Marine Products Incorporated, American Bosch Corp., Ampex Corp., Armor Research Found, Arnold Engineering Co., Automatic Electric Co., Bendix Aviation Corp., Bryant Chucking, Grinder Co., Cambridge Thermionic, EBSCO Incorporated, Ferranti Electric Co., Ferox Corp., General Electric Co., Hughes Research and Development Lab, International Business, Machines Corp., Lockheed Aircraft Corp., Lockheed Missile Systems, The Glenn L. Martin Co., Monrobot Corp., Norden Kette Corp., Northrop Aircraft Inc., George A. Philbrick Researches Incorporated, Potter Instrument Co., Ramo Wooldridge Corp., RCA Service Co., Reeves Instrup. Co., Remington Rand Incorporated, Republic Aviation Corp., Sprague Electric Co., Sylvania Electric Products Incorporated. 56. Putting Ideas I to Work Research at IIBMI. Random Access Memory Accounting. RAMAC, IBM's newest data processing system, needed a Uniqlo memory storage system. Ordinary methods of memory storage: magnetic tape, drums, ferrite cores couldn't store enough bits of information. It took a research team of ours with Trignoise and Wes Dickinson as key men at IBM's San Jose Research Labs, to find the answer. The heart of this new idea, magnetic disks, played and replayed like the records in coin-operated music machines. Here's how it works: information is stored magnetically on 50 disks which rotate at 1200 RPM. These disks are mounted so as to rotate about a vertical axis, with a spacing of 3/10 of an inch between disks. This spacing permits two magnetic heads to be positioned to any one of the 100 concentric tracks, which are available on each side of each disk. Each track contains 500 alpha numeric characters. Total storage CA capacity, 5 million characters. The two recording heads are mounted in a pair of arms which are moved by a feedback control system in .L radial direction to straddle a selected disk. RA/1 ACI2/I, 21L1LT. RA, DOM access / Emery accounting, RAMAC registered, magnetic disk. Memory storage, gives fast access to 5 million characters. IBM. Bulletin number 400. Slanting rain, shadows created on a surface by its irregularities and discontinuities magnified 200,000 times through electron microscopy. This new system promises memory storage possibilities never before accomplished. If you'd like to read more about the engineering design of this magnetic disk random access memory system, write for IBM Bulletin number 400. Slanting rain. All of us have stood on a tall building on a cloudy day and looked down at the street. Pretty difficult to judge relative heights of objects that far below, wasn't it? But during late afternoon on a sunny day, the lengths of shadows made your estimates of height as easy as apple pie. 8101/11-2/.1/w pound, oi/1. The 100,000 volt electron microscope at our Poughkeepsie Research Laboratory allows us to study the topography of surfaces in just the same way. Instead of relying upon the obstruction of light by objects on a surface, we cause them to obstruct a slanting rain of metal vapor, where the rain falls on a thin collodion coating previously put on the surface. The transmissibility of electrons through the coating is altered when it is put into the electron microscope. The shadows can be magnified and recorded on photographic film. A photographic enlargement made from the film can result in magnification of 200,000 times, thus making it possible to clearly observe an object less than 1/10 millionth of an inch in diameter, or, this magnified to the extent that it would appear to be about a mile long. This magnification is about 200 times greater than practical in light microscopy, primarily because of the greater resolution possible in the due to the short effective wavelength of electrons. P-alkyl, sees M. We regard the electron microscope as one of our most important research tools. H has in some cases provided the missing data needed to understand the interrelation of the variables in a problem, has in other cases allowed us to confirm a proposed new theory. Research at IBM means ideas at work. For bulletin mentioned above, write International Business Machines Corp. Department. CAI 0, 590 Madison Avenue, New York 22, NY. Data 1. Processing. Data processing. Electric typewriters. Time equipment. Military products. Advertising index. The purpose of computers and a automation is to be factual, useful, and understandable. For this purpose, the kind of advertising we do to publish is the kind that answers questions, as, what are your products? What are your services? And for each product, what is it called? What does it do? How well does it work? What are its main specifications? Following is the index and a summary of advertisements. Each item contains name and address of the advertiser / subject of the advertisement / page number, where it appears / CA number in case of inquiry. See note below. Arma Division, American Bosch Corp., Roosevelt Field, Garden City, L1, N, Y. / Digital Engine. Ears, Digital Computer Engineers / pages 45, 52. / CA number 93. Berkeley Enterprises, Inc. 815, Washington Street, Newtonville 60, Mass. / Gene Kid, Robot Show. Stoppers / pages 43, 50 / CA number 90. Bryant Chucking Grinder Co., P.O. Box 620K. SBRII Field, Vermont/Magnetic Drum /page 49. /CA number 94. Cambridge Thermionic Corp., 430 Concord Avenue, Cambridge 38, Mass. /components /page 47 / CA number 77. Commercial Controls Corp. Flexowriter, Rochester. 2, NY. /flexowriter /page 51 /CA number 78. Computers and Automation, 815 Washington Street, Newtonville 60, Mass. /back copies, advertising. /pages 49, 56 /CA number 91. Computing Devices of Canada, Limited, P.O. Box 508. Ottawa, Canada /Electronic Computers /page 2. /CA number 79. Dover Publications Incorporated, 920 Broadway, New York. 10, NY. /books /page 5 /CA number 80. Ferranti Electric Incorporated, 30 Rockefeller Plaza, New York. 20, NY. /high speed tape reader /page 50 /CA 09. Ferox Cook Corp., Eastbridge St., Saugerties, NY. /magnetic core materials /page 45 /CA number 81. General Electric Co., Knowles Atomic Power Labor. Atery, Schenectady, NY. /employment opportun. IDAS /page 55 /CA number 82. International Business Machines Corp., 590 Madison Ave, New York. 22, NY. /data processing page 57 ICA number 83. National Cash Register Co., Electronics DIV, 1401. E. El Segundo Boulevard, Hawthorne, California, /M. Employment Opportunities page 43 /CA number 84. Ramo Wooldridge Corp., 8820 Belanca Avenue, Los Angeles, 54, California. /employment opportunities page 53 /CA number 85. Republic Aviation Corp., Farmingdale, LL, NY. /employment opportunities page 53 /CA number 87. Spare Erand Corp., 1902 West Minnehaha Avenue, Min. Epolis, Min. /Univac page 59 /CA number 86. Sylvania Electric Products Incorporated, 1740 Broadway, New York. 19, NY. /diode page 60 /CA number 88. University of London, 21 Torrington Square, WC.1. London, England. /employment opportunities page 45 /CA number 89. Reader's Inquiry. If you wish more information about any products or services mentioned in one or more of these advertisements, you may circle the appropriate CANOS on the Reader's Inquiry form below and send that form to us. We pay postage, see the instructions. We shall then forward your inquiries, and you will hear from the advertisers direct. If you do not wish to tear the magazine, just drop us a line on a postcard. Reader's Inquiry form. Enclose form in envelope, paste label on envelope J. R dash dot dash 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 OJ C dot equals CD equals RN D I0 I equals OJ IW Z ICN L I Z tit I J:"Jr. Reader's inquiry form. Name, please print, _. Your address. Your organization. Its address. Your title. Please send me additional information on the following subjects for which I have circled the CA number. I2 3 4 5 26 71 28 29 30 51 52 53 54 55 76 77 78 79 80 101 102 103 104 105 126 127 128 129 Y.IQ 6 7 8 9 10 31 32 33 U 35 56 57 58 59 60 81 82 83 U 85 106 107 108 109 110 131 132 133 134 135 11 12 13 14 15 36 1 L 38 39 40 61 62 63 64 65 feet 86 inches pi 88 89 93 112 113 114 115 136 LJ 1 138 139 1.co 16 17 18 19 20 41 42 43 44 45 66 67 68 69 70 91 92 93 94 95 116 117 118,119 120 UL 142 IE 144 145 21 22 23 24 25 46 Q 48 49 So 71 N 73 74 75 96 97 98 99 100 121 122 123 124 125 146 147 148 149 ISO Remarks 1111111111111 I underscore 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 dot L underscore 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 dash dash 58. Remember the tale of the three stonecutters? One day, an old scholar stopped to watch three stonecutters at their work. All three were cutting stone into blocks for a new cathedral. The old man went up to each of them in turn and asked the same question. He asked, "You, what are you doing?" The first one replied, "I'm cutting stone, of course. That's plain to see." The second stonecutter answered, "What am I doing? I'm earning 5 florins a day." But the third man, though he, like the other two, was cutting stone, made this reply. "I am building a cathedral," he said. Like this stonecutter, the engineers and scientists at Remington Rand Univac registered have their eyes on the final objective of their work. Remington Rand believes that a man can look beyond his appointed task with cut overlooking it. The result is an atmosphere where men are stimulated to seek new ideas and where they feel free to express them. This means that a continual flow of imaginative, creative thinking goes into Univac, one of the big reasons for Univac's leadership in the field of computing systems. It also means that the men who make Univac win early recognition of ability and the rewards that go with it. If you prefer building cathedrals to just cutting stone, investigate these openings. Immediate openings for electronic circuit designers, to utilize such new circuit elements as transistors and magnetic amplifiers in high-speed digital computing circuits. Degree or equivalent experience required. Pulse circuit techniques, particularly such as are acquired in radar, telemetering, guided missiles or TV will satisfy many of our requirements. Magnetic core memory, for memory core and general magnetic testing. Projects. Degree in EE or equivalent plus circuitry experience. To be responsible for program. Logical designers, experience in logical design of digital computers. Mechanical engineers, electro, development of computer input-output devices and servo mechanisms. Research and development work in the field of small, high-speed, electrically actuated mechanisms where ultra-reliability is a must. Physicists, for research and development of new circuits. Chemists, inorganic or physical. Minimum of 5 years experience. Technical publication engineers, engineers with background in CIR. Quitry mathematics or symbolic logic with writing experience. Send complete resume to of Sperry Rand Corporation. D.A. Bowden. Department. PO 1S. 2400 West Allegheny Avenue. Philadelphia, PA. Cell TL.I Conductors. Korea. TED VVITH. U.R Product. In mind. Each of these semiconductor developments was created to introduce improvements in the product you're designing, whether it's a simple transistorized radio or a complex computer system. Whether it calls for higher transistor power ratings or faster diode recovery time. Since producing the first commercially available germanium diode in 1942, Sylvania has maintained its semiconductor leadership by meeting the needs of designers with imaginative new semiconductor applications. Consult with Sylvania for your needs. A new plant at Hillsboro, NH is devoted exclusively to the manufacture of semiconductors to provide you with production quantities. Right for technical data. Sylvanix Electronics. Sylvania Electric Products INFT. 1740 Broadway, New York 19, NY. In Canada, Sylvania Electric, Canada, Ltd. University Tower Building, Montreal. Television Atomic Energy.